Chapter 1. An eerie stillness floated in the air, hanging like an invisible curtain, blocking the silence, but not the pervasive danger that Melissa could feel prickling her skin. This was not the quiet comfort of a night in the country. No, this quiet felt forced and fabricated, as if to hide the feeling of 1,000 eyes watching her every move. She held her breath, pausing long enough to peer into the inky darkness, her eyes searching for any sign of movement, any sign of them. She would not let them get her, not her baby. Melissa's heart thudded as she cuddled the baby to her chest, willing her not to cry or make a sound. If she made even a small peep, they would both be caught. Melissa wasn't sure what would happen, but she'd seen other women break or disappear. She'd heard cries of faceless women in the night. The punishment was nothing good. Of that she was sure. Nothing good had happened to her since she'd arrived. Nothing except Chloe, and they'd had nothing to do with her anyway. A loud crunch split the silence, and Melissa's heart rate doubled. The hairs on the back of her neck and along her arm shot to attention, as if she were in a sea of static electricity. Though she could see no one, she knew they were out there. She'd known they would come after her, and from the proximity of the sound they were close, too close for comfort. Forcing her feet to move once again, she darted among the shadows, hardly daring to breathe in case it was loud enough for them to hear. When she emerged onto a lighted path, she pushed her feet faster, but she could feel her strength draining. She couldn't outrun them, not with a baby in her arms. There would be no way for both her and the baby to escape, but maybe she could save Chloe. Maybe there would be enough time to hide Chloe before they caught up to her. She chewed on the inside of her cheek, desperately searching for any other solution, any other option than Chloe falling into their hands. A crevice in the side of the path caught her attention. It wasn't a deep hole, but it was deep enough to place the bundled baby, and there were pieces of asphalt she could cover the hole with. Then she would just have to trust that Chloe would be found before anything happened to her, and by people who could help her. Fighting back tears, she stared down at the face of her angel. The pregnancy had not been an easy one. Not from the day she'd found out she was pregnant, but it had been worth it when she glimpsed the beautiful face of her baby girl. "I'm so sorry, Chloe," she whispered to the sleeping newborn. "I hope I'll be able to come back for you, and if not, that we'll meet again someday. Know that I love you, and while I wish I had made different choices after finding out about you, I have never regretted having you." There was more she wanted to say, a lifetime more, but emotions constricted her throat, and she knew she was losing time. She glanced around, one more time to make sure they hadn't found her yet. Then, with quivering lips, she placed a kiss on the baby's head and situated her in the crevice. Then she stacked the asphalt pieces so the baby was hidden, but not crushed. Leaving the baby took every ounce of her strength, but she knew it was Chloe's only hope of survival. Though she had never been a believer, she lifted her eyes to heaven as she began to run again. "God, if you are real, please protect Chloe. Don't let her die out here. Please?" "There she is!" The voices were too close behind her, and though exhaustion pulled at her bones, she pushed herself to run faster. She chanced one glance over her shoulder in hopes they would not have seen her drop the baby, and when they ran past the crevice, her heart breathed a tiny sigh of relief. Chloe was safe, for now, and that was all she could really ask for. She could feel her legs getting heavy, her lungs screamed with every breath she took, and she knew that she wouldn't make it much farther. A large building came into view, and with a desperate glance behind her, she forced her body to its limits as she ran for the door of the building. The doors were large and solid, and she barely had time to register the sign above the door before she was inside. A church? How on earth had she ended up in a church? "Can I help you?" A man, dressed all in black except for the smallest white square of fabric under his chin, hurried toward her. "Hide." She doubled over, trying to catch her breath and give her words life. "I need to hide." His eyes scanned her for the briefest of seconds before he nodded, took her arm and led her down the hallway. She paid attention to nothing except the maroon carpet beneath her feet, trying to inhale breaths and keep the tears at bay at the same time. "Hide in the wardrobe here. It's not the most comfortable quarters, for which I apologize, but I think you'll be safe. There are people looking for you, am I right?" Melissa nodded, still unable to make her throat work. "Okay, if they come, I'll take care of them, and then we can talk." Talking was the last thing Melissa wanted to do, but as he was putting his life on the line to protect her, she figured she owed him the truth, at least. And who knew? Maybe he could help her. She climbed into the wardrobe, pulling her knees to her chest to fit into the cramped space. He was right. It wasn't the most comfortable arrangement, but her body was exhausted, and it wasn't long after the darkness enveloped her that she found herself drifting to sleep. Chapter 2. Kevin. Anger, like an ember encouraged by a breath of oxygen, ignited in Kevin's stomach. The heat licked and rose from the inside out, up his throat and across his neck. Red splotches would be erupting on his face as they did whenever he let his emotions get the better of him. But it couldn't be helped this time. His people, incompetent people, had failed him. "What do you mean she's missing? How could she be missing?" He stalked to the window and peered out as if his mere presence would fix the issue before him. Though there appeared to be a few more guards running around, the rest of the scene looked the same as it did every day. Peaceful, organized, secure. The soldier, a peon hired to do one job, hung his head. "I'm sorry, sir. Evidently she snuck out with the supply truck. We've got men combing the area for her. She can't get far, not with the baby. She shouldn't have escaped at all." Kevin pounded his fist on the wall, unable to comprehend the sheer incompetence of the men working for him. He ruled with an iron fist, and there was no reason for this lapse to have occurred. He worked hard to not only keep his organization secret, but dispose of anyone who learned the truth or got in the way. Normally, that meant the women he recruited, but occasionally it meant those working for him as well. Those who allowed things like this to happen. He turned back to the man who now stared at the floor. Kevin was not a mind reader, but he'd seen enough men cower to know this one feared for his life. Good. He should. "No, sir, she shouldn't. We will be much more thorough at the gate from now on. I'll personally see to it." There was the quickest glance up from lowered eyes, a gauging to see if Kevin believed the statement, if he would be allowed to live. "You do that." As the soldier hurried out of the room, Joanna swept in, her appearance immaculate as always, except for the scowl marring her delicate features. "Is it true? Did we lose Melissa and her baby?" She folded her arms across her chest and fixed him with a deadly glare. "I'm handling it," Kevin said, waving a dismissive hand. There were days he loved having Joanna with him. She was definitely an asset when it came to luring young women to their compound. But there were other times, like today, when he wished she would stay out of the business. "And how exactly are you handling it?" She gestured to the empty room and lifted a brow in question. "I saw men running around outside, but I don't see anything happening in here." "There is nothing I can do from in here," Kevin seethed. "The men are out looking for her, and they will find her." "Do they even know which direction she went? Did you bother to pull the cameras?" Kevin sighed. Of course he had pulled the cameras. It was how he knew which direction to send them in. But the cameras were limited. They had only given them a starting direction. It wasn't like they had a satellite on her or some other way to track her after she was out of camera range. "I'm handling it, Joanna. Why don't you go see when the next woman is due? Perhaps we can just substitute her baby for Melissa's."
"All of the babies are already placed, Kevin."
She rolled her eyes as she spat his name out.
"That's how we stay in such demand. Now I have to go find another woman close to delivery time to make up for this. They aren't just growing on trees, you know."
"Go to the local clinic. You're bound to find a few desperate women there who wouldn't mind earning some money." In truth, the abortion industry had actually taken a large chunk of their business, and Kevin was trying to find a way to close them. Not because he cared about abortions, the mothers who had them, or the babies who died, but because his clients wanted the babies alive.
"You have some nerve,"
she hissed back at him.
"I'm the reason we have half the women we do, so don't tell me what to do."
His thread of patience snapped. How dare she accuse him of infringing on her job? He crossed the room in 5 short steps, wrapped his hands around Joanna's neck, and began to squeeze. "I am in charge here, and I will tell you what to do whenever I want. Do you understand me?" Her normally haughty stare grew wide as she fought for air. He wouldn't kill her, at least not yet. But it was high time she realized who was really in charge of this operation. When her eyes began to roll back, he released her, smiling slightly as she collapsed to the floor, gasping and pawing at her neck. She had always been hard-headed, but perhaps this was a lesson she wouldn't soon be forgetting now.
"You will regret that,"
she wheezed, as she shot daggers up at him. "I sincerely doubt that," he said, returning to his post at the window. She scoffed, the sound low and derisive.
"You do know that was Kathy's baby, right?"
He stilled. Kathy? Crazy Kathy? He hadn't wanted to get involved with the woman, but Joanna had insisted that if they didn't help her get a baby, she would end up killing more women trying to tear the baby from their wombs. She'd already left a trail of bodies in Minnesota and Wisconsin. Unfortunately, while the woman was clinical in her ability to kill without thought, she had no knowledge of how to remove a baby safely. "I'll take care of Kathy if I have to." In fact, he probably should have already had Kathy eliminated, but she was wealthy and she was willing to pay, so he'd wrongly assumed he could take her money and then be done with her. It was a small misstep. They didn't lose babies often, but it had happened before. It had always worked itself out, and it would this time too. Of that, he had no doubt. Chapter 3. Ivy. A date. It was just one date. How bad could it be? Ivy didn't bother to answer the rhetorical question as she tucked her blonde hair behind her ears and shook her head at her reflection in the mirror. She didn't know what she had been thinking, agreeing to a date with Luca, of all people. It wasn't that Luca was a bad guy, but he and Ivy were opposites in nearly every way. Of course, maybe that was a good thing, considering the last serious relationship she'd been in had been with a guy she thought she had everything in common with, yet it had ended badly. Still, Ivy hailed from the West Coast, and Luca was from the South. And not south of Fire Beach, the South. The part of the country that had its own customs, language, and culinary curiosities. Luca thought every meal should contain meat and potatoes, while Ivy avoided potatoes like the plague. People might call them a vegetable, but in her world, they were starches, plain and simple. However, they were both single, and with all of their friends pairing up around them, they decided to see if any chemistry existed between the two of them. Ivy honestly doubted it, and Luca's invitation certainly hadn't given her any extra warm fuzzies. He'd walked up to her during shift a few days ago and said, "Hey, want to grab some food together?" At first, she'd been confused, as they ate meals together at the station every time they were on the same shift. But then he'd clarified that he meant out somewhere, just the two of them. She'd opened her mouth to say no. After all, that invitation had been less than stellar. But something in his eyes had tugged on her heartstrings and made her say yes. It wasn't a sad puppy dog look per se, but there'd been a hopefulness in his eyes that she didn't feel like crushing, especially when she couldn't be sure they wouldn't have fun. Stranger things had happened, which was why she was now getting ready for a date that would probably leave her feeling bloated and puffy tomorrow, but hopefully wouldn't leave her and Luca performing an awkward dance as they passed each other at work. Why couldn't she just say no sometimes? The buzz of the doorbell carried through the house. "Here goes nothing," Ivy said, giving herself one final look in the mirror. Flipping off the light in her bathroom, she made her way to the front door, smiling as she opened it. She'd never seen Luca uncomfortable before, but it hovered around him now like Pigpen's cloud of dust from the Charlie Brown comic. His weight shifted from one foot to the other, and his hands dug into his pockets before he removed them and ran them down his jeans. "Hey, you look great," he said, the tips of his ears turning pink with his words. "Thanks, you too." She was surprised at how handsome he looked. His button-down shirt fit his frame nicely, and the jeans he sported were a stark contrast to the sweats he normally wore around the firehouse. "So I hope you don't mind, but since it's so nice out, I figured we'd take a walk, and then hit a cafe for a light dinner. Deacon's on my case about nutrition and exercise again." He chuckled as he patted his middle, which was a little thicker than most firemen's, but Ivy knew a lot of it was muscle. She smiled as she locked the door behind her. "I love both of those suggestions." An expression of pure relief flooded Luca's face as he stepped back to give her room. "You look like you know a lot about nutrition," he said, as they headed toward the park. Ivy chuckled, not sure exactly how to take the comment. "Yeah, I guess. I wasn't always in shape, but when I got to college, I decided I wanted to make a change. Before deciding to become an EMT, I studied nutrition." "Wow, I didn't know that. What made you change your mind?" Images of her ex-husband's disappointed face flooded her mind, but she pushed them away. Not only was that story too dark for a first date, but no one knew the real truth, not even Cassidy. It was a past she had run from, one she had buried and covered up with another life. "I just realized that while nutrition was important, it didn't save people immediately, and I wanted to do that. Give them more time with the people they love. I wanted to do more." Luca nodded. "I can understand that. Running into burning buildings is cool and all, but saving people is what keeps me going too." "I think it's what keeps most of us going," Ivy said, thinking back over the last year. There had certainly been some terrifying life-or-death moments for her and her friends, but none of them had considered hanging up their careers. Instead, she was fairly certain it only made them work harder. Suddenly, Ivy stilled, her ears listening intently as her eyes darted around. "What is it?" Luca asked, halting his steps as well. What was it indeed? Something had grabbed her attention, but she wasn't sure what it was. A feeling? A sound? She had learned to trust her instincts as a paramedic, and every fiber in her body told her something wasn't right, even though the scene appeared picturesque. She held a finger to her lips as she strained to listen again. A tiny whimper, like that of a kitten or puppy, drew her eyes to the side of the path. Most of it was clear, but there was one area that looked different. Tiles of asphalt were stacked oddly over what appeared to be a crevice. Perhaps it was nothing, a mar on the side of the road that the crews hadn't fixed yet, but she was drawn to it nonetheless. "Ivy, you okay?" Luca whispered, furrowed lines etching his forehead. Clearly, he did not have the same sense she did, or else hers was off, but she didn't think so. It had served her well over the years. "I don't know. It may be nothing, but I thought I heard something." She was mildly surprised that Luca hadn't heard the noise. After all, wasn't that a large part of his job? Being able to hear those crying out for help as he scoured smoke-filled buildings? But she supposed she could understand it. People often missed things when they were out of their element. He wasn't expecting to help someone in danger here, so his ears were not in tune the way they normally would be. Ivy, on the other hand, needed to be alert for all types of situations, and she'd never mastered the art of turning her radar off when she wasn't at work. It was probably one reason why she'd yet to have a successful relationship, and why her stress level always remained higher than it should. "Get more sleep," her therapist had said, "and learn to relax." And Ivy had tried. She'd taken up yoga and cut sugar from her diet, but nothing had worked. When she wasn't running from the horrors of her past, she was faced with traumas in the present. And so she'd learned to hide behind her smile, to fake a positive attitude and convince everyone she was okay, even when she often wasn't on the inside. She glanced around as she lifted the first piece of asphalt, as if expecting someone to jump out or take a shot at her. No one did, but that did nothing to prepare her for the sight she found under the asphalt. "Oh my gosh, Luca, it's a baby!" "What?" Instantly, he was at her side, helping her remove the asphalt. "Who would leave a baby on the side of the road like this? Don't they know Illinois is a safe haven state?" The shock and anger in Luca's voice mirrored the emotions warring in her chest as they cleared the remaining pieces away. Illinois had been a safe haven state for more than 2 decades. Parents could leave babies at hospitals, police departments, or firehouses with no criminal penalties as long as the baby showed no signs of neglect. So why would someone just throw a child to the side of the road like this? But even as the question formed in her mind, she realized that none of the pieces of debris had been on the baby. None of them even touched the child. Instead, they had been placed in such a way as if to protect and hide the baby. As she removed the last piece, she looked up at Luca with wide eyes. "We need to call the police, Luca. I think this is a crime scene." "What?" His eyes grew even wider than they'd been before, and as if realizing the danger could still be nearby, he scanned the area before leaning closer to her. "How do you know?" His whispered tones sent a shiver down Ivy's spine, but she forced her voice to remain calm as she began to examine the baby. They would need to take the infant to the hospital for a more thorough examination, but she wanted to be sure there were no injuries before she picked the child up. The way the pieces of rubble were placed, none of them hurt the baby. I think someone placed it here to protect it. "Protect it? From what?" Confident that the baby was physically fine, she lifted the baby into her arms and stood. Memories of years past instantly flooded her, and she forced herself to take deep breaths and reinforce the emotional wall she'd crafted over time. When it was firmly in place once again, she answered Luca. "I think the better question is from whom?" Can you call Jordan?" Luca pulled his phone out and punched in numbers before putting the call on speaker.
"You've reached Detective Jordan Graves. Leave a message, and I'll call you back."
Briefly, Ivy wondered where Jordan was. She'd never received his recording before. But then again, she'd rarely called him. And even though he was a detective, he was entitled to a life as well.
"You want me to leave a message?" Luca asked.
"No, this can't wait. Try Al. Maybe she's around." She rattled off the numbers for Jordan's partner, Elena, whom everyone called Al, and waited for the sound of the woman's voice. "This is Al. Al, it's Ivy. We found a baby. At first, I thought someone abandoned her, but I think she was deliberately hidden. There was a cry, or not really a cry, but a noise, and then what looked like a mound of discarded asphalt. But when we removed the asphalt, there was a baby beneath." The words flew from her mouth as if they were running a race, and no obstacle would stop them. "Ivy, slow down. What are you talking about?" "We found a baby. Luca and I found a baby on the side of the road. We're taking it to the hospital to be checked over, but Al, you need to get out here. The baby was covered as if someone was trying to hide it. I think we might be looking at a crime scene." "Call an ambulance, Ivy, and I'll be right there. Don't leave until I get there." Ivy's gut tightened as Luca ended the call and then began dialing for an ambulance. What scenario could be so grim that a mother would leave a baby on the side of the road in hopes that someone would find her? Chapter 4. Ivy. The hospital lights, so familiar and normal, now seemed foreign and heavy to Ivy as she waited for Dr. Brody Kavanaugh to finish his assessment of the baby. Her fingers tapped lightly against the bed, wishing they could do something to help, but unsure what that might be. A hand touched her back, and she turned to Luca, who looked out of place in the small exam room, but she was thankful for his presence.
"It's a good thing you guys found her when you did,"
Brody said, placing his stethoscope back around his neck.
"She seems okay, hungry, and in need of a new diaper, but okay."
"How old is she?" Ivy asked, forcing her hands to remain on the table and not cradle the infant again. A motherly instinct she'd thought long extinguished tugged on her heart and urged her to pick the baby up, to show it warmth and love.
2 weeks, maybe 3,
Brody said, turning to the computer to input information into the baby's chart.
"She appears to be in good health, so someone took care of this baby." "Then why leave her on the side of the road?" Luca asked.
Brody paused and turned to them.
"I have no idea. You said Al was looking into it?"
Ivy nodded. Thankfully, Al had arrived moments before the ambulance, and Ivy had been able to share what they knew before climbing in the ambulance with the baby.
"Then hopefully she'll be able to tell us something soon. I've got a call placed into CPS. They should be here soon to take the baby until her parents can be found."
A heaviness settled on Ivy's heart, along with an uncharacteristic desire to protect the baby. She knew calling CPS was the law, but she'd been hoping to be able to take the baby home herself, even though she knew it would only be temporary. Light tapping sounded at the doorframe, and the trio turned to see a woman in the doorway. Even without her identifying badge, Ivy would have guessed this was the woman from CPS. Her suit appeared worn and used. Her brown hair was pulled back in what had once been a neat bun, but had now slipped into a slightly disheveled, messy one, and a feeling of weariness exuded from her rolled shoulders and pursed lips. "I'm Sonia from CPS. Is this the baby?" There was no warmth in her tone, and Ivy fought the irrational desire to snatch the baby off the table and run. This woman couldn't shower this baby with the love she needed. Sonia didn't even look as if she showered herself with love. Probably didn't have the time.
"It is," Brody answered. "Baby girl, approximately 3 weeks old, 10 pounds and 3 ounces, Normal temperature and disposition. No obvious injuries or ailments."
Sonia sighed, and the lines on her face etched a little deeper. "Okay, I don't know what I'm going to do with her. We're full right now, but I'll see what I can arrange. Do we have any idea on a time frame of how long she'll need care?" "We don't even know who her parents were or where they are," Ivy said. "We found her on the side of the road." Sonia's lips disappeared into a tight line as she sighed. "That is unfortunate. What if I took her?" The words flew out of Ivy's lips, surprising her as much as the others in the room. She'd thought she had shut off the desire to be a mother when she'd received the devastating news. But apparently her biological clock hadn't gotten the message. It thrummed inside her now, reiterating that this could be her chance. This was a way to get what she'd wanted for so long. Sonia blinked at her, looking much more like a fish out of water than a competent social worker. Are you licensed?" "Not currently, but isn't there some sort of emergency custody situation we could claim here?" Ivy fought to keep the desperation from her voice. Something inside her had latched onto this child, and there was no way she was letting Sonia take her. "After all, I'm medically trained, which could come in handy in case something does come up. And since I had to do a background check for my job, I'm clear in that area."
"You also have a job," Lucas said, stepping closer to her side. "One that keeps you from your house quite a bit."
"I have vacation time I haven't used. I'm sure Captain Fitzgerald will grant it, especially in this situation." She actually wasn't sure of any such thing, as Captain Fitzgerald was like Les Miserables, hard to read. Large and laconic, his thoughts were often a mystery. However, he was a good boss and a kind man. She couldn't imagine him telling her no. She turned her attention back to Sonia. "Please, is there a way?" Sonia's lips pursed even tighter, and her gaze tore into Ivy's, like a sword looking for a chink in armor. The silence in the room stretched into an eternity before she sighed and shook her head softly. "Well, it's not used very often, but we do have emergency custody here in Illinois. I could start the process and allow the baby to go home with you tonight, but there are 23 hours of training you would need to do. I don't know how you could get that done and care for the baby and sleep."
"I'll help," Lucas said quickly, and Ivy could not hide her surprise. Luca carrying a baby out of a building she could see, but Luca feeding a baby, changing a diaper, the images did not fit together in her mind. A soft pink tint bloomed on his cheeks as his gaze met hers, before sliding to the side. "I mean, if it's okay with you, of course. I could watch the baby while you do the courses and while you sleep. It would still be in your house, and you would be there if anything happened." Luca in her house. Why did that thought both intrigue her and unnerve her? No matter. She could sort that out later. "Would that work?" she asked, turning back to Sonia. "I could have the training finished in 2 days if that's okay." Sonia scratched at the back of her head, sending more tendrils falling from her bun and more lines racing across her forehead. "It's highly unusual, but I don't have another place for the baby at the moment. As long as you can assure me you'll get the training done in the next 2 days, I'll agree to it." An unexpected, giddy feeling raced through her veins, and this time, Ivy did not stop her hands as they reached for the baby. "But you will have to agree to surprise visits, and I will stop by tomorrow to make sure the living arrangement for the baby is appropriate as long as she's with you." "That's no problem," Ivy said, as she smiled down at the angelic face. "And it is only temporary," Sonia said, as if reading Ivy's secret hope of keeping the baby longer. "As soon as one of our regular placements opens up, I'll have to transfer the baby."
Of course, I understand.
She said the words she knew Sonia needed to hear, but Ivy wasn't sure she meant them. Her mind was already racing through situations where she might be able to keep the baby. Keep the baby? Could she even dare hope? After so many years, so much heartache and tears, might she finally get to become a mother? Sonia sighed once more, her hesitation clear on her face. Okay, I'll get the paperwork started, and I'll get you the login information for the coursework. The baby stays here until you get a car seat. Do you understand? Ivy fought to keep the smile from taking over her face as she nodded.
Yes, ma'am. I'll go get supplies for her right now so that she'll be all set up when I get her home.
A sense of resignation floated around Sonia, an invisible but almost palpable cloud, before she sighed once more, nodded, and left the room.
Brody, is she good to stay here for another hour or so? I can't imagine I'll need much more.
Ivy was already making a mental list of everything she might need, and though she knew she could lose track of time looking at baby clothes if she wasn't careful, she thought she could get everything she needed in that time frame as long as she stayed focused. No daydreams and no wanderings down memory lanes of the past. Brody nodded. Of course, we'll take good care of her until you get back.
Thank you.
Ivy glanced down at the baby once more, enjoying the scent that floated up to her nose and the feel of the solid bundle in her arms. Why had she never looked into fostering? But she knew why. She hadn't been sure she could handle rejection again if it came. It had just been easier to push the thought from her mind. But now that she held a baby in her arms, there was no way she could keep the thought of being a mother from taking up residence in her mind. She didn't want to give the baby back, but it was only for a bit, long enough to get the supplies she needed, and then she would be holding her again, rocking and holding the infant to her heart's content. You want some company? Luca's voice shattered the pleasant daydream, and she handed the baby to Brody, not quite ready to return to reality, but accepting it had to be done. Then she turned to Luca, her eyebrow quirking in surprise. You want to come shopping for baby gear with me? A pink bloom stole across his cheeks, and he rocked back on his heels, digging his thumbs into his front pockets. Well, we didn't get to finish our date. It's not quite what I had planned, but I'd like to spend the time with you. Ivy glanced back at Brody as heat crawled up her neck as well. She hadn't expected Luca to broadcast that they were on a date. To his credit, Brody kept his face focused on the baby, though he glanced quickly at her. Ivy figured there would be questions later. She turned back to Luca.
Okay, sure. I'd love some company.
Chapter 5. Luca. Luca picked up a white and gray cylindrical item and held it up. What even is this? Ivy smiled and shook her head.
That is a mucus sucker, but I don't think we need that right now. At least, not that one.
She held up a small blue bulb-like contraption.
This will work fine for now.
I still don't understand what it's for, Luca said, placing the instrument back on the shelf. He knew before joining Ivy on this adventure that he didn't know everything about babies, but he'd had no idea how much he didn't know. Why did babies require so much stuff? On one side of him, clothing items of some sort filled the row of shelving. Upon closer inspection, he saw that some were towels, washcloths, burp rags, onesies, and swaddling blankets, whatever the heck those were. On the other side were a whole host of other items: clippers, monitors, sheets, stuffed animals, pacifiers, and the instrument he'd grabbed in the first place. And this wasn't even the only aisle. There had been at least 2 other aisles, plus racks and racks of clothing.
It's for clearing out their noses, Babies can't blow their noses to clear them like you and I can.
She grabbed a tub from the shelf and several of the towels and washcloths and dropped them into the basket. Luca tilted his head as he studied her. Their conversations at the firehouse had never involved babies, but her knowledge on the subject seemed much deeper than a basic care class.
How do you know so much about babies? They teach that at paramedic school?
Ivy's hand paused on the item she was reaching for, and there was a moment that he wondered if he'd struck a nerve. He was about to apologize for overstepping when she shrugged and grabbed the item, placing it in the cart.
Some, but I've always loved kids too.
Though it wasn't something he'd known about her, Luca could see it. Not only did she have the vivacious personality to be a good mom, but he'd seen her face change when she held the baby, which left him wondering why she hadn't settled down and started a family yet.
Okay, I think I've got everything I need from this aisle. Let's pick up a crib and a car seat, and then we'll finish with clothes and diapers.
Luca nodded and followed her to the next aisle. His eyes widened as he stared at the different car seats that filled the shelves. Firefighters often helped install car seats, but he'd never really paid attention to how different they were, only to how they fit into the cars. As if she knew exactly what she was looking for, Ivy barely scanned the options before placing one in the cart. Then she turned to the cribs, examined them for a minute, and then plucked the pickup slip for the one she wanted. Then she added a portable crib to the basket. Loving kids was one thing, but she clearly had knowledge on how to care for babies, and he wondered where that came from. Diapers came next, and after spending a moment in the clothing department, faster than he'd ever seen a woman shop for clothes, she announced she was done. As the cart was now overflowing, he offered to push it to the checkout area for her. Though he'd expected it to be heavy, the extra effort he had to exert shocked him. Was Ivy really going to buy all of this stuff? And if so, how was she going to afford it on a paramedic salary? He'd always found Ivy interesting, but suddenly there was a hint of intrigue along with the interest that had him wanting to study her and find out all her secrets. The cashier rang them up, and Ivy barely blinked at the $800 total, sending Luca's suspicions into overdrive. Maybe she was just thrifty and saved her money, but that was still a lot to fork over for a baby she didn't know without batting an eye.
You, win the lottery or something in a past life?
He asked as they loaded the car.
Huh? What do you mean?
Ivy asked, pulling a bag from the cart and placing it in the back of the SUV, pushing it forward to make room for more.
I don't mean to be nosy, but that was a lot of money you shelled out back there.
Oh, that.
Ivy ducked her head, but not before a soft pink blush crawled up her neck.
I had looked into fostering a few years ago and knew that the state didn't reimburse much, so I started putting some money aside each month so I would be prepared if it ever happened.
But you never finished the process?
Luca wrestled the crib box into the back, trying not to crush the other bags.
No,
She turned from his gaze and grabbed another bag.
I guess I got too busy with work, or figured they wouldn't let a single woman with a job like mine do it. I never stopped tucking the money away, though. Maybe I hoped a day like this would come. Does that sound silly?
Her blue eyes found his, and his gut twisted at the insecurity he saw lurking in them. He wanted to assure her that she was not silly. In fact, she was pretty saintly in his eyes.
I would say more prophetic than silly, and I know of a baby who will be very glad you did what you did, even though you didn't know if you'd ever use it.
The corners of her lips pulled into a soft smile, and she placed a hand on his arm.
Thank you, Luca. I know this wasn't the date we had planned, but I'm really glad it's you here with me." He glanced down at her hand, relishing the heat that raced up his arm from her touch. How long had it been since a woman had affected him like this? Too long, and he'd thought the last one had broken him for life. His gaze lifted back to hers. "Me too." Electricity crackled in the air, and Luca fought the urge to kiss her. It wasn't the right moment, but that didn't stop the pull he felt toward her. And unless he was sorely mistaken, he saw the same thought mirrored in her eyes. He cleared his throat and looked away, breaking the connection.
"We should probably get back to the hospital and pick that baby up. It looks like we have a long night ahead of us assembling a crib and getting you licensed."
"Right. Yes, we should do that. I'll just take the cart over there," she said, pointing to the metal cart return stalls. Luca closed the back of the SUV and ran a hand across his chin as he returned to the driver's side. He wanted to believe what he was feeling for Ivy was real, but he'd been a firefighter long enough to see people think they felt something when thrown together in dangerous situations, only to realize those feelings were mirages when danger passed. This wasn't exactly a dangerous situation, but it felt similar. Even though he'd volunteered to help, finding the baby had placed them in this together, and he didn't want to start something with Ivy, only to realize later it had all been an illusion. No, he would be her friend for now, and they could pick up their dating again after, when his mind was clear again. Chapter 6. Ivy. Ivy stared down at the sleeping baby in her arms and sighed in contentment. The baby, who she'd begun calling Rose in her mind, wasn't hers, at least not yet, and she knew it might only be temporary, but just holding her and breathing in the sweet baby scent had Ivy's heart doing funny flips in her chest. What if she could keep Rose longer? What if her parents were never found? Was there any chance the state would let her adopt Rose? And if they did, could she really handle a baby and her demanding job? Would she be willing to change jobs if it meant keeping Rose? A loud exhale drew her gaze from the baby in her arms to the man across the room. Luca had insisted on putting the crib together for her, and from the satisfied stance of his posture, she assumed he was done. With as little jostling as possible, she shifted Rose in her arms and stood, crossing the room to Luca. He turned, a proud smile lighting up his masculine features.
"What do you think?"
"It looks wonderful, Luca." Supporting the baby with one hand, she ran the other over the wooden railing. The crib was a simple convertible style. It came with a platform that could be positioned near the top of the railing when the baby was young and couldn't escape, but could be lowered as the baby grew and began to pull up on the bars. On the side was an attached changing table and 3 drawers to keep supplies in. She didn't know if it had been a challenge to put together, as he hadn't complained once, but he had certainly done a marvelous job. "I had no idea you were so handy." Tiny blooms of pink popped on his cheeks, and he dropped his eyes.
I do what I can, and I'm happy to help. Do you want to lay her down so you can get some actual studying done?"
She should say yes. After all, she'd made a promise to herself that she would study while she rocked Rose, and she had failed miserably. The studying had to be done, but putting the baby down was harder than she'd thought it would be. As if sensing her hesitation, Luca touched her arm.
"I'll be here to watch her, and you have to get that certification knocked out. Besides, she's not going anywhere."
Ivy looked down at the baby once more, sleeping as peacefully as an angel, before laying her down in the crib. "Okay, but just until she wakes up." Luca placed his hands on her shoulders and turned her away from the crib and toward the opposite end of the living room where her laptop was.
No. You work until you're done or until you need a break. I'll let you know if I need help, but if you don't get that certification finished, she won't get to stay here much longer anyway."
Ivy glanced back at Luca as she shuffled toward the couch. "You're pushy, you know that?"
"Yep, probably why I'm still single. Now get to work."
Ivy chuckled and rolled her eyes at Luca's words. The man was probably only single because he chose to be. He might carry a few more pounds than the other guys, but he was still handsome and kind. Gallant might even be a better word, considering he had gone shopping with her, set up a crib for a baby that wasn't his, and was now hanging around in her house to help with said baby while she studied. Perhaps she had dismissed the thought of a relationship with Luca too quickly. She'd been hesitant to say yes to the date because of the way he acted at the firehouse, but this was a side she hadn't seen before, and she rather liked it. Settling into the couch, she grabbed her laptop and a blanket and pulled up the training. It wasn't hard. Most of the information she had learned in her own training, but it was definitely tedious. At the sound of Rose's cry, she set her laptop aside and stood, but Luca was already pulling the baby out of the crib. The image was heartwarming, but also comical. Luca held the baby as if she was made of glass, and the fear on his face was evident in his wide eyes. "I take it you've never held a baby before," Ivy said, touching his arm and adjusting his position slightly. He shook his head.
"I rescued one in a fire once, but I didn't hold it for very long before passing it off to the paramedics, and I was all geared up and focused on the fire."
"Well, you're doing a great job. Just be sure to support the baby's head. I'll go warm up the formula."
"You're going to leave me with her?"
Luca's voice was so strained that it squeaked, and Ivy had to laugh. "First of all, you'll be fine, but if you want to follow me into the kitchen, you can, or I can take her and you can make the bottle." Luca's lips mashed together as if he was deciding which option was safest.
"I should probably watch you make the bottle first. I've never done that either."
"Don't you have any nieces or nephews?" Ivy asked, as she led the way into the kitchen. It wasn't unusual for a guy like Luca not to have many friends with babies, but did no one in his family either?
"I do, but they don't live close, and I wasn't around much when they were babies."
She grabbed a bottle from the drying rack and opened the can of formula she had purchased. Nice thing about formula is that it comes with directions, so it tells you how many scoops to use. It's not as good as breast milk, but it's close. And since we don't have any of that, it will have to do. The biggest thing is to watch the baby for any signs the formula doesn't agree with them. There are many brands on the market, and they're all a little different. Sometimes babies react to one over the other. She scooped the recommended amount into the bottle and then added water, the lid, and shook the bottle to mix the contents.
"And how would I know what to look for? They can't talk. Will they just cry more? And if so, how do I know the difference between that kind of cry versus just a hungry cry?"
"Or a wet cry?" Ivy offered a smile. Luca's complete lack of knowledge was endearing, and so was the fact that he seemed curious to know as much as he could.
"There's a different cry for when they're wet?"
"Of course. They can't talk, but they can communicate. They learn pretty quickly what will get your attention, and most of them distinguish their cries. Sometimes in the volume, sometimes in the intensity, and sometimes in the actual cry itself. It takes some time, but you learn what each one means. Some babies even have a different cry for when they're scared or lonely and just needing love and attention. Here, give her this." Luca narrowed his eyes at her as he took the bottle.
"Okay, seriously, this sounds like way more than they teach in a class. How did you learn so much about babies?"
Ivy flashed a tight-lipped smile but shook her head. That story was too painful to talk about right now. Maybe ever. Hopefully, Luca would understand. "Women's intuition," she said, changing the subject. She helped Luca adjust the baby again, and then smiled as Luca's face lit up when Rose began to suck the bottle.
Wow, that's so cool.
His eyes scanned the baby, and Ivy could almost hear the thoughts in his head because she'd had them herself. Look how tiny her fingers are. Look how long her eyelashes are. Look how peaceful she looks drinking. It is pretty cool. The creation of life is definitely one of God's greatest gifts and achievements. The smile that Luca flashed her was warm and sent a thrill racing through her insides.
I agree.
After helping Luca change the baby and rock her back to sleep, Ivy returned to her curricula, but it was hard to stay focused. Her gaze kept drifting to the man on the other side of the room, built like a tank, but looking as gentle as a teddy bear as he rocked the baby in his arms. As if sensing her gaze, he glanced up and smiled, and Ivy's heart did a funny dance in her chest. She was in trouble. Chapter 7. Jordan. Jordan glanced at Al as they looked over the evidence again.
So, how are things with Grant?
He couldn't be happier about his partner finally finding someone. At one time, it had been clear that she thought she had feelings for Jordan. And while Jordan loved her, he wasn't in love with her. And he'd often worried that his and Cassidy's relationship would strain his work relationship with Al. It was one reason he hadn't proposed to Cassidy yet, though he had picked out a ring. Al shrugged, her face still glued to her computer. It's good. Was hoping for some more quality time, but I guess the world doesn't stop just because you fall in love, huh? She paused for a moment, as if a thought had just flown into her mind. Speaking of which, Ivy told me she tried you first, but you didn't answer. I've never known you to not answer your phone. She let the words hang out, the question unspoken, but clearly in the air. Jordan glanced around to make sure they were alone. He wanted to share his news with someone, but not everyone yet. And he knew if too many people knew, then Cassidy might find out before he even asked her.
I was picking out a ring,
he whispered. That grabbed Al's attention. Her eyes shot to his. What? You're going to propose? How? When?
Shh, keep your voice down. I don't know yet. I haven't really planned it out yet. I just got the ring.
You have to do something amazing. I mean, she deserves an amazing proposal. Yes, she did, which was part of the problem. Jordan had yet to think of any way to propose that was amazing enough for what Cassidy deserved. Do you have the ring with you? Can I see it? Jordan had never seen Al so excited over something, and he'd definitely never seen her act so girly. Due to being a woman in a predominantly male occupation, she usually swung farther in the other direction, acting tough and shortening her name to make it sound more boyish. Though different, he appreciated seeing this side of her. He patted his pocket. It was silly to carry the ring around, especially in his line of work, but he didn't want to be without it in case the perfect opportunity arose. He pulled it out, letting his fingers linger on the soft black velvet before flipping the lid open. Al's eyes widened and a soft gasp escaped her mouth before her fingers covered her lips. Her eyes glistened as she met his gaze. It's beautiful, Jordan. Cassidy will love it.
I hope so.
He had looked at a lot of rings, afraid he wouldn't find the one that screamed Cassidy to him, but when the jeweler had pulled this one out, he'd just known. The diamond was simple yet elegant, and the band was etched with an understated swirl that appeared to move when the light hit it just right. It was Cassidy to a T, though he would never have been able to describe it to someone before he saw it. Al's desk phone rang, ending the conversation for now, and Jordan tucked the ring back in his pocket as she answered the call. You did? That's great.
We'll be right there."
"Breaking the case?" he asked as she hung up the phone.
"Yeah, Piper said she was able to get a few partial prints from what we gave her, and she found a match."
A partial match wouldn't stand up in court, but maybe it would lead them to someone who could help. "Let's go." The lab where Piper and Peter, the other analyst, worked felt like a different world to Jordan every time he walked into it. It was strewn with all sorts of lab equipment and computers. Nothing was out of place, but it felt crowded to Jordan. And though he wasn't claustrophobic, the room made him feel like it was closing in on him. Then there was the matter of Peter and Piper. No one had planned that when they hired the two analysts, but it certainly made for a few jokes when it happened. However, the two couldn't be more different. Peter was the definition of an analyst, with slick-downed hair, thick glasses, and even a pocket protector. He was the 80s movie depiction of a nerd. Piper, on the other hand, looked more like a punk band member than an analyst. Her dark hair was streaked with scarlet, and her lipstick matched her eyeliner. But she was friendly and good at her job.
"Hey, Piper, what do you have for us?"
Al asked as they approached the workstation Piper sat behind. Piper pointed to the computer screen in front of her.
"I can't tell you that this woman is the baby's mother without DNA, but I can almost guarantee that she's the one who hid the baby. I found the partial both on the piece of wood you brought in and the blanket."
Jordan stared at the picture of the smiling woman, Melissa Brewer. She didn't look like the kind to leave a baby. Her eyes seemed too kind. But he knew pictures rarely told the whole story. "Thanks, Piper. Were you able to get anything else yet?" She shook her head.
"No, but when I ran the fingerprints, I found this."
She clicked on the mouse and another picture filled the screen.
"Melissa Brewer was reported missing 6 months ago."
"By whom?" Jordan asked, trying to lean closer. He hadn't taken the report, but that meant nothing. Still, if it had been a parent or a husband, it should have been on the news.
"Her mother, but I guess she doesn't live in town. Evidently, Melissa went to a local doctor's office for her first prenatal visit. She scheduled a second, but then never showed. The office called the number she'd given, but it was disconnected. They then called Melissa's contact number and reached her mother, who didn't even know she was pregnant."
"Sounds like a strained relationship," Al interjected. Piper lifted her eyebrows in a "you got that right" response.
"Yeah, well, the mom reported it, but that was basically the end of it."
"Okay, can you send that information to my phone? At least her mother and her last known address give us a place to start."
"You got it."
Piper tapped a few buttons, and Jordan's phone vibrated in his pocket, letting him know the information was already there. "Thanks, Piper." She flipped a small 2-fingered salute in their direction before turning back to her computer. "Well, which first?" Al asked as they headed back to their desks. "Her address. It's local, and maybe we can find something there to help us."
Chapter 8. Luca. Luca glanced up at the soft snore that came from the other side of the room. Ivy had fallen asleep while studying, and though she looked uncomfortable with her head at the odd angle against her arm, she also looked adorable. Her blonde hair was splayed across her face, and her lips were parted just enough for the snores to escape. He glanced over to make sure the baby was still sleeping. Rose. Ivy had called her Rose, and since they didn't know the baby's actual name, Luca had picked it up as well. It was nicer to call her a name rather than just referring to her as the baby. But he did worry about the attachment possibility. Ivy already seemed bonded with Rose, and though he could understand why, he worried how she would cope when they took the baby away. With a sigh, he stood and crossed the room to Ivy. A blanket lay across the back of the couch, and he shook it out and laid it across her. A mumble spilled from her lips, and she shifted position, reaching out with one hand to grab the blanket and pull it to her chin, burrowing beneath it like a rabbit. Her neck still looked uncomfortable, though, and he glanced around for a pillow to prop underneath her. Finding none in the living room, he headed toward the guest room to grab one from the bed in there. Ivy's place wasn't large, and she'd given him free rein to make himself at home. But he didn't want to spend too much time wandering around. For one, it just felt weird. He and Ivy had known each other for years, but only as friends. He'd finally gotten the courage to ask her on a date, and now he was staying at her house and helping her raise a baby. True, it was only temporary, but it felt surreal nonetheless. And because they were just now testing the dating waters, he didn't want to mess it up before he knew if there was anything there. 2, he didn't want to take the chance she would wake up, find him gone, and suspect he was prying. He'd been through a situation like that once, and he didn't want to do it again. Trust was important to him, and he didn't want to give anyone, especially Ivy, a reason not to trust him. Thankfully, the bed had 2 pillows, and he grabbed them both. He knew he'd sleep better if he actually crawled into the bed, but he also knew that Ivy needed the sleep more than he did, and he wanted to be able to get to Rose when she stirred before she woke Ivy up. Back in the living room, he lifted Ivy's head enough to shove the pillow underneath. He grimaced and held his breath as her eyelids fluttered and she changed position again. The last thing he'd wanted to do was wake her, and he prayed she would remain asleep. Her lips parted, and a soft smacking sound escaped them before she snuggled down into the pillow. With a soft exhale, he leaned back and watched her for a moment. He'd liked Ivy since she first came to the station a few years ago. She was pretty and kind and competent, traits that he found attractive, but he'd hesitated asking her out for years. He'd thought they were too different. She was sunny California, and he was small-town Texas. She did yoga in the mornings and had green smoothies, whatever those were, while he lifted weights and ate comfort food. It had seemed too much to overcome. But then he'd seen Cassidy and Jordan get together. Those two couldn't be more different, yet somehow they were making it work. Then the rest of his friends had begun pairing up and leaving the singles crowd. Luca had never wanted to stay single so long. He'd wanted to have a family by now, but it hadn't been in the cards. Still, it didn't push the thought from his mind entirely. This was not the date he'd planned with Ivy, but he wondered if somehow they might make it work. Though he wanted to touch her cheek, to brush the hair back from her face, he did not want to wake her, so he forced himself to return to the chair across the room and try to find a comfortable position to sleep. Even with the pillow, it was awkward, but he'd slept in worse places. He just needed to find the sweet spot. There. It wasn't exactly the sweet spot, but it would do. His eyes closed, and he could feel his muscles relaxing with the enticing thought of rest. There was often this spot he could pinpoint just before drifting away to dreamland. The darkness would creep in, and his muscles would twitch before finally giving up the fight. He was almost there when Rose's soft cry snapped his eyes open. With careful, steady hands, he lifted her from the crib. He wasn't afraid of dropping her anymore, at least not as afraid. But the fear that he might crush her in his hands still tumbled softly in the back of his mind. It was stupid, really. It's not like he was Thanos or anything. He couldn't turn rocks to dust or wipe out a galaxy. But she looked so tiny in his hands, so helpless, that it was hard not to think about injuring her accidentally. Situating Rose in his arms the way Ivy had taught him, he carried her into the kitchen to make her bottle. And that's when he realized he'd done it out of order. Getting the bottle was easy enough. Ivy had left several on the counter. Twisting the lid off, however, was a little more challenging, as it really required both hands. He shifted Rose a little deeper in the crook of his elbow to free his hand enough to hold the bottle as well, and then twisted with his other hand. While it worked, it was certainly not graceful, and he was glad that Ivy wasn't there to see it. He set the bottle on the counter and the lid next to it and opened the can of formula. The scoop was tiny, but though he tried, he could not keep from spilling some over the side of the bottle. How did she make this look so easy? Oh, right. She did it with both hands. Lesson learned for next time. With the water added, he was once again in the awkward position of needing to get the lid on, without having a great grip on the bottle. Rose's cries intensified, and he glanced toward the living room, hoping he was far enough away to not wake Ivy.
"Just give me a second,"
he whispered to Rose, as he turned to pin the bottle between the counter and his hip to help hold it still. Finally, after what seemed like ages, he managed to get the lid situated. The bottle shook up, and the nipple in Rose's mouth. A sigh of relief spilled from his lips as he watched her, and he wondered if this got easier. He didn't have any friends who were fathers, but he was positive there really ought to be a course for men on taking care of babies. Women somehow made it seem effortless, and he was reminded once again of the fundamental differences between men and women. God had definitely known what he was doing. With Rose contentedly sucking away, Luca made his way back to the chair and eased down to give his arm a break. He might lift, but holding a 10-pound baby in your arm for an extended length of time still took a toll on him. As he watched her tiny lips move, he couldn't help but wonder if he and Tabitha could have ever had this. He'd certainly thought so when he followed her here from Texas. But somewhere along the way, she'd either decided he couldn't be father material or that she no longer wanted to be a mother. He liked to tell himself it was the latter, especially since she ended up falling for her professor, who appeared to be in no hurry to start a family. But doubts that it was the former would creep into his mind on occasion. If she couldn't see him as father material, would any woman? His gaze returned to Rose and the nearly empty bottle. Great. A diaper change would be next, and that thought still terrified him. Ivy had walked him through the last one, but this would be the first one on his own. He grabbed the blanket from the top of the diaper bag and spread it on the floor before laying Rose down on it. Then he turned back to the bag and grabbed a diaper and the wipes. With the needed equipment, he took a deep breath and then began the daunting task of unzipping Rose's sleeper. His large fingers fumbled with the tiny piece of metal. Why on earth did zippers have to be so small? With a frustrated sigh, he glanced over at Ivy, but she still slept soundly. And then the zipper was down. The rest of the diaper change was fairly uneventful. He was relieved the diaper wasn't dirty this time, though he knew he'd get one of those sooner or later. And then he was trying to wrap Rose back up in the blanket again. Unfortunately, even though Ivy had shown him how to swaddle, when it came to doing the procedure, he was all thumbs.
"Well, this is going to have to do,"
he whispered to Rose, before picking her up and putting her back in the crib. He tucked the blanket around her, hoping she wouldn't move so much that she would kick the blanket over her face. Could that happen? He sighed. Great. He doubted he would be getting much sleep tonight. How did parents do this every night? When he was certain Rose was unlikely to dislodge the blanket, he finally returned to the chair. His body was chastising him now, but he knew he'd be getting up in a few hours to make coffee and care for Rose again so Ivy could finish her curriculum. Real sleep would just have to wait. Chapter 9. Ivy. Ivy jerked awake, the stiffness in her neck causing her hand to fly up to massage it, even as a small "ow" escaped her lips. She was not in her bed, but on her couch, her laptop black and cold on the floor beneath her. Had she placed it there? She had no memory of doing that, but she had no memory of grabbing a pillow or blanket either. Yet both were on the couch with her, which meant that either she'd grabbed them in a sleepwalking stupor, or Luca had brought them to her. She glanced over to the chair, which was empty, but the smell of coffee from the kitchen assured her that he was still around.
"Morning, sleepyhead."
Her eyes drifted up to the voice in the doorway. Luca smiled at her, a mug of coffee in each hand. "Morning. Have you been here all night?" She took one of the mugs and inhaled the cheerful aroma, hoping it would infuse some energy into her tired body. He looked at her as if she'd lost her mind.
"Of course. Someone had to watch Rose while you worked, right?"
Rose! She scrambled to her feet, sloshing hot coffee on her hand, the couch, and the floor. But that was not her concern at the moment. Is she okay? There was no sound coming from the crib on the other side of the room, but surely the baby was just sleeping, right? Luca had seemed unsure around the baby, but he'd had training. He wasn't inept, was he?
"Hey, she's fine,"
he said, placing a hand on her arm.
"She's sleeping. My guess is,"
he glanced at his watch,
"she'll be up in the next hour and ready to eat. You can hold her then."
He was right. Ivy knew he was. She was in no condition to hold the baby right now anyway, not as tired as she was. "Okay, you're right." As she moved to sit on the couch once more, her brain finally registered the fact that she had spilled hot coffee on herself as her hand began to throb. Ouch, guess that wasn't the brightest move in the books.
"Probably not. Come on, let's get some water on that burn,"
Luca said, taking her cup and setting it on the table along with his own, before leading her into the kitchen. As if this was his house, he turned on the faucet and held her hand underneath the water. The cool water stung at first, and she winced.
"Sorry,"
he said, his face folding in concern.
"It doesn't look too bad, though. Could have been much worse."
"Yeah, thank you." Her eyes drifted to his hand holding hers, and a fluttery feeling bloomed in her stomach. What was this? It had been a long time since a man's touch had affected her. With a gentle touch she wouldn't have thought possible from his large frame, he patted her hand dry.
"Do you have any cream? That might help. Otherwise, I think a wet towel replaced every few hours will suffice."
"Honestly, I think it's fine. It's barely hurting anymore, and the pink is fading." Thankfully, it appeared she had narrowly escaped disaster there. An injury to her hand might have sidelined her for weeks. Her hands were necessary for her job.
"Guess it's a good thing the coffee had cooled a little then, huh?"
Luca offered a lopsided grin that gave her a glimpse of what he must have looked like as a boy. "Yeah, guess so." Silence hung in the air between them for a moment before Ivy cleared her throat. I should probably clean the couch and the floor before they stain."
"Right."
Luca dropped her hand and grabbed a sponge from the sink.
"I've got that. You go finish that coffee before it gets too cold."
"Luca, it's fine. I don't expect you to clean my mess."
"And I said I would help, so let me help, Ivy."
She held his gaze, wondering how far he would push it, before sighing and shaking her head. He was stubborn, and while she was as well,
This was not the hill she wanted to die on. "All right, but from what I remember, you agreed to help with the baby, not clean up after me." He flashed another grin.
"Believe me, coffee stains are nothing compared with the diapers I dealt with last night."
"You could have woken me up. I would have helped." She felt terrible that he'd been forced to deal with Rose all on his own. And now that she looked closer, she could see the beginnings of dark rings under his eyes. She wondered if he'd gotten any sleep at all.
"And I would have if I'd needed you,"
he said, leading the way back to the living room.
"But you looked so peaceful, and I did fine."
Ivy shook her head. "I can't believe I slept through that. Did she even cry?" Luca shrugged as he began scrubbing the stain from the couch.
"A little, but I was quick to take care of her so as not to wake you. Did you finish the course?"
Ivy grabbed her mug as she curled onto the opposite side of the couch. "I honestly don't remember, and it looks like my laptop will need a charge before I can check."
"Let's get you charged up first. We can deal with the laptop later,"
Luca said as he shifted his energy to the carpet. "What about you? You've probably barely slept all night."
"I napped a little, but firemen are used to working on interrupted sleep. It's a useful and sometimes necessary skill, as is stain removal."
He sat back and admired his handiwork.
"Not bad, if I do say so myself."
"Thanks, Luca. I'm serious, though. The guest room is there if you want to crash."
"And I might take you up on that. But first,"
he held up the sponge,
"I'm going to return this to the sink, and then I am going to enjoy that cup of coffee I made for myself."
He returned a few seconds later, grabbed his mug, and took a seat on the other end of the couch. A long sigh spilled from his lips.
"Who knew taking care of a baby was so tiring?"
The words might have sounded harsh, but the expression on his face was anything but. It was clear from the slight lilt of his lips that Rose had him wrapped around her little finger as well. Ivy took another sip and shook her head. "I'd heard stories, but I guess it's different when it's your own, or at least in your own house." Ugh, why did her thoughts feel so scrambled? When you're taking care of it. Nope, that didn't sound any better. "Oh, you know what I mean," she said, giving up on trying to sound smart. The coffee clearly had not kicked in yet. Luca chuckled.
"I knew what you meant, and I think you're right. It's definitely different knowing you're in charge of another human's life."
Though she was sure he hadn't meant to, Luca's words caused a heavy feeling to descend on the room. "What do you think could have been so bad the parents would abandon her then?" Luca shook his head.
"I don't know. Maybe Jordan and Al will have some answers for us soon."
Ivy was about to suggest they call the two detectives when Rose began to cry. Luca moved to take care of her, but Ivy placed a hand on his arm. "Please, let me. You were up with her all night."
"Yeah, but you've got work to finish, right?"
"I've got time, and I kind of miss holding her. Let me take this one, and I promise you can have the next one." Luca studied her for a second before nodding and settling back on the couch. Even though fatigue still weighed her down, Ivy could not stop the smile that split her lips as she picked Rose up out of the crib. There was just something about the way the baby looked at her with wide blue eyes, even amid the tears that pulled on Ivy's heart. This was what she had always wanted, this feeling of pure, raw love that was coursing through her body now, but she'd thought it was out of her reach, gone forever. The sweet baby smell tickled her nose as she cradled the baby and walked to the kitchen to get her bottle. Within minutes, Rose was happily sucking on the bottle, and her little eyelids were fluttering open and closed.
"You look really happy when you hold her,"
Luca said, his voice startling her slightly. She glanced up at him and smiled softly. "I am happy. Exhausted and worn out, but happy. I could say the same about you, you know.
Your face gets softer when you look at her." A blush stole over his cheeks, and he ran a hand through his short hair.
"Yeah, but let's not tell everyone I'm a softie for this baby. The guys would never let me live it down."
"Well, when they start having their own kids, they'll realize it." She paused for a moment as the reality of their firehouse hit her. "No one there has kids, do they?"
Luca shook his head. "No, for most of us. I think it's just because we haven't found the right person. But you look at the captain who's been married for a while, and I start to wonder if it's the job that keeps us from it."
Ivy had wondered the same thing, though she'd never discussed it with anyone. There was a lot of death and sadness in their job, and maybe that made it hard to unplug and delight in kids at home. Or maybe they would be more well-adjusted if they did have kids at home. If they had something bigger than themselves to care for that helped erase what they dealt with every day.
"Anyway, I'm going to take you up on that shower if that's okay, and then I can take her again while you finish the course."
"Sure, no hurries," Ivy said, returning her gaze to Rose. She found she was in no rush to hand the baby over. As Luca headed toward the bathroom, she made her way back to the couch. It was weird how natural this felt, how a baby in her life didn't seem as odd as she'd once thought it would. Even when the soft sound of the water from the shower reached her ears, it felt right somehow, like a puzzle piece that had been missing was finally in the right place. "Are you trying to tell me something, God?" she whispered as she stroked Rose's cheek. "Is Luca someone who could be in my future permanently, or am I reading too much into this situation?" There was no immediate answer, but that was okay. She didn't need one right away. There was time. The sound of her phone ringing shattered the stillness in the room, and she answered the call quickly, hoping not to disturb Rose. "Hello?" "Ivy, it's Al. I thought we'd give you an update. We haven't found the parents yet, but we're looking for a woman named Melissa Brewer. Her fingerprints were found at the scene, and there's a missing persons report on her. Jordan and I are going to head to her last known address today to see if we can find anything out." "Thank you for keeping me in the loop." She wanted to say, "I hope you find her," but the words stuck in her throat. Did she hope for that? She didn't want Rose to grow up without her mother, but if she was honest, her heart was already hoping she could keep Rose in her life a little longer. "You bet. How's she doing anyway?" "She's doing great. In fact, I'm pretty sure she's a little angel." "Well, then I hope she gives us a miracle," Al said. "Gotta run, but I'll let you know if we find anything else out." Luca entered the room as she ended the call, his hair still wet and shiny in the light.
"Jordan and Al?"
he asked. "Just Al, but yeah, they found a woman's fingerprints at the scene and they're going to her last known address today."
"But you're hoping they come up empty."
Her eyes shot to his. How could he know that? Was she that much of an open book? "I'm trying not to, but..." She sighed. "Is it really that wrong to want to keep Rose in my life?" He sat down beside her, close enough that she could smell his clean scent and feel the heat emanating from his body.
"No, but do you think you could do this full-time with your job? The hours are terrible."
Ivy bit her lip. He was right. Paramedic hours were terrible for having a family. Whatever children she had in her life would spend a lot of time with a nanny or daycare if she kept her job. But maybe she could cut back her hours, or could she do something else? Return to nutrition? She had loved it once before the need to fill her empty life had pushed her to find a job with crazy hours. "I don't know, and it doesn't matter right now. I have a few days with her, and I'm going to enjoy it. I can decide about the rest of life later, right?" He nodded, but she could see the hesitation on his face. Perhaps he was sensing it too.
this feeling that their lives would never be the same after this. Chapter 10. Al. As Jordan pulled to a stop, Al checked the address against her notes again. Are we sure this is the right place? It certainly looks like someone lives here. The house itself didn't appear to be in great shape with its peeling paint and unkempt lawn. But a car was parked in the driveway, and a few toys could be spotted amongst the tall grass.
Maybe she had a roommate, or maybe she rented and the landlord found new tenants. Let me run the plate real quick.
Al scanned the area as Jordan punched the numbers in and waited for the report to come back. The neighborhood had a sad feeling to it, from the drab houses to the quiet sidewalks to the shut doors. It was as though heartache had filled the streets and everything joyful had been stamped out.
The car belongs to a Dana Gear, and she doesn't appear to be any relation to Melissa. Guess we better at least knock and see if she's home. Maybe she'll have some information about where Melissa went.
Worth a shot, Al said as she opened the door. Their job was to follow every lead, but Al had a feeling this one was going to turn out to be a dead end. The rickety porch creaked and groaned under their feet as they approached the front door. Jordan rapped on the wood, and they waited, hands hovering near their hips in case danger arose. There was a click, and then the door opened, hinges squeaking as it did. A woman with tough eyes and a haggard face stared back at them. "Yeah, what do you want?"
"Are you Dana Gear?" Jordan asked.
She narrowed her eyes at him and pulled the pink robe she wore tighter around her chest. "Who's asking?" The smell of alcohol hit Al, and she wondered where the children were and if they were okay. "Detectives Parker and Graves, ma'am. We're actually looking for Melissa Brewer. This was her last known address. Do you know her?" The woman's gaze flicked to Al. "No, but if she was the one who lived here before me, she left a lot of junk. It took an extra week for Bud to clean it out before he'd let me move in."
"Is Bud the landlord?" Jordan asked.
The woman nodded. "Yep, said the last tenant just never paid and he had no way to reach her. She must have moved on, though, because no one's come looking for the stuff that was left since I've been here." "Do you know if Bud kept the stuff?" Al asked. "Nope." The woman lifted a shoulder in a half-hearted shrug. "Didn't bother to ask. I was just glad to get the place as quick as I did." The sound of crying came from within the house, and the woman glanced over her shoulder before turning back to Al and Jordan. "Is that all? Because I need to get lunch started." Al doubted the woman planned to cook. It was more likely she planned to return to the bottle, but she didn't press the issue. She did, however, crane her head to try and see the children inside. Though not the purpose for their visit, she wanted to make sure the kids were okay. Unfortunately, the woman blocked her view. "Yes, thank you." The door shut, and Al headed back to the car. "Do you think it's even worth trying to find Bud?" From the looks of the house, it didn't seem like he took care of it, so she doubted he would have held on to anything of Melissa's.
"Honestly, no, but we should probably try anyway, after we call Melissa's mother."
Her mother. Somehow Al doubted that woman would have much to add. If she hadn't even known her daughter was pregnant, there was a good chance the relationship was non-existent. Strained, at the very least. Her hand paused on the door handle as she recalled what Piper had said. "Actually, I think there's one more stop we should make even before we call her mother." Jordan glanced at her across the roof of the car.
"Where's that?"
"Her doctor's office."
"I doubt we'll get much from them. Patient confidentiality, remember?"
"Yeah, I know," Al said, pulling the door open. "But maybe they can at least give us her state of mind at the time." Jordan shrugged.
"Worth a shot. We don't have much else to go on."
The ride to the clinic was quiet.
But Al's mind was anything but peaceful. She felt like they were missing something, but she wasn't sure what. The clinic was actually a multi-office building shared by pediatricians, therapists, and one OB/GYN, Dr. Leah Redmond. "Can I help you?" The receptionist, a perky blonde in a white polka dot blouse and black cat-eye glasses, asked when they entered. She didn't look old enough to have lived in the 50s, but it was clear she was a fan of the era. "I hope so," Al said, smiling at the woman. "We're looking for some information on a former patient, Melissa Brewer." She lifted her shirt to flash the badge she wore on her hip. The woman pursed her lips and nodded. "I remember her. She was so sweet. I'll tell you what I can, but I'm afraid it won't help much." She turned to the computer and tapped in some information. "She came in about 8 months ago for a pregnancy test. We offer them free for women who can't pay, and she was one of those."
"Did she tell you that?" Jordan asked. "Or was that your assumption?"
The receptionist shot him a reproachful look. "She appeared less than affluent, if that's what you mean, but I never make assumptions. There's a question on our intake form for them to mark if they don't have insurance and can't pay out of pocket. And while I'm sure some people take advantage of the system, she didn't appear to be one." "What else can you tell us about her?" Al asked. The receptionist narrowed her eyes. "This seems like a lot of questions about someone who just didn't return for appointments. I'm not sure I should say anything else." Al understood the woman's hesitation, but perhaps sharing a little of their information would make her more willing to reveal what she knew. "We're actually looking into her because her name appeared on a missing persons report. So anything you can tell us might help us find her." The receptionist's hand flew to her mouth. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. She was young, early 20s maybe, and my guess is that it was a first-time pregnancy. She didn't seem to know what to do or what to expect, but she seemed like a sweet girl, quiet and rather shy." Jordan leaned his elbows on the counter.
"Did she mention the father at all?"
"No, and she didn't fill out that part of the form either. I doubt he was still in the picture because she was very concerned with how she would pay for everything, even though I assured her many of our services were free." The receptionist sighed. "Evidently, I don't do a very good job explaining that part because she's not the first no-show follow-up we've had." Something clicked in Al's brain, and she too leaned forward on the counter. "Are you saying there have been others who came in and then disappeared?" The woman nodded and tapped a few more keys. "Yeah, at least 3 other women this year. I tried calling their contacts too, but none of the numbers they listed worked. I told Dr. Redmond, but she said that's not unusual with that segment of the population. She says most of them end up getting an abortion, and that's why they don't come back. But Melissa?" She shook her head as she trailed off. "She didn't seem like the type. She appeared to want her baby." "Do you think we could get the names of the other women?" Al asked, "just to make sure they aren't on a missing persons list as well?" The receptionist nodded. "I'm probably not supposed to give this out, but maybe you'll have better luck finding them than I did. I'd just like to know they're okay and their babies are okay, you know?" She scribbled down the information on a Post-it note and handed it to Al. "We do. Thank you for all your help." Al pocketed the Post-it note and pulled a card from her back pocket. "Here's my card if anything else comes up. Please don't hesitate to call." The receptionist nodded. "Good luck."
"What are you thinking?" Jordan asked as they exited the office. "Do you really think the other women had abortions?"
"It's possible, but my gut is saying no. But then, where were the women? And why had they stopped attending their appointments?" Chapter 11. Ivy. The feeling that something wasn't right hit Ivy as soon as the knock sounded at the door. She wasn't expecting anyone, which meant it was probably Sonia, either to make sure she'd completed the training she had just an hour ago, or to come take the baby.
"I'm not ready to let you go yet,"
Ivy whispered to Rose, readjusting the baby in her arms as she walked to the front door. Luca was napping, and she wanted to make sure she got to the door before the knocking woke him up. He'd been so kind to watch the baby while she studied, and last night while she slept. And while she knew he was used to little sleep, she also knew the body worked better when it got enough sleep. "Sonia," she said, trying not to sigh when she opened the door. "What can I do for you?" Sonia gave her an apologetic smile.
"I'm here for the baby, Ivy. One of our regular couples decided they could take the baby after all."
Ivy's jaw dropped, and she instinctively held the baby a little closer.
"But you said you had no one. Wouldn't it be better if she stayed with me? How many other kids does this couple even have?" "You know I can't disclose that. It's obvious you've become attached to the baby, but I warned you about that. It's common for first-time foster parents, so don't feel bad. But we discussed this was an emergency situation and temporary only."
The way Sonia shook her head, it was obvious that she was sorry, but it did nothing to alleviate the very real pain in Ivy's heart. Pain that felt as if her heart were being crushed by a giant pair of hands. Pain like the kind she hadn't felt since John had served her with divorce papers and said, "It's not you, it's me," even though it had been clear that it was her. She chewed on the inside of her lip as she thought of what she could say to convince the woman to bend the rules, to make an exception for her.
"I know, but if they have other kids, wouldn't it be better to leave Rose with me so she can get all the attention rather than having to share with other kids?"
Sonia smiled softly.
"That's not the way it works, unfortunately. But now that you're in the system, we can look at adjusting your status to a permanent foster care giver instead of just an emergency one. Then you can be on the list the next time a kid needs a home, and believe me, there will be a next time."
A next time, a different baby, not Rose. Though Ivy wanted to protest more, she knew it was useless. Rules and regulations existed for a reason, and as much as she might not like them, she understood that Sonia was just doing her job.
"Okay, let me just gather her things. You can come inside. I don't know if I can take the crib apart. Do they need a crib?" "No, Ivy. The family already has a crib in place."
"Wow, you really went all out," Sonia said, her eyes widening as she stepped inside.
"I'm so sorry, but none of this can go with her. Only clothes, diapers, and formula." "What?"
Ivy surveyed the room full of baby gear she had just purchased.
"Not even the toys I bought for her?"
The squeeze on her heart was getting tighter, and her hand rubbed the area on her chest as if she could massage the pain away.
"No, I'm sorry. We've found that sending kids with certain toys can cause instances of jealousy among the other children, so we try to make sure all toys are communal to the house. Again, you can keep them here, and you'll be able to use them next time if we get a baby."
Right, of course, that makes sense. There was no way Rose had bonded with the toys anyway. Ivy knew that. But she supposed she had been hoping that something tangible could go with Rose, for her to remember Ivy. It was a stupid thought, because not only had Rose only been with her for a day, but she was so young she would have no memory of these days. The logic of the situation did not make it easier to accept, though. Apparently, emotions were ruling her brain and her heart at the moment.
She packed the diapers, clothes, and formula in a bag with one hand, while keeping Rose in her other arm. The thought of passing the baby to Sonia while she packed the items had briefly entered her mind before being systematically ejected. Letting her go would come soon enough, that she wanted to hold her as long as possible, even if it meant making the other job awkward and a little longer. However, when everything was packed, she knew it was time. "Can I just have one more second? I know Luca will want to say goodbye too, and he's napping." Sonia checked her watch and sighed. "Okay, I can give you 5 more minutes, but then I have to go. There's a reporter who wants to do a story on the baby and hopes that we can find the parents." Ivy froze. The hairs on the back of her neck and arms lifted at the thought. "I don't know if that's a good idea, Sonia. Did you clear that with the police?" Sonia bristled, obviously taking offense to Ivy overstepping her role. "Why would I have to clear that with the police? My job is to try and find the mother. They can look at filing charges if she abandoned the baby afterwards." Her words were clipped and professional, and though Ivy hated the fact she'd upset the woman, she had to make her see the light. Yes, if she abandoned the baby, but what if the baby was left not because the mother didn't want her, but to protect her? Sonia's brow lifted. "Do you have any reason to think that?" "Other than intuition, you mean?" Ivy snapped back. She wasn't sure if she should be sharing details of the investigation with Sonia, but every fiber of her being felt that putting this baby on TV would be dangerous for her. "Look, I don't have any concrete evidence, but I'm the one who found her. This baby was covered as if someone had been trying to hide her, and Al told me that the fingerprints they found at the scene belonged to a woman listed as a missing person." At that, Sonia's posture softened, and she shook her head sadly. "Probably a runaway then. That's unfortunate, as it means we may not find the parents, but hopefully someone will know something." How could she be so dense and so pessimistic? How could she not see that she might be putting the baby in danger? True, Sonia had worked at this job longer than Ivy had even been in Fire Beach. There was no doubt she had probably seen a lot of tough situations, and many where the babies were just left and forgotten. But that wasn't the case with Rose. Ivy knew it. She felt it in her bones that Rose's mother hadn't been an average runaway. She hadn't just abandoned her baby. But there seemed to be no way to convince Sonia of this. Ivy's stomach still churned, the turmoil making her feel sick. But there was nothing she could do about it now, other than pray the baby stayed safe. "I'll be right back." The guest room was still dark as she pushed open the door, and she hoped that not only did Luca sleep in clothing, but that he wouldn't be upset when she woke him. Careful to stand back as far as she could in case he flailed upon waking, she shook his shoulder softly and waited for him to open his eyes. "Luca, wake up."
"Ivy?"
He rubbed a hand over his eyes, his voice heavy with sleep.
"Is everything okay?"
Ivy swallowed the emotion burning in her throat and tried to keep her tone normal. She failed, miserably. "Sonia's here to take Rose. I figured you might want to say goodbye."
"What?"
He blinked and then sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes.
"They already found the baby a home?"
"Not a good one, if you ask me, but yeah." Ivy blinked to keep the tears pricking the back of her eyes from spilling down her cheeks. She knew that once she started crying, she wouldn't stop easily. "I tried to convince Sonia to let me keep her longer, but I guess their permanent placement ranks better than my emergency one." The last few words came out in a scoff, and Ivy took a deep breath, fighting for control.
The emotions were churning within her now, and she knew it was only a matter of time before the cork she was working so hard to keep in place popped off, and she bubbled over like a bottle of champagne.
Ivy, I'm so sorry.
He flipped back the blanket and scooted to the edge, patting the space beside him. Ivy sat and leaned her head on his shoulder. She closed her eyes and breathed in his scent, his strength. When she spoke, her voice was little more than a whisper. I don't want to let her go. I'm not ready. Luca put one hand around her waist, pulling her closer, and patted Rose's head with the other.
I don't think you'd ever be ready, but I'll be here, Ivy, whatever you need.
Though she knew it would be short-lived, she let herself soak in the security of Luca's words. Thanks, Luca. I may take you up on that. They sat that way for another moment before Ivy sighed and stood. I guess it's time. With heavy feet, she returned to Sonia and handed the baby over. If it doesn't work out with the other couple, I'll take her back anytime, day or night. Sonia nodded and squeezed Ivy's shoulder before turning and walking to her car, baby Rose in her arms. Ivy watched as she loaded the baby in the car and drove away. Then she sank to the floor, feeling as if her heart was driving away as well. She didn't know how long she sat there before Luca's words broke through her haze.
Ivy, are you going to be all right? Do you want me to stay with you?
Ivy looked up at him, relieved that he was still here, and saddened by the pain she saw etched in his face. Pain she was causing by letting her emotions get the better of her. He didn't understand why this was breaking her, couldn't understand, because she hadn't told him, nor was she ready to. No, she needed to get herself together. Taking a deep breath and mentally rebuilding the emotional wall she had let Rose begin tearing down, she nodded and pushed herself to her feet. I'm fine, Luca. I'll be fine. I'm going to get some rest, and then I'll call Captain Fitzgerald to see if I can be on shift tonight. So I'll see you then? Luca placed a hand on her arm, the concern in his eyes brimming over and threatening to destroy her resolve.
Ivy, are you sure you should work tonight? Maybe you should just take the night off.
She shook her head, taking a step back to release herself from his touch as well. Staying here is the last thing I want to do. Work will be good for me, and after I put most of the baby gear away, I'll be fine. The crib would be another matter. There was no way she could move it by herself, nor did she think she could take it apart. She should just ask him to move it for her, but she couldn't. As much as she wanted him there to hold her, she didn't want him to see what an emotional wreck she was. She knew he would wonder why, and she wasn't ready to share that story yet, if ever.
I don't mind staying,
he began, but she smiled and shook her head. You've done so much already, Luca. I promise I'll be okay. Skepticism lingered in his gaze, and for a minute she thought he was going to fight her. But in the end, he sighed and nodded.
Okay, I'll see you tonight then.
She offered a small smile and waited for the door to close behind him before she let the tears stream down her face. Chapter 12. Luca. Luca checked his watch for the fourth time in less than 10 minutes. Ivy had said she was coming tonight, but it was near the start of her shift and she was still nowhere to be seen.
Watching the time won't make it go any faster,
Deacon said from the kitchen, where he was chopping vegetables for dinner. Deacon was almost always in the kitchen, and when he wasn't in the kitchen, he was in the weight room. The man could rival nearly any bodybuilder with his fit physique and healthy eating lifestyle, but he did it naturally. No steroids for him, though many had wondered. With a sigh, Luca pulled out one of the bar stools and sat down.
I know, I'm just worried about her.
He'd spent most of the day worried about Ivy,
and the other part of the day forcing himself not to call and check up on her.
Who of you by worrying can add a single hour to your life?
Deacon was also a walking biblical encyclopedia. He'd originally planned to become a pastor before being called into service as a firefighter, and he still spent every morning and every evening with his Bible open on his lap.
None, and I get that, but you didn't see her, man. She really bonded to this baby, and then the CPS agent came back and took her away. Ivy was a wreck.
Deacon paused his chopping and fixed Luca with a pointed stare.
And did you pray with her? For her?
Luca's gaze dropped to the bar, and he traced an imaginary pattern with his finger.
I meant to.
He knew prayer was important. He also knew he wasn't nearly as good at it as Deacon was. Still, why was it always the last thing that came to his mind instead of the first?
You really like her, huh?
Deacon asked, resuming his methodical slicing.
I do, though I would be lying if I said the situation doesn't make me nervous. How so? The whole working together thing? What if it doesn't work out and it gets all uncomfortable and weird between us?
Deacon nodded and scooped the sliced vegetables into a pan.
Yeah, that could be an issue, but it could also go the other way. You could end up closer than before. Yeah, you may be right.
If only he could see the future and the past. Maybe then he'd have an idea what was going on with Ivy and if they could work it out together. Footsteps sounded in the hall, and he looked up in time to see Ivy turn into the bunk room.
Thanks for the talk, Deke. I'm gonna go check on her.
Ivy was sitting on the bunk, staring into space when he entered the room.
Hey, you doing okay?
She glanced up at him with empty eyes. Yeah, I think I'm fine. She paused and glanced around the room as if she'd lost her train of thought, and the room might get her back on track. I just thought it would be easier being here. The captain said I could take more time, but sitting at home alone sounded like torture, and I thought it would be easier being here. But now that I'm here... She shrugged, letting the words die off.
It's still hard. I get it.
He sat down beside her and reached for her hand.
Look, Ivy, I know it was just our first date, and it did not go as planned, but I want you to know that I'm here for you, whatever you need, and I'd like to take you out again when you're ready.
Ivy sighed and leaned her head against his chest. Though unexpected, he wrapped his arm around her and pulled her closer. Thanks, Luca. I really appreciate it, and I don't know how I would have done this morning and yesterday without you.
You would have done what you always do, powered through, but I'm glad I could be there for you. Do you...
He paused, not wanting to upset the delicate balance he felt they had currently, but also unable to keep his mind from racing through possibilities.
Do you want to tell me why Rose is affecting you so much?
Even though he knew women bonded faster than men to children, Ivy's reaction seemed more extreme than normal. Obviously, there was a reason, but he wasn't sure she was ready to share it with him yet. She shook her head. Not yet, but I promise I will someday, okay? It was not what he had hoped for, but it was what he had expected. Still, he would do his best to keep her spirits up until she felt like confiding in him.
Understood. Now how about we stop moping in here, eat some of that delicious food Deacon is making, and then watch some TV?
She chuffed softly and smiled up at him. Sounds like a plan. Ivy was still quiet through dinner, but Luca was able to elicit the rare smile from her on occasion. And thankfully, the rest of the firefighters carried the discussion and kept it away from the baby. When dinner was over, Luca helped clean up the dishes, then led the way to the couch on the other side of the room. The living room and kitchen area shared an open concept room.
What do you feel like?
He asked, flipping through the movies.
We've got Ghostbusters, The Breakfast Club, Terminator. Man, we really need to update our movie collection.
Every movie the station owned had been made in 1985 or earlier, and was older than almost everyone in the house besides Captain Fitzgerald. Ivy twirled a strand of hair around a finger as she pulled one knee to her chest and tucked the other foot beneath her. Actually, can we watch the news? Sonia said she was going to be interviewed about the baby, and I'm curious what she has to say. Luca tried to come up with an excuse to say no. He didn't think watching the interview would be good for Ivy, but his mind was drawing a blank with any reasonable response.
Are you sure? I mean, what if it makes you feel worse?
She gave him an exasperated look. I don't think I could feel much worse, Luca, but maybe she listened to me and called it off. That would make me feel better, but I'll never know if we don't watch it.
Right.
The word came out like a sigh, but he knew there was no use arguing with her in her current state.
Okay, news it is.
He clicked on the TV and then sat down next to Ivy.
Did she tell you which channel?
Ivy shook her head. No. Do you mind flipping? Luca hated watching the news in general, so flipping was fine with him. The first channel was covering a segment about a dog rescuing its owner. The second was giving a tease into the upcoming weather forecast. The third— Wait, there she is, Ivy said, grabbing his arm. I can't believe she went through with it. As Luca watched the woman on TV, a heavy stone settled in his stomach. While I don't know exactly where she was found, a local paramedic found her along a walking path. According to the doctor who checked her out, she's about 3 weeks old with blue eyes. We'd really like to find her birth parents, but until then, she'll be placed with one of our foster families. She smiled at someone off camera, and the camera panned to catch a glimpse of a couple with 2 small children in tow.
Did Al and Jordan okay this?
Luca was no cop, but even he felt like Sonia was giving away way too much information. I'm not sure they even knew. Sonia mentioned it to me earlier today, but I have a feeling either she or someone at CPS set it up without telling the police about it. I can't believe she gave this much information away and put the pictures of the foster family on TV. She sighed and ran a hand across the back of her neck. I just hope this doesn't lead to whoever was after the baby finding her. I've had this awful feeling in my stomach since this morning, and I just can't seem to kick it. Luca grabbed her hand and stroked the top of it gingerly, his fingertips leaving trails of heat as they moved.
Hey, I'm sure she doesn't understand what she's doing, and she's just trying to help.
I know, but Luca, she's putting them all in danger. My gut says this was a very bad move. Luca wanted to say more to comfort her, but he didn't have the words. Deacon's words from earlier filled his head, and he squeezed her hands.
Hey, let's pray about it, okay?
She took a deep breath and nodded before placing her hands in his and closing her eyes. Chapter 13. Ivy. A semblance of peace was just beginning to flow through Ivy's arms when the speaker overhead broke the moment with Luca. Ambulance 3, unresponsive woman at 2723 Caldwell Street. Her eyes snapped open, and she squeezed Luca's hand. Thanks for the prayer, but I gotta go.
Be safe,
he called, as she headed for the ambulance bay. Not all firehouses housed their partner ambulances, but the city of Fire Beach had made the change a few years back, advocating it would save money. And though Ivy wasn't sure if it did or not, she liked the camaraderie of being with the firefighters. Derek, her partner, was just climbing in the driver's seat when she entered the bay. Quickening her steps, she hurried to the passenger side and climbed in. He hit the lights and siren, and they were on their way. A woman wearing leggings and a sports bra flagged them down at the corner of Caldwell Street, and as soon as Derek put the rig in park, Ivy jumped out to meet her. The woman's eyes were wide and wild, and her fingers dug into Ivy's arm like talons when she grabbed hold. I don't know what happened to her, but I tried shaking her and she didn't move. She took a step back, releasing Ivy's arms and bringing her hands to her mouth. Her next words came out as a frightened whisper. She's not dead, is she? I'm not sure. Give me a minute. Ivy visually assessed the woman before leaning down and placing her finger against the woman's neck. A pulse was there, but it was definitely weak. She's not dead. Do you know her? The woman shook her head. No, I was just out for an evening jog and I saw her lying there. I don't even know how long she's been there. Thank you for calling it in. Ivy pulled a small flashlight from her bag and checked the woman's pupils next. Derek appeared beside her. What do we have? Female of unknown age, pulses thready and pupils are slow but responsive. No obvious signs of trauma. The witness has no idea how long the woman has been unconscious. Okay, let's run a blood glucose test and an EKG and then get her loaded up. He pulled the equipment from the bag and ran through the tests quickly. Her sugars are low and she appears dehydrated, but EKG is normal. Let's be sure to get her on fluids as soon as we get her loaded up. They rolled the woman onto the backboard and then onto the gurney. Ivy climbed into the back to hook up the IV and monitor the woman as they drove. Derek had just closed the back door when the woman moaned. Her eyelids fluttered as if she was trying to open them, and her lips parted. Ebby, my Ebby. The woman's fingers twitched as if trying to move, and Ivy leaned closer to console her. It's okay. We're taking you to the hospital to get you checked out. You're going to be fine. Ivy grabbed the line to put an IV in, but just as she touched the woman's arm, her eyes flew open and she grabbed Ivy's hand. You have to find my baby. The words were clear this time, but the shock of hearing them still caused Ivy's mouth to drop open. What? But the woman's eyes were closed again, and her hand fell back to the gurney. For a moment, Ivy stared at the woman, wondering if she had imagined the last statement. She hadn't slept well, and she was definitely shook up over losing Rose, but she didn't think she was hallucinating. Shaking her head, Ivy inserted the IV, checked the woman's pulse again, and then began to really study the woman. Her long hair was matted and dirty, but it looked as if it had held a style recently. Dirt caked the woman's knuckles, but there was none under her nails, which meant she hadn't been living on the streets long. Could she be looking at Rose's mother? After checking the woman's vitals once again, she pulled out her cell phone and sent a quick text to Al. Meet me at the hospital if you can. Might have found Melissa. Her body swayed as the ambulance stopped. A moment later, the back doors opened and she jumped out, letting Derek take the lead while she kept her eyes peeled for Brody. If she had a choice, he would be the woman's doctor. God must have agreed because Brody appeared as they transferred the woman to one of the beds, and Derek rattled off the vitals. Hey, I'm going to stay for a bit, Ivy said as she left the room with Derek. Can you tell the captain I'll be back soon? Derek folded his arms across his chest and glanced back toward the room. She could tell from his posture he thought she had something going on with Brody, which couldn't be farther from the truth. There's something I need to know about? Ivy forced herself not to roll her eyes. Not that it was any business of Derek's, but hanging around for Brody was the farthest thing from her mind. Not only was she not interested in him, but he was seeing someone. Still, she had no desire to fan even the thought of a rumor, especially now that she was seeing Luca. Or was she? The whole thing was so confusing and unclear, but she wanted to be able to explore it later. I think that might be the baby's mother. I just want to stay until I can verify for sure. In an instant, Derek's posture relaxed, and his brows lifted nearly to the top of his forehead. The baby? Though no one had brought it up to her, she knew everyone at the firehouse knew about her taking the day off to care for the baby. Yep, that one. She glanced back to the hospital room, hoping she wasn't missing anything important. Derek laid a hand on her arm, as if he understood what she was dealing with, even though there was no way he could.
I'll be sure to tell the captain. What happens if it is her?
Ivy liked Derek well enough. He was competent and a good paramedic, but there were times, like right now, that he annoyed her to no end. Inhaling deeply, she swallowed her annoyance and said, "Well, that will probably be up to the police, but hopefully it means the baby will be reunited with her mother. That's what's best, right?"
Usually.
He squeezed her arm and offered a smile that she was sure he meant to be sympathetic, but it missed the mark. Instead, it felt placating and a little insipid. Or maybe she was just being sensitive.
Just making sure you know that too. I'll catch you later.
A sense of relief flooded through her as she watched him go, followed quickly by a feeling of remorse. What was she doing? She knew Derek was just trying to help, and he was probably right. She needed to get her emotions under control. What did it matter if the woman in the next room was Melissa? Rose was no longer her concern, but she couldn't get the thought of the baby out of her mind. She turned to watch Brody and the nurses work on the woman. She'd shown signs of dehydration, and presenting as unconscious carried risks, especially when Ivy had no idea how long she'd been out, but it hadn't seemed that bad. Of course, Ivy knew nothing about what might have been lurking under the surface, invisible to the naked eye.
She's stable for now, Brody said as he approached her. But why are you still here?
Ivy rubbed her arms as she stared into the room. I think that's the baby's mother. Brody glanced back toward the woman.
I'll have the nurses check for signs of recent birth and draw some blood. Then we can compare it to the baby's sample.
Thanks, Brody. I'm going to stay until we find out if that's okay.
Sure, but it may be a while until she wakes up.
It's okay. I don't mind waiting. And she didn't. Waiting seemed to be all she was able to do recently, but maybe she would get better at it. Chapter 14. Kevin. Kevin glanced up as his door slammed open. Then he sighed. He should have expected this, but honestly, he'd hoped he would have a few more days. Kathy's high heels plunked across the floor like nails being driven into metal. An unpleasant sound made worse by the twisted scowl on her face and the screeching words escaping her bright red lips. "Tell me I heard wrong, Kevin." Her clown lips pulled into a sneer with his name. "Tell me that wasn't my baby you lost and that I just saw on the news." He could lie to her. After all, there was another woman due to give birth in the next few weeks. But as crazy as Kathy was, she wasn't dumb. Even she would be able to do the math and realize the next baby would be much later than the date he'd promised. So he did the next best thing in his estimation. He told the truth. Or at least part of it.
I've got it under control, Kathy.
At least he did if they didn't fail him.
Dmitri and Olga are going to find the baby and bring her back. You might need to lie low for a bit, but it will be taken care of.
Dmitri and Olga were new to the organization, but neither remorse nor guilt seemed to be words in their vernacular. So he figured they could take care of the CPS worker or the foster parents, whoever got in their way, really. She stepped closer and poked a finger at him. "You better, Kevin. I don't pay you for incompetence. I paid you for a baby, and I expect one soon." It took all his resolve not to snap her finger in two and remind her who was in charge. Unfortunately, Kathy was connected, and her connections would frown on any arrangement where he laid a hand on her, even if she deserved it. "Then let me work, and I'll call you when I have the baby." Her shifty eyes held his gaze, the gray color of her irises reminding him of a storm on the ocean, fierce and unpredictable, before she finally pulled back.
"I'll give you 2 days. After that, I'm taking matters into my own hands."
Kevin clenched his jaw and forced his hands to remain at his sides, though they itched to circle her neck and squeeze. If she took matters into her own hands, he had no doubt that she would ruin everything. She was like a bull in a china shop, focused on a singular goal and unaware of the destruction it created around her. "I assure you, Kathy, there will be no need for that."
"We shall see,"
she said, as she punctuated herself out of the room. The need to let out a primal scream erupted in his gut, and he forced himself to take slow, deep breaths to keep from voicing his frustrations. He was supposed to be in control, and screaming didn't fit that image. When he finally managed to calm his thundering heart and his emotions, he pulled out his phone and sent a text requesting that Dmitri and Olga meet him. They arrived moments later. It was a requirement of his that everyone have their cell phones on and respond to texts immediately. "I have a job for you," he said as they stood before him, hands behind their backs and faces long and serious. "I'm sure you heard that one of our women escaped with her baby. The baby was turned over to CPS, and I need you to get it back. However you have to. Understood?" Dmitri issued one swift nod before glancing to Olga to confirm. "No problem. We will take care of it." Olga's nod was barely discernible, but the woman was like stone, so that wasn't surprising. She rarely showed emotion, and every movement she made had a purpose. "Good. I've sent you the link to the news story so you know which CPS worker and which baby. Once you get the child, await instructions. I want to make sure it can't be traced back to me here." "Understood." In unison, the two turned and exited the office as quietly and efficiently as they had entered, and Kevin sat down at his desk.
"Still cleaning up loose ends, I see."
The dripping sarcasm of Joanna's voice was not what he needed right now, but he sucked in his breath and lifted his chin. At least she was nice to look at, and she took time to make sure her appearance was perfect before entering his office. "It's being taken care of. Dmitri and Olga will get the child and bring it here when it's safe. I will give the child to Kathy and be done with her, and life will go on." Her arms folded across her ample chest as she lifted a brow at him.
"And security going forward? Have you figured out how to make sure this never happens again? Because once word gets out—"
"I have ideas," he said, cutting her off and dismissing her concerns with a wave of his hand. She needed to learn her place. It was to stand beside him, not question him. And he had thought about the future. First, he planned to make sure the gates were manned around the clock, and all vehicles were searched upon entrance and departure. But if, for some reason, that didn't stop the problem, eliminating the women after birth was not out of the question. Most of the women they recruited were runaways or outcasts from society anyway. They were rarely missed, as evidenced by the fact that the police had yet to make an appearance since he'd gotten the operation up and running. They would just need to be more careful in their selections going forward. "You just make sure the rest of the women are either content staying here or sufficiently drugged to make sure they don't get any bright ideas," he continued, shooting a pointed glance at her. She rolled her eyes and dropped her hands to her hips. "You can't drug the women, Kevin. It's not safe for the babies. And while some of our clients could care less, many actually want to raise the children." Leaning back in his chair, he lifted a brow at her. "Then I guess you better perfect the first option. Now go. I've got things to do." She stared at him a moment, and the vein pulsing in her throat displayed her displeasure at his treatment. But he cared little. She would get in line, or she would be disposed of. Easy as that. Chapter 15. Al. Al took a sip of the coffee and let the caffeine energize her weary body. Though the last few days weren't really out of the ordinary, she was still adjusting after the time off, and her rhythm hadn't ironed itself out yet. "Shots fired at 2345 Gibbons Avenue." Al sighed and placed the coffee in the cup holder. It appeared it would have to wait a little longer. "Gibbons Avenue, that's not too far from us." She picked up the mic to radio back. "Dispatch, this is 314. We're in the area and heading that way." "What about the hospital?" Jordan asked as he made the necessary turn. "I'll text Ivy that will be a little bit. This comes first." Jordan nodded, turned the lights and siren on, and sped toward the address. There was no sound of gunfire at the house when they arrived, but they both knew that meant nothing. The shooter could have already fled the scene, but he or she could just as easily still be in the house, ready to shoot at anyone else who tried to enter. Al scanned the area before opening her door and using it as a shield, making her way to the trunk where the vests were. She pulled one on, keeping her ears attuned for the slightest noise. Jordan did the same beside her. When they were both suited up, they began the slow and cautious walk to the front of the house. The front door sat slightly askew, and as they approached, Al could tell it had been kicked in. "I'm going around back," Jordan whispered, eyes wide. She nodded, gave him a few seconds head start, and then pushed the front door open enough to step inside. Half expecting the sound of gunfire to erupt as the door swung open, her heartbeat stalled in her chest for a moment, but all was silent. Gun in front, she stepped inside, repositioning the gun from one side to the other as she scanned the room. There was no movement, but something had happened here. Bullet holes pierced the couch cushions, leaving white stuffing wisping out like remnants of smoke. The walls told a similar story, and one lone upended chair punctuated the picture like the final chorus of a sad song. The living room opened to the kitchen, and she cautiously made her way that direction, careful to keep her back up against the wall. There was no movement in the kitchen either, but a trail of blood smeared the floor, leading to the body of a woman like a grotesque puzzle piece. Al scanned the area again before reaching down to check for a pulse. Nothing. The sound of a footstep grabbed her attention, and she swung her gun up before returning it to her side when she realized it was Jordan. "She's gone." "There's a man in the hallway, too," Jordan said, keeping his voice low, "but I haven't checked the rooms." Al followed him down the hallway, stepping over the man's body. The first door was a bathroom, but it was empty. The second door opened to a bedroom, also empty. But the sight of the toys and kids' bed squeezed Al's heart. "Please don't let us find kids." She wasn't sure she could stomach that, and she was momentarily glad she hadn't had time to finish her coffee. The next room was even worse. It was also empty, but it was the sight of the crib that nearly did Al in. The master bedroom was last, but it too contained nothing but clothes and furniture. Whoever had shot the adults was no longer in the house, but they had clearly taken the children. "Where are the kids?" Al asked, her voice choked with emotion. Jordan shook his head and pulled out his phone.
Dispatch, this is 314. We need a CSI team and a truck to 2345 Gibbons Avenue, 2 DOA. Also need an update on the family situation here. It appears children live here, but none are at the scene.
Copy that, 314. Rolling out CSI and truck. House appears to belong to Greg and Megan Webster. No kids of their own, but they are foster parents in the system. They are listed as having 3 kids currently. 3 foster kids missing? Al asked. Who would want to steal foster kids? And then her stomach clenched. The baby. The CPS woman had taken the baby to a foster couple, but not before announcing it on TV. Jordan, we have to get to the hospital now.
Take the car. I'll wait here and have the truck drop me off.
Al nodded and hurried to the car, questions filling her mind as she drove. Who were these people, and what did they want with kids? The second question offered nothing but horrific theories, so she focused on the first. The most likely scenario was a group selling babies through illegal adoptions. It certainly wouldn't be the first time. And while horrible, it was the most humane option of those that paraded through her head. The others were too dark to imagine. Reaching the hospital, she raced inside to find Ivy pacing in front of a room. A feeling of fear or uncertainty rolled off Ivy and hung in the hallway, thick but invisible to the naked eye. Al, thanks for coming, Ivy said as Al approached. Then her smile faltered and her eyes widened. What's wrong? Clearly, her demeanor was as disconcerting as her emotions inside. Is the woman awake? Al asked, skirting the question for a moment. Ivy glanced back at the room and shook her head. Not yet, but Brody thinks soon. One hand rubbed the back of her neck as if massaging a nerve. What's going on, Al? Al hesitated for a moment as she assessed Ivy's state of mind. The woman was a paramedic and had seen a lot of situations, but Al wasn't sure how she would handle the news of the baby. Jordan and I got a call about shots being fired at a house nearby on our way over here. We just left the house. The parents were murdered, but the kids were gone. Ivy's mouth fell open. Gone? Taken. And Ivy, the parents were foster parents, and while I need to verify, I think one of the foster kids might be the baby. Rose? The name squeaked out of Ivy's mouth before her hand covered it and she sank to her knees. I knew I shouldn't have let Sonia take her. I had a bad feeling. Al's heart tightened again, and she placed a hand on Ivy's shoulder. Hey, we'll find the kids, I promise.
Is everything all right?
Brody asked, approaching them. Not quite. Is your patient awake yet?
I was just about to check on her. Why don't you come with me?
Al nodded, helped Ivy to her feet, and they followed Brody into the room. The woman's eyes were closed, but her eyelids fluttered at the sound of Brody's voice.
I'm Dr. Kavanaugh, and you're in the Fire Beach Hospital. Can you tell me your name?
The woman blinked a few times before her eyes shot open. Melissa Brewer. My name is Melissa Brewer. Did anyone find my baby? You have to go get my baby. Al stepped forward. We did find the baby, Miss Brewer. My name is Detective Parker, and I need to ask you a few questions. Melissa shook her head. I want to see my baby first. I need to know she's okay. Al glanced at Ivy, hoping she would know to keep her mouth shut. This woman appeared on the verge of a nervous breakdown as it was. Hearing that her baby was missing might just send her over the edge. The baby was turned over to CPS and is with a foster family currently. We'll get in touch with the foster family, but you need to answer my questions before I can bring the baby to you, okay? Melissa opened her mouth as if she were going to argue more, but then her eyes shifted from Al to Ivy to Brody, and she sighed. Okay, but I want to make sure my baby is okay. We understand. Can you tell me why you left the baby where you did? Melissa's eyes dropped to the sheet, and she bunched it in her fist. Because they were going to take her, and I couldn't let them. They? Who's they? Al asked, pulling out a small notepad to write down the information.
Kevin and Joanna Peterson. Joanna approached me shortly after my first appointment. I wasn't sure how I was going to afford the doctor visits because I wasn't working at the time, and the baby's father was not in the picture.
She let out a mirthless chuckle.
Not that he was in my life much before either. Anyway, she told me that she and Kevin ran a house for women like me, where they helped with the cost and set us up for success. It sounded perfect, so I agreed, but it was not what they said.
What do you mean? Melissa squeezed her eyes shut, as if fighting off a terrible memory.
When I got there, we drove through a large gate. I didn't realize that it was a gated compound and that once I got in, it would be almost impossible to leave. They set me up in a barracks, but they didn't set any appointments for me with the doctor I had seen. They told me I had to use their doctor. I was forced into labor there, but they told me it was to pay for my keep. I had nowhere else to go, so I didn't really question it. Not until June, that is.
What happened in June? Al was trying to follow the story, but so far it was making little sense.
No, not in June. To June. June was another woman there. She was about a month further along than I was. She told me they had told her she would get to leave when her baby was born, but they took the baby instead.
Kevin and Joanna did? Melissa shook her head, and her hands bunched the sheet tighter.
The doctor who worked for them, they let her keep the baby for a few weeks, and then one day they came in and took her baby. The doctor laughed at her when she said Kevin and Joanna had told her she could leave with her baby. He said nobody ever left.
What happened to June? Melissa paused and wiped a tear from her eye.
She killed herself? The night before they found her, she told me that she couldn't live with herself knowing she'd been tricked into giving them her baby. She said she'd heard they were selling the babies to the highest bidders online for...
Another pause as she swallowed hard and pressed her lips together.
Well, let's just say most of these people weren't buying the babies to raise them.
Al felt her stomach knot again, and she forced herself to swallow the bile down. Okay, let's talk about you. How did you escape?
After June, I knew I had to find a way to escape. I spent all my free time walking the compound and looking for holes, but there were none. So then I began watching the gate. Every Friday night around 7, a delivery truck enters, and they open the gates for it. About an hour later, the truck leaves. I snuck out when the truck left, but I wasn't quick enough. They were after me within minutes, and I knew that if they found Chloe, that they would take her. So I hid her and covered her up and then ran, hoping they would follow me.
Which they must have, considering they didn't grab the baby. So how did you escape?
I ran until I couldn't run any longer. When I stopped, there was a church, and I went inside. The pastor hid me in his office in case the men followed, but either I slipped in just in time or he lied to them. I'm not sure because exhaustion hit while I was curled in the darkness and I fell asleep. The pastor tried to get me to go to the police when he woke me up, but I had to go back for Chloe. When I got there, though, she was gone.
Her hand gripped onto Al's like a vice.
Where is she? Can I see her now?
Al swallowed as she glanced down at Melissa's hand. The woman had already been through so much. Could she really tell her that the baby was gone? That the people she'd been hiding her from were probably the ones who had her now, and that Al had no way to even begin tracking them? No. From the look in the woman's eyes, she didn't think Melissa could handle it.
I'll get a hold of the caseworker and get her here as soon as I can, okay?
Tears filled Melissa's eyes, breaking Al's heart even more.
Please, I just want to hold my baby girl.
I'll do my best. One more question. Do you think you could find the compound again? Or ID Kevin or Joanna or anyone else involved if you saw pictures? Melissa sucked in her tears and nodded.
I can tell you where the compound is. I ran for a while before I hid Chloe, but the compound is just outside of town in a forested area. If you have photos, I can definitely ID Kevin, Joanna, and the doctor.
There were others involved, but I didn't see most of them for very long." "I understand, and that's perfect. Why don't you give me details on how to find the compound, and I'll see what we can do about rounding these people up."
Al took notes as Melissa spoke, but unfortunately, she knew it wouldn't be a cut-and-dried operation. They could try to visit the compound and find out information that way, but to actually get anything would probably mean warrants, and warrants meant time. Time was the one thing she wasn't sure they had enough of. Chapter 16. Ivy. Chloe. The baby's name was Chloe, and she had a mother, one who loved her very much. The thought should have given Ivy peace, but it didn't. Instead, her emotions felt very much like the weather outside the car, dark and dreary. She still thought of the baby as Rose, her Rose, and she couldn't help the emotions raging through her, whispering that she would be able to take better care of the baby than the woman in the hospital. After all, she never would have fallen for such a con job. But Melissa was young and on her own from the sounds of it. Ivy had known enough women in similar situations to know that many would do the same. Heck, but for the grace of God, she might have as well, if she'd found herself in that situation after high school or during college. So why was she harboring such intense feelings now? Were they really aimed at the woman or just the awful situation? Ivy watched the drops race down the window, bold and decisive as if racing for a prize, before they disappeared when they reached the doorframe. She turned to Al. She'd been biting her tongue for the last half hour, but she was going to get her questions answered now. "Why would you tell her we'll bring the baby when we have no idea where she is?" Al glanced at her from the corner of her eye before turning her attention back to the road ahead. "Because I didn't think she could handle the truth in her condition." Al's voice was calm, detached, and though Ivy knew she had to perfect that ability to be a good cop, she wondered briefly if the woman had no soul. "And you think it's going to be better when she asks for the baby tomorrow or the next day? Sooner or later, you're going to have to tell her." Al sighed and made a right-hand turn toward the firehouse. "Yeah, I will, but I'm hoping that Jordan and I can find something out at the compound that will help us." "And if you don't?" Ivy knew she sounded like a petulant child, but she was angry at the situation. Rose was innocent and precious, and she didn't deserve to be with the men who planned to do who knew what with her. Even more than that, though, Ivy was frustrated that there was nothing she could do. "Then I'll tell her. Look, Ivy, I know this isn't easy, but police work isn't always rainbows and unicorns." "And you think being a paramedic is?" Al sighed again and shook her head. "No, that's not what I mean. I know you see pretty horrific things on your job too, but mine, it's a balancing act, and sometimes we have to keep our cards close to our chest." Ivy closed her eyes and leaned her head against the headrest. The rhythmic beat of the windshield wipers danced like a cadence in her head, coaxing her to release the frustration boiling within her. She shouldn't be taking this out on Al. None of it was Al's fault. In fact, if anyone was to blame. "I'm sorry, Al. I don't mean to be mad at you." She opened her eyes, but kept her face focused out the passenger window. "It's my fault anyway. I should have fought harder to keep Rose. Chloe, I should have demanded Sonia cancel the televised interview. I should have..." She didn't know what else she could have done, but whatever it was, she should have done it. Al touched her arm, briefly, but the sincerity was felt nonetheless. "Hey, none of this is your fault either. That baby has a chance because of you." "Yeah, but now she's in the hands of monsters, along with the other kids who were in that house. I'm not sure that's better." Ivy tapped a finger against her lips. The urge to chew on her fingernails was strong, but she'd worked hard to defeat the habit.
They're alive, and we'll find them. That's better than if she'd been left in that crevice, I promise. Ivy wanted to believe Al, but she could not push the negativity away. How would they find Rose? Or the other kids? They had no idea where to even begin looking. Could they really find anything at the compound? Al pulled up to the fire station and put the car in park. Ivy, I know it seems dark right now, but I promise we will not stop until we find the kids. Ivy nodded and swallowed. Suddenly, the only thing she wanted to do was curl up in her bed at home and let the tears fall. But she couldn't. She had to finish this shift first. With heavy feet, she climbed out of the car, waved goodbye, and headed into the fire station. She didn't even flinch from the pouring rain. Somehow, it felt like a just punishment for losing Rose, for yelling at Al, for everything. Luca met her at the door, as though he'd been waiting and watching for her return. She never would have thought it possible, but tonight she was glad for the strength his arms provided.
It's pouring. Why didn't you run inside to keep from getting soaked?
Ivy lifted a shoulder in a soft shrug. It was about all she could muster at the moment. Her body felt numb, but she wasn't sure whether it was more from the cold or the situation.
What happened?
He asked as he led her to the bunk area. She sat down on her bunk and leaned against the wall. The cement of the wall was cold, adding to the chill nipping at her bones, but it fit her mood, so she didn't bother to move. The call we took ended up being Melissa Brewer, Rose's mother. Luca's face folded in compassion.
Oh, Ivy, I'm so sorry. I know you cared about her.
I did. I do. And while losing her to her mother would hurt, that is where she belongs. She wasn't sure she really believed those words, but she forced them out anyway. Sometimes repeating something aloud made it easier to accept. But that's not the worst of it. She chewed on the inside of her lip and pulled her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around them.
What's the worst of it?
His strong voice was full of compassion, and Ivy felt the emotion welling up in her throat again. Al showed up at the hospital and said the house where Rose had been staying had been hit. The foster parents were killed, and all the kids, including Rose, were taken.
Oh, Ivy, no.
His hand found hers and engulfed it. The gentle squeeze constricted her throat again, and her free hand swiped at her nose. Melissa told us that she'd been tricked into going to a compound, and the people there took the women's babies and sold them to the highest bidders. Now they've got Rose, and we have no idea how to even go about finding her or the other kids. Her throat felt tight, and she forced herself to swallow the lump rising within it.
Whoa, that is awful, but I'm sure Jordan and Al will be looking for them, right?
Yeah, but what if they don't find them? She lifted her eyes to meet his, unsurprised by the tears blurring her vision. She'd been hoping to keep them at bay, but she had no doubt they would find their way down her cheeks before the end of the night.
They will.
Leaning forward, he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and held her gaze, as if willing her to believe his words.
Fire Beach isn't that big, and the people are bound to slip up.
I hope you're right. She curled into his embrace and placed her head on his chest. Her life was confusing right now. On one hand, she would never have imagined finding comfort in Luca's arms. But on the other hand, she felt like her heart was being ripped into a million pieces. She closed her eyes and whispered a silent prayer that God would help Al and Jordan find the children before it was too late. Chapter 17. Al. Al stared at the large gate and tried not to shiver. There was nothing dark or sinister looking about the place, but something still felt wrong. Tiny bumps erupted on her arms, and a tingle raced down her back, reminding her of a time in junior high when she'd been terrified by a silly story and a shadow she swore she saw in the moonlight. That had turned out to be nothing, but she doubted this encounter would reach the same conclusion. I guess this is it. Jordan ignored her stellar ability to state the obvious and nodded.
I don't see any other compounds around, so it does appear to be.
His hands tapped the steering wheel, but he made no move to pull the car closer. Do you feel it too? Al asked, glad that it wasn't just her. Jordan ran a hand across his chin.
I feel something. I'm not sure what it is, but I certainly wouldn't want to come here every day.
Me either. Let's get this over with. Al radioed in their position as Jordan approached the gate and rolled down his window.
State your name and business, please,
came a voice from the small contraption just outside the car.
Detectives Graves and Parker. We're here to speak with Kevin and Joanna.
They'd made no appointment nor called ahead to warn the couple they were coming, and Al wondered briefly if they would even be allowed in. But a moment later, the voice came through again.
Wait for the gate to open and then drive straight to the first building. Mr. Peterson will meet you.
I bet he will, Al said under her breath as Jordan rolled the window back up. Probably doesn't want us looking around. Though there was little to see as they drove in, Al kept her eyes focused out the window. Between the trees, she glimpsed what could be a guard post, but that was all she saw before they reached the main building. A man she assumed to be Kevin Peterson stood outside. He was tall and imposing with dark hair, tan skin, and dark shades covering his eyes. His hands were clasped behind his back in a military-type stance. Jordan parked the car, and they both climbed out.
Well, hello, detectives. To what do I owe this pleasure?
The words sounded pleasant, but the tone behind them was anything but. There was no introduction, no handshake, and though he did not remove his shades, Al could feel his eyes burning through her.
You're Kevin Peterson, I presume?
Jordan asked.
I am, but as you're here at my house, I figured you already knew that. You didn't, however, answer my question.
Do you have pregnant women here? Al kept her focus on his reaction, but he was good. There was hardly more than a lifted brow.
Detective, we are an all-inclusive community here. We have our own doctors, our own school. So yes, we have pregnant women living here from time to time.
And did you have a Melissa Brewer living here? She pressed, hoping the name would trigger some sort of reaction. But Kevin remained stoic, offering only a small nod.
We did, but Melissa decided to leave us shortly after her baby was born. We never want our members to leave, but we respect their choices.
Like a well-trained actor, his demeanor changed, and he removed his glasses, displaying wide eyes meant to convey concern.
Has something happened to Melissa?
It was minute, but Al caught the slightest tensing of his body as he asked the question. So he didn't know what had happened to Melissa. Interesting, and maybe a little concerning. Just being around the man made her stomach bunch and her skin crawl. She forced her hands to remain at her sides and not scratch at the imaginary itches racing up and down her arms. Two could play this game. We're not at liberty to share that information. Would you mind if we take a look around? His face morphed into a look of sympathetic remorse, but Al knew it was fake.
I wish I could say yes, but we value our guests' privacy here. I'm sure you understand.
The glasses slipped over his eyes once more, and Al knew the interview was over.
Now, unless you have a warrant, I have guests to attend to, so I think we're done here. We could get a warrant, but all we're asking is to take a look around, Jordan said. If you've got nothing to hide, then you shouldn't be opposed to a little tour.
Something meant to be a smile, but that ended up looking more like a sneer, crossed Kevin's face.
Nice try, detective, but I'm afraid that's just not possible. So sorry.
He glanced down at his watch.
This has been fun, and I'm so glad you stopped by, but I really must run. I do have business to attend to. Thank you for your time.
Ah, Jordan, always the cool diplomat. Al could pull it off most of the time, but there was something about this smarmy man that made her want to punch him in the face and haul him in for questioning, even though they had nothing concrete to bring him in under. So she was glad Jordan had taken the lead. They were silent as they walked back to the car and drove out of the compound. Al glanced in the rearview mirror before Jordan turned and was unsurprised to see Kevin Peterson still standing in the same spot. No doubt he wanted to make sure they left. "What do you think?" she asked when they were back on the main road.
I think there's definitely something going on there.
Jordan chewed on his bottom lip thoughtfully.
The problem is, we don't have enough for a warrant at the moment.
So what do we do? He glanced quickly at her before returning his attention to the road.
We wait.
Al sighed. Though she'd guessed that was going to be his answer, it was not what she wanted to hear. Not when the lives of children were at stake. And what on earth was she going to tell Melissa? Chapter 18. Kevin. Kevin punched the numbers on the phone, anger surging through his body. The last thing he needed right now was cops, and if they were here, it meant that Melissa was alive. Someone was about to lose their head. The phone only rang once before it was picked up.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you? Do you still have the children? Of course, sir. We are at the holding place, just like you asked. I need you to get out of town, quickly. There are cops sniffing around, and I don't want them finding you. Understood, sir. Should we head to the outer safe house?
Kevin jammed his fingers through his hair. Would the outer safe house be far enough?
For now. I may move you out farther, depending on how close they get, so keep your phone on. Understood, sir.
Kevin ended that call, and then dialed the next number. It was not one he used often, but it was definitely needed for this job.
I need a job done,
he said, when the man picked up. There was no need to identify himself. The man always knew who called.
What is it?
The voice was low and raspy on the other end. Kevin knew the man used a modifier so that his voice could not be identified. It didn't matter to Kevin. He couldn't care less who the man was, only that he got the job done.
I have a woman who escaped and is probably in one of the local hospitals. I need you to find her and take care of her. No loose ends, but it has to look like an accident. Understood. I'll need a name and a picture, of course, and the usual fee. You'll have it in the next hour. But I need this done today if possible. She's already spoken with the cops once, and I can't have them showing up here anymore. If there's a possibility cops will be at the hospital, there is an added charge.
Kevin ground his teeth together.
Fine, whatever it takes. Just make sure it's done. Tonight. As you wish.
The phone clicked in his ear. There was no goodbye, but there never was. This relationship was built on need only, no pleasantries. He pulled up his pictures, found one of Melissa and sent it to the encrypted number, along with her name and other identifying features. Then he wired over the money, disgusted that he was having to spend it. He'd be taking it out of the men's salaries, the ones who had let Melissa get away. "Have you found the girl yet?" Joanna's voice dripped with condescension, and he forced his hands to remain at his sides, though they itched to circle her neck and squeeze. She was becoming a parasite, always showing up whenever things were at their worst, and sucking what little joy remained out of him.
She will be taken care of tonight.
One perfectly manicured brow lifted. "That long? It sounds like you lost control of this one." Another surge of anger bubbled within him, and he took a deep breath to keep his voice steady.
The woman will be taken care of. The children are being moved out of the city, and security is already being beefed up to make sure this never happens again. I'm not sure what else you would have me do.
Her eyes narrowed to slits.
I would have you not make stupid mistakes like this in the future. Mistakes get people thrown in jail or killed, and I will not go to jail for you."
"Don't worry, the feeling is mutual," he muttered under his breath, wondering when they had reached this point. It was probably his fault. He never should have let her rise in the ranks. It had gone to her head, but he'd thought he was in love. He wondered if he could take any of the other women and train them to replace Joanna. Perhaps with a little deprivation and coercion, he could fill her shoes and then get rid of her once and for all. Chapter 19. Ivy. Ivy stared at the paperwork, trying to get Rose out of her mind, but it was impossible. All she could think about was the children, and if Al had made any progress on finding them. She'd promised to keep Ivy in the loop, and as her phone remained silent, she assumed that meant there had been none. But it didn't keep her from checking the phone every few minutes. "Ambulance 3, Fire Truck 51, Squad 4. We have a head-on collision at 67th and Baker." Ivy shoved her phone in her pocket and jogged toward the ambulance bay. Though a head-on collision was bound to be ugly, a part of her was glad for the distraction. The adrenaline would flood her brain and keep her focused on the task at hand, instead of the situation she had no control over. She grabbed her gear and climbed up beside Derek, and a moment later they were roaring down the streets. The collision had already garnered a lot of attention by the time they arrived, but thankfully the crowd parted for them.
"Whew, I hope you didn't eat before this," Derek said beside her. "It looks like a nasty one."
And it did. A small 4-door car had plowed into the front of a Suburban, crumpling the front end like an accordion. It was doubtful anyone in the front of the car had survived, and though it had been hours since Ivy had eaten, her stomach turned anyway. "Let's focus on who we can save, all right?" Derek nodded, and they jogged over to the scene to assess it up close. Ivy's heart dropped as car seats in the back seat came into view. "Oh my gosh, there are kids in the back." She peered in the front of the car, and as expected, it was mangled and bloody. The collision had destroyed the driver's side window, and she reached in through the opening to check the driver for a pulse. There was nothing. She looked to the woman in the passenger seat, but saw no movement from her either. Returning her focus to the back seat, she began to assess the situation. Though the seats had been pushed backward, it didn't appear that any of the children's legs were stuck. The boy directly behind the driver's seat, who appeared to be 3 or 4, turned scared eyes in her direction. "Don't worry," she said, smiling at him. "We're going to get you out." She tugged on the back door of the car, but it wouldn't budge. "Derek, can you open the other door? This one's stuck." Derek, who had been inspecting the Suburban, hurried over and tugged on the opposite side before shaking his head.
"Gonna need the jaws, Ivy. I'm gonna take care of the others."
Ivy nodded and turned to Luca and Cassidy, who were running over from the fire engine. "We need the jaws. There are kids in the back here, but the doors are stuck." Luca jogged back to grab the device while Cassidy began peering in the windows. "We need to clear the glass first so it's controlled." She leaned in the driver's window and said, "I have to break the window. It's going to sound a little scary, but don't worry, okay?" Ivy had no idea if the boy said anything in return, but Cassidy smiled and nodded at him before pulling a tool from her pocket to break the window. The glass spiderwebbed and then crumpled in, but thankfully it fell toward the driver's seat. Luca appeared moments later with the handheld jaws of life and placed it into the crevice. With barely a sound, it began to pry the door off, crumpling the metal as it did. Though the sound of the metal crunching and folding was still noisy, Ivy was amazed at how quiet the device itself was. Within minutes, Luca had the door removed, and Cassidy was leaning in to check the children for injuries before they removed them. As she did, Ivy hurried back to the ambulance to grab the gurney.
When she returned, Cassidy and Luca had managed to get the car seat out of the car. The boy was still strapped inside and looking around with terrified eyes. She leaned down to talk to him. "Hey, bud, does anything hurt?" He looked at her for a moment before shaking his head. "Okay, that's good." She ran her hands quickly over the boy to check for other injuries, besides the small cut on his forehead and the bruise she could see appearing near his neck from the straps. Ivy unbuckled his car seat and pulled him out. "I've got you, buddy." She placed him on the gurney, assuring him once again that everything was all right, and waited for the other children to be pulled free. The baby was next, and Ivy's heart froze when Cassidy handed her the carrier. "Rose?" "What?" Cassidy asked. "I think it's Rose." "Chloe," she corrected, shaking her head. She would never get used to calling the baby that. "Luca, tell me I'm wrong." Luca looked into the carrier and then back at Ivy.
"You're not wrong. I'm almost certain that's Rose."
Ivy nodded. "I'll call Al and Jordan as soon as I make sure they're all okay." She set the carrier on the gurney and examined Rose, who also seemed uninjured. The last child was a girl of about 5. Like the boy, her eyes were wide with fear, and she whimpered when Ivy touched her leg. "Hey, sweetie, I'm going to take you to the hospital and get you fixed up, but you're going to be okay, you hear me?" The girl nodded, her blonde pigtails bouncing with the effort. Derek jogged over as another ambulance pulled up.
"The people in the other car appear to have minor injuries. How about over here?"
3 children also with minor injuries. I didn't find a pulse on the driver, but hadn't checked the passenger yet. Will you check before we roll out?" With a swift nod, Derek turned to the task, while Ivy wheeled the gurney toward the ambulance. Luca fell into step beside her. Ivy glanced around to make sure no one was in earshot before whispering, "If this is Rose, Luca, then they'll be after her when they find out. We have to take her somewhere safe."
"Didn't you say her mother is at the hospital, though? I don't think we can just take the baby without the mother's consent."
Ivy sighed. "You're right. Okay, I'll see if I can get her consent while there. Hopefully she'll see that this may be the only way to keep Rose safe until Al and Jordan get whoever is after her."
Luca nodded. "Let me know what she says, and I'll come get you if it works out. I've got a cabin that's off the radar we could hide her at."
Ivy placed a hand on his arm, fighting to ignore the thrill that shuddered up her arm at the touch. "Thanks, Luca. I'll let you know." He placed his hand over hers for a second and squeezed. Then he helped her load the gurney into the back of the ambulance. Derek arrived just as they finished, shaking his head.
"You were right, Ivy. Both adults are DOA. Are we good to go here?"
"Yeah, just 1 second." She pulled her phone out and dialed Al as she stepped away from the ambulance. "Ivy, what's up?" "Al, we just responded to a head-on collision call. We rescued 3 children, and Melissa's baby is one of them." "Are you sure?" "Almost positive. You guys need to get here and see if you can identify the adults. Both were killed in the collision. We'll head that direction and then meet you at the hospital. Don't let that baby out of your sight." "I promise." That was the easiest promise Ivy had ever made. Every bone in her body would protect the baby from now on. "Until Melissa takes her back," a tiny voice whispered, and Ivy wondered just how long that would be.
"The kids look good,"
Brody said, taking Ivy's arm and leading her toward the door so they could converse quietly.
"Just a few bumps and bruises and 1 sprained ankle."
He nodded at the oldest girl, who was getting her ankle wrapped by a nurse.
"She should be done in a few minutes."
"Can you stay with them for a minute while I take the baby down the hall to Melissa?" The very thought filled Ivy with conflicting emotions. She was happy to be reuniting the baby with her mother. She knew how thankful she would be in Melissa's place. But the selfish part of her did not want to let go of Rose.
"Of course."
Ivy picked up the baby and made her way down the hall to Melissa's room. Her feet felt like lead with every step, and they grew heavier the closer she got to Melissa's room. The door stood slightly ajar, and Ivy gathered her courage and schooled her emotions before knocking lightly on the doorframe.
"Melissa, you awake? It's Ivy."
"Ivy?" The woman rubbed her eyes and pressed the button to raise the bed. It was clear she had either been napping or wandering through her own graveyard full of sorrows. But when she realized what Ivy was holding, her eyes widened and she struggled to sit up.
"Is that Chloe?"
Ignoring the tug on her heart and the desire to pull the baby closer to her chest and bolt, Ivy nodded and crossed the room to the bed.
"It is. At least, I'm fairly certain it is."
She placed the baby in Melissa's arms and smiled as tears filled the mother's eyes.
"I never thought I'd see her again. Thank you. But why did you bring her? I thought the officer said she was with CPS."
"She was, but..." Ivy paused, unsure how to tell Melissa about the accident and the foster care situation. "But they found her." Melissa's eyes flew to the door, but Ivy didn't have to turn to know the voice belonged to Al. The color drained from Melissa's face, leaving her just a shade darker than the hospital sheet.
"They found her?"
There was no doubt Melissa knew exactly whom Al was referring to. The fear not only caused her voice to tremble, but seemed to radiate from her pores. "They did." Al stepped into the room and approached the bed. "Unfortunately, the CPS worker did a news interview before we knew about you. She was trying to do the right thing, but it led them right to the baby and the foster family who took her in." An expression of sick realization contorted Melissa's face, and she pulled the baby closer.
"How did you get her back then?"
"Luck," Al sighed, and shook her head. "I'm afraid they killed the foster parents and took off with Chloe and the other 2 kids. But they got in an accident. Ivy rescued the kids from the scene." Her eyes lifted to Ivy's, and silent questions burned in their depths. Melissa swallowed hard, and fear clouded her eyes as she looked up again.
"And the others?"
"The 2 adults in the car were killed in the accident," Ivy supplied.
"But she's not safe, is she?"
A tear slipped from Melissa's eye as she stroked Chloe's cheek, and Ivy felt the pain in her heart. Melissa wasn't a bad mother. She was a woman who'd been forced to make an unfortunate decision, but she deserved to keep her baby, to have the chance to raise her. A sick, churning sensation stirred in Ivy's stomach. How could she have been so selfish? She knew what it was like not to be able to have children, so how could she have wished to keep Rose for herself? Of course, the answer to that was human nature. She wanted what she couldn't have, what she'd let herself believe she could have again if only Melissa weren't in the picture. But that didn't make her feel any better. Al shook her head. "I'm afraid not. The adults in the car weren't Kevin and Joanna, which means they'll still be looking for her. Dr. Kavanaugh says you're not quite ready to be released, and CPS will have to be notified." Melissa's head was shaking before she even began to speak.
"No, you can't send her back to CPS. They can't protect her. Kevin and Joanna will just find her again."
Her eyes jumped from Al to Ivy and back again.
"There has to be another option."
"I could take her." Ivy spoke up before she realized exactly what she was doing. And as Al and Melissa looked at her, she struggled to make her mind form coherent words. I mean, what was she doing? She'd just declared herself a terrible person for trying to keep Rose the first time, and now she was trying to do it again? "You're trying to help," the voice inside her insisted, and Ivy wanted it to be true, but she was no longer sure it was. Still, there were few options on the table. She took a deep breath and tried again, her eyes locking with Al's. "Lucas says he has a cabin off the grid that no one knows about. I can take her there and lay low until it's safe." She dropped her gaze to Melissa. "We could come get you when Brody releases you and take you out there. Is that possible?" Melissa shifted her gaze to Al and then back to the baby in her arms. Al paused, clearly thinking it through before answering. Normally, I'd say no, but I think this might be our best bet to keep Chloe safe.
Tears filled Melissa's eyes again.
I can't believe I'm losing her after just being reunited again.
She sniffled and took one last look at Chloe before handing her back to Ivy.
Keep her safe.
Ivy nodded, feeling the additional weight on her shoulders, both from the request and from the internal battle raging within her.
I will, I promise. I'm going to get Ivy set up, and I'll be right back, Melissa. I want to see if you recognize the two from the car,
Al said, giving Melissa's arm a slight squeeze. Melissa nodded, but the light had already left her eyes,
and Ivy wondered if they were really doing the right thing.
Maybe her taking the baby wasn't the right option, but the selfish one rearing its ugly head again. Before she could voice the concern, Al was speaking.
Listen, Ivy, I want you to call CPS when Brody clears the baby for release. Tell them we have the children here, but take the baby before she arrives. Stop by the station and we'll get you a secure phone we can communicate with.
Ivy began, but the words felt lodged behind a wad of cotton.
Maybe I misspoke there. Al, are you sure we're doing the right thing? Couldn't we just put security on Melissa and the baby? That way Melissa could still be close to her.
Al shook her head.
No, I think your suggestion is the only one that makes sense. You didn't see the crime scene I did, Ivy. These guys are ruthless. And keeping the baby here is just asking for trouble. I'll check on Melissa daily, and as soon as Brody releases her, we can reunite them. It's not a perfect situation, but I think it's the right one for now. I'd rather be safe than sorry.
Ivy swallowed and nodded. She knew protecting Rose was the right thing to do, and she would do it with every bone in her body. But two questions circled in her mind. What exactly was she up against? And would she be able to give Rose up a second time? Chapter 20. Luca. Luca was not surprised when his phone rang less than an hour after the accident. There'd been little doubt in his mind that Ivy wouldn't convince Melissa the baby would be safer at his cabin than in the hospital. Not only was Ivy's appearance charming, but he was pretty sure she could sell chocolate to Hershey himself.
I'm guessing it's a go,
he said by way of greeting after answering the call.
It is. Brody is clearing her for release now, and then Al wants me to swing by the station and get a secure phone. Can you let the captain know, get packed, and pick me up in about an hour?
That was a tight schedule for sure, but he would do his best.
Heading to talk to the captain now. I'll text you when I'm on my way. And Ivy, be careful.
I will. See you soon, and thank you.
It was not lost on him that they'd gone from a first date to sounding like a married couple in less than 2 days. But he supposed some of that was due to the situation. He just hoped they could build on more than adrenaline once the danger was gone. He paused outside of Captain Fitzgerald's door before knocking. The captain had always been fair, but he was still an intimidating man. One of the few who held that power over Luca. And he was the captain. The chances were good he would understand the gravity of the situation and grant the request, but he also had a firehouse to run, and being down a firefighter and a paramedic for an unknown amount of time might be more than he could handle. And if he did say no, well, that created a problem. There was no way Luca would send Ivy to the cabin alone. But was he willing to give up his job for her if it came to that?
It won't come to that,
he said softly, as he raised his hand to knock on the door.
Please God, don't let it come to that. Come in.
Luca told himself that the captain's voice always sounded like that it didn't mean he was angry or annoyed, but it was a hard sell. In truth, he hadn't seen the captain this morning, so he had no idea what his current mood was like. Luca took one more deep breath before opening the door. The captain sat behind the desk, but even sitting, he made the desk appear small.
Though not quite as muscular as Deacon, the captain was similar in both height and build, and either his confidence or his importance amplified his effect of dwarfing everything around him. He looked up from the papers on his desk as Luca entered.
"Luca, what can I do for you?"
"I need to take an extended vacation, sir," Luca said, clearing his throat to force the words out.
"And so does Ivy."
Captain Fitzgerald leaned back in the chair, causing it to creak and groan in protest. He folded his arms across his chest as he fixed his dark eyes on Luca.
"I'm assuming this has to do with the baby."
"Yes, sir. We rescued the baby and the other 2 foster kids from the wreck. But Detective Parker thinks they'll keep coming after the baby. I've got a cabin off the grid that we can take the baby to, but I don't feel comfortable leaving Ivy there with the baby alone."
"Nor do I."
The captain sighed and leaned forward.
"This is a highly unusual request, but I understand it's also an unusual situation. I'll grant the leave for now, but I want to be kept in the loop. Understand?"
"Yes, sir. I'll make sure we do that." Luca offered a nod before hightailing it out of the office before the captain changed his mind. He stopped in the locker room to grab the few pieces of gear he would need while he was gone, and then headed back to his house. His packing was rushed, but not thoughtless. He grabbed clothes and toiletries for at least a week, and then loaded up 2 boxes with canned and boxed food. There was a store a few miles from the cabin, but he was hoping they wouldn't have to venture out much. Every step out meant a chance at being seen. With his stuff packed, he headed to the hospital to get Ivy and the baby. She'd asked him to text when he arrived instead of coming in, and though he thought it strange, he sent the text telling her that he was in the parking lot. Moments later, her reply appeared on his screen. "Can you go around to the back entrance?" He wondered if this was because she was afraid that someone might be watching her or the baby, but he complied. And as he pulled up, she appeared at the door, baby carrier in hand. He threw the vehicle in park and jumped out to help her.
"Is everything okay?"
he asked as he helped her load Rose in the back seat. Ivy chewed on her bottom lip and glanced back at the hospital. "Yeah, I just hope we're doing the right thing. Melissa seemed so defeated when I left with Rose. It was like I took her soul with me, along with taking the baby." She shook her head and rubbed one hand up and down the other arm. "I know how hard it was for me to give her up after one day, and I'm not even her mother. I can't imagine how Melissa must feel."
"Hey."
He placed one hand on Ivy's arms, and with the other, lifted her chin until she was looking up at him.
"We're doing the right thing. Melissa wants to keep Rose safe, and this is the best way to do that."
Her eyes held his gaze, but he could see the uncertainty and the fear flickering in them. "I know, but I also can't help but worry about us. What if they find us, Luca?" The trepidation seeping from her pores was almost palpable in the air, and he pulled her to his chest. He couldn't offer certainty, but he could offer words of comfort and pray they would come true.
"They won't, Ivy. I'll keep us safe."
There was a gun in the truck and another at the cabin, so Luca wasn't worried about protection, but he was worried about the element of surprise. He would have to sleep occasionally, and even though the cabin was off the grid, it wasn't impossible to find. So he prayed his words would hold up. "Thanks, Luca." As her arms wound around his waist and she sighed against his chest, Luca felt a new emotion emerge in his chest. Affection, adoration. They weren't quite the right words, but he would not call it love. It was too early for that. However, there was no denying that he was developing feelings for Ivy. And while he would remain a gentleman, sharing a small cabin alone with her would present a challenge he hadn't fully thought through. "We better get going," she said as she pulled back. "We still need to stop at my house and the station."
"Right, of course."
He opened the passenger door, and she climbed into the seat. The drive to her place was quiet. He wanted to say more to try and lighten the mood,
but he could tell from the constant chewing on her lip and fidgeting of her hands that his words couldn't soothe her nerves, at least not yet. Maybe when they got to the cabin, she would relax a little more. When they reached her place, he began packing up the baby supplies while she packed a bag for herself. He folded up the portable crib first, and then made sure the diaper bag was fully stocked with supplies. After loading those in the truck, he returned for the bottles, formula, and clothes Ivy had purchased. As he was finishing that task, Ivy emerged from her room with a large bag over her shoulder.
Got everything you need?
She sighed. I hope so, but not knowing exactly where we're going or how long we'll be there, I can't say for sure.
Just try to think of it as an adventure, he said, offering a crooked grin. You like adventure, right?
She sucked in a deep breath and nodded, but he heard her say softly under her breath, just not when the stakes are so high. He could understand her statement. The stakes were high. The people after Rose had already proven they were ruthless and capable of murder. If they somehow did find Luca's cabin, they would likely come in guns blazing, and Luca and Ivy wouldn't have a chance. They needed prayers of protection. A lot of them.
Prayer, Deacon's voice said in his head, is meant to be constant. It's our pipeline to God. I sure hope so, Luca thought, as he carried the last of the bags out. I'm going to need a pipeline to God for everything. Lord, keep us safe.
Their last stop was the station, and Ivy insisted he wait in the vehicle with Rose while she ran inside to get the phone. She emerged a few minutes later with a new phone and a determined set to her jaw. Al said we need to power off our phones so they aren't trackable and only use this for calls, and only when necessary. Luca was not addicted to his phone like many of the younger guys in the station, but he hadn't thought about having to cut off all connections. He didn't know many numbers by heart, but he supposed for the foreseeable future that the only ones that mattered were Captain Fitzgerald's and Al's. He didn't like the thought of not being able to contact Ivy if they were separated, so he would just have to make sure that never happened. To let her know he was serious, Luca pulled out his phone, hit the power button, and let the screen fade to black.
Let's do this.
Chapter 21. Ivy. Ivy stared at the trees as they drove and tried not to think about how long they might have to be out here. It was a miracle the captain had approved both their leaves, but what if Al and Jordan couldn't stop the people after Rose? Would they be forced to return and take a chance of them coming after Rose again? Would they have to remain at the cabin for months?
What's on your mind?
Luca's question shattered the silence that had permeated the vehicle for the last hour. He had been quiet himself on the drive, not offering up discussion topics or even general banter. But perhaps the silence was getting to him as well. Ivy sighed, feeling like the weight of the world was on her shoulders, with no option to lift the burden or even share it with anyone else. I was just wondering what happens from here. Like, how long do we stay here? Luca's hand lifted from the steering wheel long enough to scratch up and down his cheek.
Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing. Hopefully, Al and Jordan wrap this up soon, but who knows?
Ivy turned her face to the window again. And then I wonder if I'm ready to give up everything back home if it means keeping Rose safe. This time, his hand found her arm briefly, sending a shockwave of heat down to her fingers.
Hey, let's not worry about that bridge until we come to it. Right now, let's just enjoy the time off. We've earned it, don't you think?
Ivy chuckled and shook her head. That is the understatement of the century. It had been a whirlwind few hours for sure. Luca turned down a drive, and a moment later, a cabin came into view. Shrouded by trees, it sat like a painting, simple and cute. Ivy's breath caught. Luca, this is beautiful.
Thank you. My brothers and I built it a few years ago, but we wanted to stay true to what it would have looked like originally. so while it has some upgrades, it's still pretty rustic.
Rose, who had slept the entire drive, began to whimper as soon as Luca put the truck in park. "I guess all those movies were right," Ivy said, twisting to try and soothe Rose. "She slept the whole way here and then woke up as soon as the motion stopped." Luca flashed her a smile as he turned the engine off and opened his door.
"Come on, let's get you both inside and then I'll come back for the stuff."
Ivy opened her door and then grabbed the carrier and the diaper bag out of the back before following Luca inside. The inside of the cabin was small but inviting. A large fireplace took up most of the left wall, and an old couch and rocker faced it. The furniture, though worn, was still in good shape, and Ivy could almost feel the love permeating the room. Even though Luca had told her the cabin was new, images of a woman darning her husband's socks while he whittled wood as the fire crackled near them filled her mind.
"The kitchen is just to the right,"
Luca said, pointing and drawing her out of her daydream.
"The water should work, though you might let it run for a minute to clear the pipes. It's been a few months since I've been here."
"Do you come here often?" Ivy asked, setting the carrier down on the floor and bending down to free Rose. Though still hungry, the baby quieted some when Ivy cradled her to her chest.
"I try. Work is, well, you know."
He shrugged and ran a hand across his neck.
"And sometimes I just need to get away and clear my head. Plus, I enjoy the quiet solitude."
Ivy smiled at him. She certainly could relate to work being constant and the need for a quiet refuge. Though she loved being a paramedic, she'd gone into the field because it was a busy job, one that would keep her from thinking about her fertility issues and her failed marriage with John. Even her days off were full, as those were the days she did all the work she couldn't do while at work. Cooking, cleaning, grocery shopping, etc. In fact, this might be the first extended time off she'd taken since coming to Fire Beach. "There is no doubt our jobs are demanding. Thank you for letting us," she looked down at Rose, "invade your solitude."
"Of course. I'll be right back."
As he headed back outside to unload the truck, she pulled a bottle and the formula from the bag. "I know you're hungry, baby, but we'll get this made and fill that tummy, okay?" The kitchen was small but functional, with an old gas stove, a sink, a few cabinets, and a table that she wondered if he'd sourced from an antique store. It held the scratches and dings of a furniture piece that had been well used and loved. Situating Rose in the crook of her arm, she scooped the formula into the bottle and turned on the sink. The water came out clear enough, but she let it run for a minute anyway. By the time Luca entered the kitchen, Rose had the bottle in her mouth and was sucking away with a dreamy look on her face. "Did you get everything in already?" Ivy didn't think it had taken her that long to prepare the bottle. Luca chuckled and lifted an eyebrow at her.
"It was just the portable crib and a few bags. It only took one trip."
Of course it had only taken him one trip. The man might carry a few extra pounds, but he was strong. He probably just loaded up one shoulder and carried the crib with the other hand. Ivy felt her cheeks heat as she tried to keep her eyes from Luca's muscular arms. "Right. Do you think we brought enough food?" she asked, changing the subject in hopes of keeping him from realizing she'd been remembering how his strong arms had felt around her and wondering when she might feel them again.
"There are some staples here, but there's also a small store a few miles down the road. If we start to run out, I can always go grab what we need. The cabin has 2 bedrooms, so I'll let you take your pick. They share a bathroom, though. Hope that won't be an issue."
"No, I'm sure it will be fine." She immediately began thinking of her overbearing mother in an effort to keep the thought of Luca in the shower from entering her head.
"Good. Do you want me to show you the room so you can pick, and I'll get the crib set up?"
"Sure, that sounds like a plan." Picking a room she could do. She followed Luca down the narrow hallway, curious as to what the rooms would look like. Not that she expected it to be like her room back home, but hopefully it would be comfortable enough. He opened the first door to a decent-sized room which held a bed, a dresser, a nightstand with lamp, and a full-sized mirror. A blue and red patchwork quilt covered the bed. The other room was exactly the same, only the quilt was purple and white. A small bathroom with only a sink, toilet, and shower was the last door in the hallway. Yep, definitely not her apartment. But she would do whatever it took to keep Rose safe. She chose the purple room before returning to the living room to get diapers to change Rose. When he finished setting up the crib, Luca returned and began building a fire in the large fireplace. Ivy sat in the old rocker, surprised that it didn't creak and groan with her movement. Either he had sourced good furniture or he'd taken care of it once he obtained it. "What is your family like?" she asked, the curiosity finally getting the best of her. He threw in a cord of wood and then turned to her, a large grin on his face. "Crazy. That's probably the best word I have for them. And big. I have 3 brothers and 3 sisters. Ivy's eyes widened. Your mother had 7 children? She had come from a family of just 3, and even that seemed unmanageable at times. Even when she thought about having children in the future, 1 or 2 were the numbers that popped into her mind. 7 seemed insane. Why did you build the cabin so small then? She clapped a hand over her mouth as she realized how ungrateful and snotty that sounded. I'm sorry, that wasn't what I meant. Luca chuckled and shook his head. No, it's fine. Understandable even, after I told you there were 9 of us. Unfortunately, none of my family lives here. My brothers came up one year to help me build it, but they all still live in the South. I grew up on a farm. Not only did my parents want a lot of kids, but since there was a lot of work to be done, children were helpful. So what brought you here? Ivy asked. She'd left her family as well, but her family didn't seem nearly as close as Luca's. Luca added another log to the fire and ignited the wood before turning back to Ivy. A woman, actually. Ivy waited for him to continue, enjoying the gentle heat that poured forth and caressed her exposed skin. It was odd how fire could play both roles, protector and destroyer. She'd watched it destroy buildings and occasionally lives, but here she was relishing the warmth and security it provided now. Luca crossed to the couch before finishing his story. I met Lydia in high school, and I was hooked. Thought she was the most amazing woman I'd ever met. But she hated small-town life and couldn't wait to leave. She got accepted into a university up here to study law and convinced me that I would be happier if I followed her. I figured I could fight fires anywhere, so why not? What happened? Ivy asked, suspecting the obvious answer, but feeling like she needed to say something to encourage him to continue. She fell in love with law, and then fell in love with her law professor. 3 years after uprooting my life, I found myself all alone, in a job I loved and in a town that had grown on me. I may not have had family up here, but the guys at the station quickly became a pseudo-family. And so, while I could have gone home, I decided to stay. Can't say I've regretted it, though I do miss the farm and my family. What about you? What about me? Ivy hated that question, though she should be used to it by now, but it was filled with so much regret. Luca's childhood couldn't have been perfect, no one's was, but it certainly sounded more idyllic than hers had been. Tell me about your family. Are they close? Do they live here? If not, what brought you here? He asked the questions as if he really wanted to know the answers, as if he cared about them, about her. And Ivy felt her heart skip a beat in her chest. How long had it been since a man had cared about her? My family is complicated. Ivy paused as she thought about how much she wanted to share. I have a brother and a sister, both older, but we don't keep in touch much. Luca's face folded in compassion. I'm sorry to hear that. Falling out? Not really.
My parents were very strict and overbearing. The three of us handled it quite differently. My sister married the first man who promised to get her out of the house. Unfortunately, he's a bit of a jerk and doesn't let her call much. My brother, on the other hand, rebelled. He had a few run-ins with the police and finally left town. I'm not even sure where he is right now. And I decided to become a paramedic to help people. I could have stayed in California, but there wasn't much there for me, so I picked a place and left. I ended up here. There was more to that story, of course, but the rest felt too heavy for tonight. Luca's gaze was soft but serious as he considered her.
Is that why you haven't started a family? Why you're still single?
Not exactly. Ivy glanced at the fire and then back to Luca. I actually was married once, but it didn't work out. So I guess I'm a little gun-shy about doing it again. And a family? She shook her head. Well, I'm not sure I know what a real family should be like after the one I grew up in. But maybe that's why I feel so attached to Rose. Maybe I feel like I can protect her in a way I wasn't. She definitely needs a protector. She glanced down at the baby, who was now sleeping soundly in the crook of her arm. You know, her actual name is Chloe. At least that's what Melissa called her, but I can't seem to stop calling her Rose. Maybe it's her middle name, or maybe it's just a feeling, but do you think it would be okay if I kept calling her Rose?
I think you can call her whatever you want, Ivy, but just remember that picking a name makes it that much harder if you have to give her up when this is all over.
Ivy sighed and stroked the baby's tiny fingers. I know, Luca, but I can't help how I feel. I feel like I'm supposed to be with her, that God sent her to me. For her. For me, I don't know, but...
It's okay. I get it, Ivy, and it's clear she is good for you. So I'll pray that if that's God's will, then you get to keep her.
Chapter 22. Al. Al blinked in the darkness, wondering what had woken her. Then her phone buzzed again, lighting up the dark room and letting her know that she had a text message. She rubbed her eyes as she grabbed the phone and tried to focus on the screen. At first, the words swam together, a blur of straight lines and curves, but slowly they came into focus. And when the message finally made sense to her tired brain, she sat up in bed. She didn't even bother returning the text. Instead, she dialed the number, knowing she needed to hear this first person. The phone rang in her ear 3 times before his deep voice answered.
Hey, Al. I guess you got my text.
What happened, Brody? I thought she was improving.
She was. I didn't see any signs of foul play, so we'll have to wait for an autopsy. But there are really only 2 scenarios here. Either she had some internal bleeding that we missed, or someone got to her.
Al rubbed a hand across her tired eyes. How could someone get to her? Didn't we have security at her door? And wouldn't someone have noticed a stranger entering her room? What could he or she have even given her? Brody sighed on the other end.
Yes, we had security, but just the one guy. He did have to use the bathroom at times. We tried to keep an eye on the room when that happened, but it was a busy night last night. Evidently, one of the local restaurants served some underdone chicken, and we had a half-dozen cases of food poisoning. Someone could have slipped in while we were all with the other patients and the officer was in the bathroom. As for what he or she gave Melissa, there are a few options. The ME should be able to confirm if that happened, but it's going to be a few days until we hear back. The baby is safe, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to say any more over the phone, but she is. Listen, Brody, I'll be at the hospital in half an hour. See if you can get security to find when it happened and get me the tape.
You got it.
Al hung up the phone and shot a text to Jordan before rolling out of the bed and padding to the bathroom to take a shower. Hopefully, the hot water and a cup of coffee would wake her up enough that she could function. It had been a long few days, and her sleep schedule had definitely suffered. Her phone buzzed on the sink counter as she stepped out of the shower, toweling off her hair. The hot water had helped, but her eyes still felt heavy. She picked up the phone to see a text from Grant. "Dinner tonight?" A sigh spilled from her lips. She wanted to have dinner. She'd certainly been missing him lately, but she had no idea how long her day would be. "I'd love to. I have no idea how long work will run, though. Can I solidify later?" She mashed her lips together, hoping he would understand. He'd been amazing the last few weeks, and he knew the demands of the job, but she'd also seen relationships like theirs fizzle out due to the lack of time together. She didn't want that to happen to her and Grant.
"Of course. Let me know around 6.
"I will. Love you."
"Love you too."
Though exhaustion still clung to her bones, a tiny smile pulled at her lips. This case was proving difficult, but just knowing she had Grant in her corner made it a little easier to deal with. Grabbing clothes for the day, she dressed, grabbed a quick breakfast, and headed for the hospital. She couldn't believe Melissa was dead, and her worry for Ivy and the baby intensified with each mile she drove. Just what kind of people were they dealing with? Jordan was already at the security office when she arrived, and she wondered if he was getting any sleep himself. The scruff on his face looked thicker than normal, and tiny shadows were forming under his eyes. Maybe after this case, she could convince him to take some time off and propose to Cassidy. He could definitely use a vacation. Heck, they all could. "Did you find any video yet?" Al asked, skipping the formality of a greeting. The security guard nodded. He was a small, round man by the name of Todd, who had more hair in his beard than on his head, but he seemed proficient at his job. His fingers flew over the keys, and a moment later, a video filled the largest screen.
"This is the best image I can find. Obviously, the person knew how to hide, but there's a face shot for a brief second."
A second was all they would need if they were lucky. Al leaned forward and watched as the image Brody had described played out before her eyes. The doctors and nurses scurried in all directions. That had to be the food poisoning cases. A few moments later, the security guard scans the area, clearly looking for someone to watch his post for a minute. He glances into the room, then back down the hallways, then finally at his watch. Though his face is grainy, she imagines he is running through scenarios in his head. He'll be quick. It will only be for a moment. What could possibly happen? And then he's gone from the screen, and in seconds a figure slithers around a corner. The head glances left and right, but the face remains turned away from the camera. The figure is clad in scrubs, and Al guesses it to be a man simply from the height and build. He slips into the room and back out again in under 30 seconds. The security guard never had a chance.
"There."
Todd froze the video, and Al blinked at the screen. The face was grainy, but it was a face. Maybe their guy would be able to enhance it. "Todd, can you give us that video? We need to see if we can clear it up in order to identify the guy." Todd's chest puffed out in pride.
"I already sent it to the email Detective Graves gave me. You should be able to download it right away."
Al smiled at the man. "Thanks, Todd. You're a real lifesaver."
"Just doing my job."
"Did you recognize that guy?" Al asked, when they were out of earshot of Todd. Jordan shook his head.
"No, but I'd guess a professional. He was in and out there too quickly to not have done it before, and the way he avoided the cameras."
"Yeah, like he knew where they would be. So are you thinking he works at the hospital or that he brought something in?" She tried to think what he could have brought in that he could administer that quickly. A syringe of something?
"That's what I was thinking. Did Brody say what he thought the cause of death was?"
"He wasn't sure this morning when we talked, but I'm sure he'll let me know when he finds out. Until then, I guess we better see if we can find out who he is."
"Yeah, and if he's working for Kevin and Joanna,"
Jordan added, as they stepped outside the hospital.
"Oh, I can't see how that's in doubt. We also need to ID the 2 adults killed in the accident. and see if we can find any phone records between them and the Petersons. If the phone wasn't too badly damaged in the accident."
Al paused as they reached her car. What happens if we can't make that connection, though?
"Then we find some other way to go after them. There's bound to be something we can find, even if it's little."
Al nodded. This was a part of their job. Waiting. But it wasn't one she was very good at. "Yeah, I'll meet you at the station." 20 minutes later, Al sat down at her desk across from Jordan. He'd sent off the video to the experts, and there was little else they could do at the moment, so she decided to broach a happier subject. "Did you figure out when to propose to Cassidy yet?" Jordan sighed and ran a hand across his stubbled chin.
"I haven't. Nothing ever feels right. We're always running in different directions. She's got a fire or I've got a case. How can I plan a night when I never know if an emergency is going to crop up?"
"Maybe you don't make it a huge thing," Al suggested. "I mean, you know Cassidy better than I do, obviously, but she doesn't seem like the kind of girl who needs a proposal on a jumbotron or anything." Actually, after Cassidy's experience with the dangers of fame from being on the reality show, Al was pretty sure she would dislike any kind of public proposal like that. "She seems more like the kind of woman who would appreciate hearing your heart when the moment is right, even if you're both in pajamas scarfing on popcorn or something."
"I do not scarf popcorn in pajamas," Jordan said.
One eyebrow lifted in a disgusted expression. "But I bet she does." Even if it wasn't popcorn in pajamas, Al knew Cassidy probably had some comfortable gesture she relied on. Most women did. Hers happened to be chocolate brownie fudge ice cream and romantic comedies. But she'd never tell that to anyone other than Grant. Jordan shook his head.
"So you think she'd be happy with a proposal from the couch? I don't know."
"But you know Cassidy. What do you think she'd want?" Almost automatically, Jordan scratched his chin again. But before he could say a word, the phone on Al's desk rang. "This is Parker."
"Hey, Al, I've got a couple of names for you. The man in the car was Dmitry Muir, and the woman was his sister Olga."
Russian names? Were they dealing with something larger than a local crime ring then? "Thanks." Jordan lifted his brows in question as she hung up the phone. "Dmitry and Olga Muir," she said as she typed the names into her search database. It took a moment, but when the information flooded her screen, her heart sank. Not only was Dmitry linked to a Russian mob in Chicago, but he had a rap sheet a mile long and a list of family relations even longer. If he was this connected, could Ivy and Luca be safe anywhere? She didn't even have a number to reach them. They'd agreed at the phone exchange to use a phone without a traceable number. Only the tech who'd programmed the phone had the number. That way Ivy could reach out if needed, but neither she nor Jordan would be able to give away the number if something happened to them. Jordan's low whistle from across the desk jerked her back to reality.
"We're going to need to loop the captain in, Al. This might be bigger than we can do alone."
What are these people even doing with Kevin and Joanna? Though not inept, Kevin certainly hadn't seemed like a mastermind who would be working with the Russian mob. Had she misjudged him? Or had he been played as well? Jordan shook his head.
"I have no idea, but this is not good news. When is Ivy supposed to check in?"
Al checked her watch. "In about 3 hours? Surely they'll be safe until then, right?"
"Let's hope. If they got out of town without being noticed, they should be fine. But we might want to prepare some reinforcements anyway."
Al nodded and bit the inside of her lip. She'd been the one to give them the okay to go to the cabin. If something happened to them, she'd never forgive herself. Chapter 23. Kevin. Kevin's stomach plummeted as he listened to the voice over the phone. It couldn't be true. How on earth could they have gotten into an accident? All they had to do was get the kids and go to the safe house, and everything would have been fine.
Where are the children?
If they'd been picked up by CPS, then he could send another team out to retrieve them. But if they were in police custody, it would be much harder.
The 2 original foster children are back with the CPS agent, according to my sources, but the baby is gone.
Gone? What do you mean gone? Is she dead? He could already see Kathy descending on him again, and his head began to throb. What if she got her family involved? What if Dmitri and Olga's family got involved? He knew they were related to a large Russian mob family, and he'd thought taking them into his organization would allow him to ascend the ranks quickly and be invited into that inner circle. Now it felt as though everything was crumbling around him.
Not dead, at least not that the source knows, but gone. She wasn't picked up by the CPS agent. On the plus side, Melissa has been taken care of.
That's great. Though he was pleased that loose end had been eradicated, he could not keep the sarcasm from flowing through his words. Melissa was only a small part of the much bigger problem he now faced.
I'm sorry, sir. Do you want me to keep looking?
Of course I want you to keep looking, he roared into the phone, wishing the man were in front of him so he could throttle him for effect. We need that baby.
Understood, sir.
It's being taken care of, is it? Joanna stood in the doorway, a knowing smirk on her face.
It will be,
he growled, but it was all bluster. In reality, things were spiraling out of control. Once Dmitri and Olga's family heard of their deaths, there would be questions. Questions he had no good answers for. Nor did he have any good news for Kathy. The other woman still hadn't gone into labor, and while he could surgically remove the baby to satisfy Kathy, that would just create another buyer without a product, although it would buy him some time. Joanna folded her arms across her chest and fixed him with a steely glare. What are you going to do when the Muirs come looking for us?
Explain the situation. It's not my fault they got into an accident. Accidents happen.
She lifted a brow. If even she wasn't buying his answer, then he knew the Muirs wouldn't either. But they were under your orders at the time. I don't think the Muirs are going to see it the same way you do.
Then what do you suggest? He asked,
throwing his hands up in frustration. I think it's time we get out of here, start over somewhere else. She stepped into the room and closed the door. The police are already on to you. Kathy is a crazy time bomb poised to blow at any moment. The Muirs are going to come looking for you, and one day the police will trace Melissa's murder back to you. Her last statement was incorrect. The man he'd paid to get rid of Melissa would likely never be found. And if he was, Kevin had been very careful to make sure the man's footsteps could not be traced back to him. But the rest of her statements were accurate. However, leaving and starting over? It had taken years to get this place up and running the way he wanted. Did he really want to start over? She sashayed closer to the desk and leaned in, her sultry perfume floating across the space to tickle his nose. We have enough money to do it. We could get out of here, purchase a house somewhere else, and live under the radar for a while. It could be like when we first met. You remember that, don't you?
Of course he remembered. Joanna had been one of his first clients. He'd found her on the streets, a teenager, angry at the world and feeling like no one cared for her. Dark emo makeup had covered her features then, but he'd been able to see underneath them. He'd seen what a beautiful woman she could be and how easy it would be to break her. And it had been. Returning to that simple time wouldn't be so bad, but the money would only last so long. However, if he didn't take her with him, if he just took the money and ran himself, it could last longer.
He could leave her to deal with the fallout here, and he could hide away for years if necessary. Careful to keep his thoughts schooled, he forced his lips into a smile.
You're right. Why don't you go start packing and I'll make the necessary arrangements. We can leave first thing tomorrow.
Her face lit up, but he wondered if it was more from the thought of leaving or the thought that he'd actually taken her advice. It didn't matter. He would be gone tonight, and she would be just a memory in his past. As she left the room, he picked up his phone to begin making the necessary calls. The money would need to be transferred to a new account. Transportation would need to be found, and accommodations would have to be reserved. There was so much to do, with little time to get it done. Chapter 24. Ivy. Ivy sat up in bed, still shaken from the nightmare. She suffered from a few of them, not nightly, but too regularly for her comfort. There was the one that occurred most often, the replaying of the visit to the doctor's office, where she learned that she would never have kids. Then there was the one in which John told her he was sorry, but he wanted a family sooner than she could provide him one, as he handed her divorce papers. This one was the worst one, though. After John had left, she'd thought her chances of having a child were gone, at least for the foreseeable future. But then her friend Megan had confided that she was pregnant and didn't want the baby. She'd wanted to be settled in her career before starting a family, and the father was no longer in the picture. Ivy had been elated at the prospect of adopting her friend's child, but before the due date arrived, Megan had been beaten and mugged. She'd survived, but her child had not. The conversation when Megan told her, tears rolling down her cheeks, had been the nightmare she'd had last night. It had also been the catalyst that sent her into paramedicine. With no husband, no baby, and no prospects on the horizon, she'd needed something to fill the solitary hours. Megan had been out of her life for years, though, so why? Her eyes shot to the portable crib a few feet away. Rose. Flipping the blanket aside, Ivy patted over to make sure the baby was still in the crib and breathing. Even bundled, Ivy could see the slight rise and fall of her tiny chest, but the sight did little to calm her unease. Checking on the baby had become even more of a habit after the phone call with Al the day before. Melissa was dead, and she didn't know how to feel about that. She hated that even a small part of her rejoiced in the fact that perhaps it meant she could keep Rose. But it was also the reality of the situation. However, it also meant whoever had killed Melissa was now probably looking for her. Had they hidden their tracks well enough, or would she be looking over her shoulder forever? Plus, there was the issue with the people who had abducted Rose in the first place. With a tie to a major crime family, would they also be on the hunt for Ivy? Would they ever be safe? Fatigue settled on Ivy as she yawned and rubbed her eyes. It had been 2 hours since Rose's last bottle, so she would undoubtedly be stirring again soon. Ivy's schedule was often unpredictable, but she'd been unprepared for the toll waking every 2 or 3 hours played on her body. She felt like she never got enough sleep, and just when she finally felt her body relaxing, Rose's cries would jolt her awake again. She grabbed a blanket, wrapping it around her shoulders, and headed to the kitchen. She might as well prepare the bottle now. There was no use trying to go back to sleep until Rose ate again. Trying to keep the noise down, she scooped formula into the bottle, added the water, and shook it. Then she grabbed the small cooler from the freezer and plopped the bottle inside. The cold wouldn't last long, but it would be enough to keep the bottle safe until Rose woke up. She thought she'd been quiet, but when she rounded the corner and ran into Luca's solid chest, she knew she'd failed.
Whoa, you okay?
His strong hands steadied her, and she took a moment to breathe in his strength. She was a confident, independent woman, but there was something so comforting about a man's strength, and the warmth that Luca exuded felt like balm on a bad sunburn. "I'm fine, just tired. Waking every few hours to feed her takes a toll I didn't expect. Plus, when I do sleep, it's not very restful. I keep thinking about what Al said. Do you think we're safe here? Did we do a good enough job getting out? What if they track us here?"
"Hey."
Luca pulled her to his chest and wrapped his arms around her.
"We're going to be fine. We've got food, we've got time, and we've got God looking out for us."
"I know. It's just—" Ivy paused, unsure of what was bothering her. Was it a feeling? The dream? A fear of the future? What if we never get to leave? Luca leaned back slightly and flashed her a crooked, teasing smile.
"Would that be so bad?"
With her free hand, she slapped at his shoulder, but a part of her wondered if it would be so bad. Eventually, they would have to go somewhere so Rose could go to school, and while they had savings they could pull from, one of them would have to return to work at some point. But for the next few days or weeks, would it really be that awful to be stuck in this cabin with Luca? "I guess not," she said with a sigh. His arms were still around her, and she breathed in the comfort they gave her before turning her serious expression on Luca. "Thank you for being here. I'm really glad I don't have to do this alone." His right hand moved to tuck her hair behind her ear, and his fingers trailed down her cheek, leaving a trail of fire in their wake.
"I'm glad I'm here too."
His eyes held hers. Was he going to kiss her? Did she want him to kiss her? Though her mind was stuck like feet in cement, her body was wide awake and reacting. Her lips parted, and she felt herself lifting on her toes to be closer to his mouth.
"Ivy,
He didn't get to finish, as Rose chose that moment to wake and let out a wail. Figured. With the magic broken, Ivy blinked, fell back on her heels and sighed. "Guess I better go feed her," she said, shaking the bottle and Luca's grip on her.
"Yeah."
He took a step back, running a hand through his hair and looking a little dazed and confused. However, Ivy was sure she looked much the same. What had just happened there? And did she want it to happen again? She would dissect those thoughts later. Right now, she needed to feed Rose. Lifting the baby out of the crib, she shook the bottle one more time before offering it to the child. Instantly, Rose's cries quieted and a satisfied coo escaped her mouth. As Ivy stared down at Rose, she thought back to Megan and wondered what her friend's child would have looked like. Megan's hair had been darker, so likely the child would have had darker hair too. Rose's downy fluff was a light blonde, much like Ivy's hair color. And Megan's eyes had been brown, not quite as dark as chocolate, but like coffee, with a fair amount of creamer in it. Rose's eyes were the same blue as Ivy's, though Ivy knew that baby's eye color often changed as they got older. Though she knew she would have loved Megan's baby, Ivy could not help but notice how Rose looked much more like her than Megan's child would have. The thought ignited a feeling of guilt, which morphed into a sense of sadness. A tiny tear slipped out of the corner of her eye as she thought of Megan. She was sad that Megan had never gotten to know her child, and she wondered how her friend was doing now. Had she ever married? Had another child? Found satisfaction in her career? The fact that Ivy didn't know weighed on her shoulders, and she vowed to find out. If she ever got to return to her normal life, she would look up Megan and make sure her friend was doing okay. Maybe she would even be able to introduce her to Rose. When the bottle was empty, Ivy changed Rose's diaper and put her back in the crib. Then she crawled back into the bed herself. It wouldn't be long before the sun was up, but maybe she could get a few hours. Anything would be more fuel than her body had now, as she once again felt like it was running on empty. It was interesting how she would feel awake long enough to deal with Rose, and then once the baby was asleep, exhaustion would flood her bones once again, clinging like a spider hanging on a web in the wind. Motherhood definitely came with challenges she'd never imagined, but there would be time to examine them later, after she got some rest. Chapter 25. Al. The dark circles under her eyes had to go. Yes, it had been a long few days, but the case was at a standstill until something new came in. Ivy and Luca were still safe in the cabin, and she was having dinner with Grant tonight. A welcome dinner, long overdue. Al didn't believe in much makeup. Not only did she not have the time most days, but she'd never really been a girly girl. She'd definitely been more of a tomboy. Climbing trees and throwing rocks had always been more enjoyable than painting nails and putting on makeup. But she did have a small supply, and she pulled out the concealer now. One little dot, then a few dabs with her fingertips, just the way her sister Nicole had taught her. A little liner and eyeshadow added to the effect, and when she was done, the dark circles were less visible. It was no Monet, but it would do. She strapped on her gun, pulling her shirt out around it, grabbed a jacket, and headed out to meet Grant. Though he'd wanted to drive together, she'd insisted on meeting him at the restaurant. Not because she didn't want to drive with him, but because she was technically always on call during an active case, and she needed to know she could run without leaving him stranded if she had to. She really hoped she wouldn't have to do that tonight. Jordan had assured her he would try to handle anything that came up tonight, if she would return the favor when he was ready to propose to Cassidy. Al was only too happy to comply. Grant stood outside the door of the restaurant waiting for her, and Al's heart did a little dance in her chest as she pulled into a parking space. It felt like it had been days since she'd gotten to spend any time with him, and he looked especially handsome tonight. Handsome and a little dressier than normal. Had she forgotten an anniversary or something? She racked her mind as she headed toward him, but there were no special dates associated with today.
"Hey, firecracker," he said, placing a soft kiss on her lips when she approached. "You look beautiful."
"Thank you, but I feel a little underdressed next to you. Is there something I'm missing?" A sly and mischievous smile crossed his lips as he shook his head.
"Not that I know of. I just thought I'd clean up a little to remind you how good I look when I do. A little supererogatory effort on my part to keep your attention tonight."
"Supererogatory? Have you been perusing the thesaurus while I've been working?" Al asked with a chuckle.
Grant shrugged and took her hand. "Had to do something to keep myself entertained."
His words were light, but they stung Al's heart nonetheless, and her smile slipped from her face. "Grant, I'm sorry, this case
is not what we're talking about tonight," he said, cutting her off. "I know this one is close to home and important. I get it. But tonight it's just you and me. No shop talk, okay?"
Al wanted nothing more than that. She wasn't sure her mind would really unplug from the case, but she was going to give it her best shot. "You got it. No shop talk tonight."
"Good."
Grant flashed her a smile that sent a shock of heat down to her toes, before turning to the hostess and rattling off his reservation information. With a nod, the hostess grabbed 2 menus and led them toward a table near the window. "So, can I ask about your day?" Al asked as they sat down. "Or is that off limits too?" Grant rubbed his chin for a moment as he thought.
How about no work talk? Let's try to keep it lighter than both our jobs allow.
Sounds good. Al took a sip of her water and realized that left them with little to discuss. It wasn't like talking about their jobs was all they ever did, but they'd both been so busy lately that there had been little time for anything other than work. She picked up the menu, hoping for some inspiration there. Everything looks so good. Ugh, why did this feel so uncomfortable?
Yeah, you feel like anything in particular?
He asked, sounding as stiff as she felt. Al chuckled. Honestly, ice cream. It was her comfort food on days when she allowed herself to indulge. And right now, double fudge brownie was beating a drum in her head. Grant stared at her for a moment before cracking a smile and shaking his head. His eyes darted to the left and right, and he leaned forward.
You know what? You're right. Let's not do stuffy tonight.
What? It can wait until after dinner, Grant. Really? She couldn't believe he would be willing to just duck out on his reservation to satisfy her whim.
Yeah, it could, but where's the fun in that? Come on.
With that, he stood and held out a hand. Feeling a little like a naughty kid, Al placed her hand in his, and they surreptitiously snuck out the restaurant and into the open air. I can't believe we did that, Al said, looking over her shoulder to see if any staff had followed them out. We're probably going to regret that later when we realize ice cream isn't enough.
I won't regret it. This is the most fun I've had in the last few days. In fact, even though this isn't how I planned it, this might be the perfect moment.
Al's brows folded together. Perfect moment for what? Grant pulled something from his coat and dropped to one knee. Al blinked in surprise. He wasn't proposing right now, was he? His hand opened to reveal a small box, and when he lifted the lid, a ring with one small center diamond, surrounded by a few smaller diamonds, stared up at her. It was not the biggest ring or the flashiest, but it was exactly what Al would have chosen. Not only were her hands smaller, but her job did not allow her to wear bulky jewelry. This ring, however, might be demure enough that she could even wear it on the job if she wanted. In short, it was perfect.
Elena Parker, I have known for a while that my life is better with you in it, but I want more. I want you as my partner for life, through good and bad, thick and thin. Will you do me the honor of marrying me?
The word yes flashed in her head. It danced and blinked like a neon sign, but her mouth seemed unable to form the words. She'd been so caught up in Jordan's upcoming proposal that she hadn't even considered Grant might propose to her. It felt fast, and yet not wrong. Her head moved, and she hoped it was a nod because her mouth still seemed stuck.
Yes? Is that a yes? You might have to help me out here, Al, Grant said with a smile.
His grin broke through her shock, and she nodded for real this time. Yes, it's a yes. Of course I'll marry you. He slid the ring on her finger before rising, wrapping his arms around her and swinging her in a circle. When her feet touched the ground again, his hands slid to her face, cupping her cheeks as he leaned in and claimed her lips with his own. Al let herself get lost in the moment, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him even closer. When the kiss ended, he leaned back and grinned at her.
Shall we go get that ice cream now?
Yes, please, she said, and hand in hand they walked the few blocks to the nearest store. They'd just ordered and sat down to eat when her phone buzzed. Al squeezed her eyes shut, hoping she didn't have to run out on Grant tonight of all nights. Letting out her breath, she opened her eyes and tapped the phone to read the message.
What is it? Grant asked. Do you have to go?
She shook her head, trying to make sense of the message. No, I don't. It's Kevin Peterson. He's dead. Chapter 26. Luca. Luca glanced up as Ivy wandered back into the room. Her eyes were wide and a look of glazed shock lay on her face as she stared at her phone.
Are you okay?
He asked, crossing to her. Yeah, I just got off the phone with Al for the daily check, and she said they found Kevin Peterson dead.
Whoa, that's good news though, isn't it?
It felt like good news to Luca. If Kevin was dead, then he couldn't come after the baby, or Ivy. It is. She paused, as if searching for the right words. But she doesn't want us to come back yet. They're going to go check on Joanna today, but evidently she wasn't with Kevin. He was found outside of town, and it was messy. Luca's stomach twisted. Even though he saw some horrific things on his job, or maybe because of it, he did not enjoy gory details, couldn't read about them, or watch them on TV or movies.
What exactly does messy mean? Does she think it could mean someone worse coming after Rose?
That was not a scenario he wanted to explore further. Ivy shook her head. She doesn't know. They're going to investigate it, obviously, but she thinks it was either a competitor hoping to take over the market or Dmitri and Olga's family retaliating for their deaths. Though no expert on crime families, Luca wondered if that might be the better option. If they took out Kevin in retaliation, then maybe they wouldn't care about Ivy and the baby.
Is she going to call back?
She said to check in tomorrow. She doesn't want to risk calling unless it's an emergency. Luca rubbed her arms.
Okay, well, I was going to run to the store for a few things. Do you feel up to going with me? I don't really want to leave you here, especially if I have no way to contact you.
Do you think it's safe? Her face didn't show it, but the tiniest tremble vibrated in her voice.
I think it's relatively safe. No one has shown up out here, which means we probably weren't followed, and it would be doubtful anyone at the store would know who we are, or care, but I can go quickly without you if you want. You know how to use the gun, right?
At the mention of the gun, her face paled. I do, but I think getting outside might do me some good. I am going a little stir-crazy in here. You'll take it, though, won't you? He smiled and squeezed her arms before letting go.
Of course. Why don't you get Rose loaded up and I'll meet you outside?
She nodded, and he headed outside to clear the area. It was true that no one had appeared yet, but that didn't mean they couldn't. And he was glad Ivy was distracted inside while he searched the area outside. He didn't want to add any more worry to her shoulders than she was already carrying. Convinced they were still alone, he waited at the door for Ivy so he could lock it behind her, and then they were on their way. I don't think I paid much attention to the scenery on the way down here, Ivy said, as they drove toward the small store. It's beautiful.
It is. You know, we won't be here forever, but maybe you'll want to come back in the future?
It was silly, but Luca was already thinking about the future, a future with Ivy and Rose in it. She smiled at him. I'd like that. The store was little more than a shack off the main highway, but Luca knew it would have the few things they needed, mainly formula and diapers for Rose. There weren't many families who lived out here full-time, but there were some cabins at the nearby lake that were rented often by families, so the store kept a decent supply of necessities. As Rose was asleep when they parked, Luca took her carrier out and slung it over his arm. Rose didn't weigh much, but the additional weight and bulk of the carrier made her feel heavier, and he wanted to take that burden from Ivy. A small bell jingled as he opened the door, and an older woman looked up at them from behind the counter. Her eyes lit up when she saw the carrier, and she shuffled over to inspect. "Welcome to Pete's," she said as she leaned closer to look in the carrier. "She's beautiful. How old is she?" About a month, Luca answered, ignoring Ivy's pointed stare. He didn't know the woman, but she oozed grandmotherly vibes. She didn't seem like the type of person to grab the baby and run. The woman's eyes widened as she scanned Ivy.
You must have a good metabolism then. I was never that skinny so soon after my babies were born. I have 4, and it seemed to take longer to lose the weight after each one.
She chuckled and patted her middle, which was a little plump, but only added to her image.
I don't think I ever lost it after the last one.
Ivy's posture relaxed as the woman spoke, and Lucas set the carrier down by her, deciding he could grab what they needed while the women chatted. A few minutes later, he placed the items on the counter and waited for the woman to shuffle back and ring him up.
You two make such a cute couple,
the woman said as she scanned the items.
You remind me of my Pete and me when we first got together. So young, so in love.
Lucas shifted and glanced at Ivy, whose face had turned a shocking shade of pink, and he wondered if she ever thought about them as a couple. He probably shouldn't be thinking about them that way, especially not knowing where she stood. But as it had been just the 3 of them the last few days, it felt like a relationship on steroids. Thanks, Lucas said, feeling as if he should say something as he handed over the money.
Oh, you're welcome. I always love seeing people in love,
the woman said, handing him a receipt.
Maybe you'll be as blessed as Pete and I were and have a house full before you know it.
Luca fought to contain his laughter as he grabbed the bags. Maybe. Thanks for this, and you have a good day.
You too.
The woman smiled and waved, and then settled back into the chair behind the counter. I think she must be awfully lonely, Ivy said, finally speaking up as they loaded Rose and the bags into the vehicle. I'll bet she is. Can you imagine sitting in that store all day? No way. I'd lose my mind. I'm already missing my job. Her voice trailed off as she realized what she was saying. The light-hearted mood in the truck shifted like a curtain had been pulled across the stage. It's okay, Ivy. I do too. We'll get back to our jobs soon. With Kevin gone, I doubt we'll have to be out here much longer. Yeah. Silence fell between them as he drove back to the cabin, but he couldn't find the words to fill it. Neither, apparently, could she. At least not until he turned off the ignition and prepared to open his door. Then her hand reached out and grabbed his arm. Do you ever think about it, though? What? Us, in a relationship, like the woman said? She glanced up at him, and then her eyes shifted to the side in embarrassment. Luca placed a hand under her chin and turned her face back to him. I do, Ivy. A lot. He held her gaze for a moment, searching for the answer to his silent question. He wanted to kiss her, had wanted to kiss her since their first date, but he wanted to make sure it was what she wanted as well. When her lips parted and her gaze dropped to his lips, he knew that was his cue. Leaning across the cup holder that separated them, he touched his lips to hers and then deepened the kiss. His hand moved to cup the back of her head as he tried to pull them closer together. This was amazing, but he wanted more. He wanted to feel her in his arms, her warmth mixing with his. But this was not the time or the place. Rose must have agreed because she chose that moment to wake and begin to cry. Uttering a soft, frustrated sigh, he pulled back. Guess that's our cue to get inside. Ivy touched a finger to her lips, smiled, and whispered, To be continued. They were not the 3 words that people craved to hear, but to Luca, they were the best 3 words he'd heard in a long time. That kiss had felt like a prequel, a hint as to what was to come, and he couldn't wait until the second act.
Chapter 27. Ivy. Why had she kissed him? It wasn't that she hadn't wanted to. She definitely had. But they were still trapped together in this cabin, so where exactly did that leave them? Though Rose's timing in the truck had been impeccable, she wasn't the best choice for a chaperone. And Ivy didn't want things to move too quickly. She thought Luca felt the same way, but maybe it was time to have the conversation for real.
"Are you going to try and adopt her when we get back?"
Luca asked, sitting beside her on the couch and interrupting her thoughts. Ivy stared down at Rose. She wanted to. With everything in her heart, she wanted to. But would they even allow that? After all, she and Luca had kind of stolen the baby. With permission from Al, of course. But still. I'm going to try. After all, she's going to need a home now that her mother is gone.
She will, but what about your job, Ivy? You won't be able to be a full-time paramedic and care for a baby. Not alone.
This thought was one Ivy had stewed on a lot recently. Luca was right. A paramedic's job was demanding. And though she would have days off at a time, when she was on call, there would be no way she could have the baby with her. I've been thinking about retiring from paramedicine if I get her, or at least cutting my hours back.
What? But you're amazing at what you do.
I know, but... She paused. Was she really ready to share her story now? She looked up at Luca. His eyes were full of confusion and care. She doubted he would think less of her after. Now was the perfect time. She took a deep breath and continued. Luca, I never told you the whole story of why I got into paramedicine.
I thought you said it was to help people.
It was, but that desire was created due to a few incidents. I already told you that I was married once and divorced. What I didn't tell you was that my husband left me because I couldn't have kids.
Oh, Ivy, I'm so sorry.
Luca grabbed her hand, the sympathy evident in his voice and his expression. But Ivy had to get the whole story out, or she knew she wouldn't continue. It's okay, really. I mean, it wasn't at first, but I've made my peace with it. When we first found out, John agreed to try IVF. That's why I had so much money saved. In vitro is expensive. Just before we were about to begin treatment, he told me that he couldn't wait to have a family. He wanted one now, and he wanted it naturally. He must have been thinking about it for a while because he served me with divorce papers as he told me this. Luca shook his head.
That's awful.
Ivy nodded. She glanced down at their hands, smiling as Luca's thumb rubbed gently back and forth across her hand. He was amazing, and she could finish this story. For the first time, she could tell someone the whole thing. I thought my chances of having a child were over after that, at least for a time, because trying to have a child out of wedlock was out of the question. And honestly, at that point, dating was the furthest thing in my mind. But shortly after that, my best friend Megan told me she was pregnant and didn't want to keep the baby. She could see the questions burning in Luca's eyes, but he remained silent, sensing that she needed to get the whole story out before he asked questions. A sense of gratitude filled her at his patience. Anyway, she offered to let me adopt the baby. I knew it would be challenging, but I thought it might be my only chance at having a baby, so I agreed. As her pregnancy progressed, my attachment to the child grew. But a few months before her due date, she was mugged and beaten. She survived, but the baby didn't. Miscarriage. A tear slipped out of the corner of her eye, and she wiped it away with her free hand. After that, I was broken. I decided I needed a job that would keep me so busy I couldn't think about everything I had lost. everything I would never have. And so I threw myself into paramedicine. She sighed and looked up at him, letting him know that was the end of the story. Luca's eyes filled with compassion, and he pulled her hand to his chest.
I'm so sorry you had to go through all that, Ivy. Deacon's always telling me that God has a plan for everything that happens. And while I would never pretend to know his plans, I do know you've saved many lives.
Ivy nodded. Megan's also the reason I never remarried. There's this part of me that really wants a family and kids, and another part that is scared to death I'll lose a child like my friend did. The chances of miscarriage are higher than normal with IVF, if it even takes, and I'm not sure I could go through the pain of a miscarriage. Even though she didn't want to raise the child, she was never the same after. In fact, I haven't spoken to her in years.
What about adoption, though? Have you ever considered it?
Once or twice I did, but I was afraid they wouldn't allow a single woman in my position to adopt. Or if they did, that I would lose the child before it was final. I wasn't sure I could go through the pain of disappointment again, and it was just easier not to try.
Luca stroked the side of her face.
But you're willing to try with Rose?
Ivy leaned into Luca's hand, savoring the touch she hadn't felt in so long.
I feel like maybe God sent her to me to help me heal.
Her eyes flicked up to his, hoping she wouldn't see judgment there.
Is that stupid?
No, I don't think that's stupid. I'm no expert, but Deacon has often told me that God works in mysterious ways, and I have no doubt he could do that if it was his plan. Let me ask you something, though. Before you became a paramedic, what did you want to do?
Ivy thought back. Before Megan, food and nutrition especially had been her passion.
Honestly, I wanted to become a nutritionist. It's what I was studying before the divorce.
At this, Luca burst out laughing, but Ivy knew from the sound that it wasn't condemning laughter. It sounded more surprised.
Well, if that doesn't meet the definition of irony, I don't know what does.
And then Ivy realized what he meant. Luca was the one fireman in the house most opposed to healthy food. Not only would they probably never have met if she had become a nutritionist, but they probably wouldn't have gotten along, having little in common to start a conversation from. Now, however, she couldn't imagine her life without Luca in it. And though she didn't know exactly what role he would play, she hoped it would be a significant one.
I guess what they say is true. God not only has a sense of humor, but knows infinitely more than we do.
That is certainly true.
His laughter faded, and his smile disappeared.
So, would you pursue that route again if you give up paramedicine?
Maybe. To be honest, Ivy hadn't really thought that far ahead. She wasn't even sure she would get Rose, but if she did, it was certainly a thought worth considering.
Well, we'd certainly miss you at the firehouse if you left,
Luca said, caressing her cheek again. His eyes were focused on hers and sending out the clear message that he wanted to revisit that kiss from earlier.
We?
Ivy asked, lifting a brow. A soft pink color stole up Luca's cheeks.
Okay, me especially. Look, Ivy, I know this is a weird situation, but I would really love to keep seeing you when we get back to real life.
I'd like that too, Luca.
Ivy dropped her gaze to Luca's mouth and leaned in to kiss him again. Her hand wound around the back of his neck, and she got close enough to feel his breath on her lips. But before their mouths met, the phone that Al had given her rang. No one knew that number except Al, which meant she had to answer it. But what did that mean? Were they no longer safe? With a sigh, she pulled back and, careful not to disturb Rose, extracted the phone from her pocket, hitting the answer button along the way.
Hello? It's over. You can come home. What? What do you mean? Hope and sadness bloomed in Ivy's stomach at the same time. She wanted to go back home. She did. But that also meant decisions to be made about her job and Rose, and she wasn't sure she was ready for that yet. We went to the compound today, Ivy. It's empty. Joanna is gone, and so is everyone who worked there. At this point, we're pretty confident that Kevin was taken out by Dimitri and Olga's family, and either so was Joanna or she fled after she found out. It's over. Are you sure they won't come after the baby? Or that Joanna won't come back? What about whoever took out Melissa? There was a pause on the other end, and Ivy imagined a look of confusion on Al's face. This was good news, and she should be ecstatic because of it. But she wasn't. I can't give you 100% guarantee, Ivy, but this is good news. As far as we know from our intelligence, the family either didn't know about the baby or doesn't care, and we have no reason to believe Joanna would come back and try to take her. As for Melissa, while we're still working on it, we believe the man who took her out to be a hitman for hire, so he also has no reason to come after you, now that Kevin and Joanna are both gone. Is there some reason you don't want to come home? Ivy glanced back at Luca. There were so many reasons. The budding relationship between them being a big one. Would it survive when they got back to reality, or would their relationship fizzle once the adrenaline wore off? And what about Rose? That was the biggest reason, of course, the very real fear that she would lose Rose once she returned to Fire Beach. I'm afraid CPS will take Rose again. Al sighed. I know you're worried about that, Ivy, but I've already explained the situation to Sonia, and she's promised to do all she can to make sure you keep Rose. You can't stay out there forever. I know. Thanks, Al, and thank you for everything else. I really do appreciate it. You're welcome. We'll be glad to get you guys back, safe and sound. Ivy ended the call and stared at the phone for a moment before lifting her eyes to Luca's. That was Al. She said it's over and we can go home.
I gathered, but you aren't ready yet?
It's just everything we talked about earlier. I know I said I'd be willing to give up paramedicine if I get to keep Rose, but am I? It's become a big part of my life now, and what if they don't let me keep her?
Hey,
Luca pulled her to his chest and wrapped an arm around her.
All of those things are really in God's hands, right?
I suppose, Ivy said, placing her hand on his chest to feel his heartbeat. The soft thumping sensation brought her a sense of peace. It's just so hard to let go.
I know it is.
His hand smoothed the back of her hair.
And believe me, there is a part of me that wishes we could just stay here holed up forever. That's not reality either.
Ivy sighed and lifted her face a little so she could see him. No, but it sure would be nice. Do you think we could stay one more night?
I think we could definitely make that happen.
As he leaned down to kiss her, Ivy allowed herself to let all the worry go for a moment. Instead of focusing on the unknown and the what-ifs, she allowed herself to focus on the feel of Luca's lips against hers, the heat of his body against her own, the strength of his arms around her. And she knew. She knew that whatever happened when they returned, he would be beside her and they would get through it together. Chapter 28. Ivy. Nerves of steel. That's what she wished she had right now as she stood to face the judge. Nerves of steel and a personal stylist. Normally, Ivy was confident in putting her look together. She'd grown up in California, after all. But this was not a normal situation. Not only had she slept little the night before, leading to the dark circles under her eyes, but she was about to find out if she could keep Rose forever or if she'd have to give her up. Again. The occasion called for a special outfit, but after half an hour of trying on and discarding half a dozen outfits, she didn't feel as confident as she wanted to. Her skirt was too tight and kept riding up her hips, causing her to pull it down every few minutes, and her shirt was too hot. She could feel the sweat dripping down her side, but all she could do was hope it wasn't creating giant, unsightly stains under her arms.
Ivy Hopkins.
The judge, an older, balding man with bushy eyebrows, looked up at her. She tried to read his face, but it was stoic. He would make a fantastic poker player. Yes, Your Honor, that's me. She pulled on the skirt again, and Sonia shot her a look.
I understand that you took the baby from Fire Beach General Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, to protect her. Why did her throat feel like the Sahara Desert? And why was there no water on this table?
And this was under the suggestion of Detective Parker. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct, Al said, standing to address the judge. After the baby was rescued the second time, I felt it would be safest if she was hidden until we could find out who was behind the kidnapping. Ms. Hopkins and Mr. Sanders suggested a cabin out of town, and I agreed, feeling it was the best option for the child. Ivy wanted to hug Al. The detective wasn't quite telling the whole story, but Ivy knew if the judge heard it had been her idea to take the baby, he might not be so willing to give her custody, even though it had worked out in the end.
And I am to understand the kidnapping situation has resolved itself, and the baby is no longer in danger?
Yes, sir. One of the people involved is deceased, the other appears to have left town, and we have no reason to believe there will be any further action against the child. The judge turned his gaze to Sonia.
And both biological parents of the child are deceased?
Unfortunately, we don't know who the father was, sir. Melissa never gave us his name, but she said he was not in the picture. She, however, is deceased, and her mother, the only living relative that we know of, does not wish to take custody of the child.
I see.
He glanced back down at the papers, and then his gaze zeroed in on Ivy again.
Miss Hopkins, you are a paramedic, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I've been with the Fire Beach Fire Department for several years.
Yes, I see you have quite the distinguished record. You also have quite the erratic schedule, do you not?
The question was the one Ivy had feared the most. She hadn't had a chance to talk to the captain yet about her hours, and she knew that her current schedule wouldn't fly with the judge. Not as a single mother, anyway. There was no way he would grant her custody, knowing she would have to leave the baby with someone else for half the week. I do currently, sir, but I will be making some changes. He folded his hands on the table in front of him and lifted an eyebrow.
What kind of changes?
Well, Your Honor, I plan to ask my captain for part-time, daytime hours so that I can be home with the baby in the afternoon and evening. I will also be taking classes to transition to a career in nutrition so that I can have a more set schedule.
And if your captain does not agree to part-time hours, are you prepared to seek other employment immediately?
Yes, sir, I am. Rose is the most important thing in my life, and I will do whatever it takes to keep her. Though she felt anything but confident, Ivy pulled her shoulders back and held her head high, hoping to exude the confidence she wished she had.
Well, this is certainly an extraordinary case. However, it is clear that you care for this child, and I do believe that is the most important thing. As long as you are willing to adjust your hours, I see no reason not to grant you full custody of the child.
As cheers went up behind her, Ivy's knees gave out and she sank into the chair. She couldn't believe it. Rose was hers. Actually hers.
Congratulations, Ivy, Al said, placing a hand on her shoulder. And thank you for all your help. No, thank you for everything. Al nodded and then stepped back to allow the others to congratulate her. One after the other, Ivy smiled and nodded and said the right words, but her eyes were scanning the room for the one person she most wanted to see. He was there, at the back of the line, slowly making his way to her side. When he reached her, she flung her arms around his neck, grateful for the strength and security he offered. "You did it," he whispered, caressing the back of her head. She pulled back enough to look at him. "We did it. I couldn't have done this without you, Luca." The urge to kiss him pulsed through her like a blaring alarm, but that would have to wait. He had to get to work, she had to finish with Sonia, and then she had to meet with Captain Fitzgerald. "Me too," he said, reading her mind. "But dinner tonight?" "Definitely." He gave her a quick kiss on the side of her lips, and then he too disappeared from the room, leaving her with Sonia and Rose. "Well, Ivy, you did it," Sonia said, sticking out her hand. Ivy could not contain the smile on her face as she shook Sonia's hand. "Thank you so much. I can't believe she's actually mine." Sonia returned the smile. "I'm glad she is. I know you will take good care of her. Now I have your first check-in scheduled in about a week. I'm not expecting any issues, but remember that this is still a trial run. Your schedule gave the judge pause, and he wants to make sure that Rose will be well taken care of. Of course, I'll be hiring a nanny to help out while I'm at work." Ivy made a mental note to make that her first priority when she got home. "And I've got a meeting with the captain this afternoon to ask to drop to part-time shifts, which will allow me to be at home with her more often." "I'm so glad to hear that. You'll be able to afford everything with a smaller salary then?" The question wasn't asked in a harsh manner, but Ivy felt the pinpricks anyway. That was the one question she hadn't really considered thoroughly. She knew there was still money in her IVF fund, but she would have to make time to sit down and go through a budget to make sure the money would last. And if it didn't? Well, she would figure that out when the time came. "For now, and I'll reassess along the way. Don't worry, Sonia. I've got this." The woman gave her a final hug goodbye, and Ivy stepped into the sunshine, feeling free and at peace for the first time in weeks. Kevin and Joanna were gone. Rose was hers, and all was right with the world. "Let's get you home, little one," Ivy said, as she strapped Rose's car seat in the back of her car. Home. It would finally get to be Rose's home. Luca had helped her set the baby gear back up again yesterday when they'd gotten back to town, but most of it was still portable gear. Now Ivy could work on decorating the room for Rose. Maybe she would stop at the hardware store on the way home and grab some paint. A nice mauve color or a soft purple would be perfect for Rose's room. As she pulled into traffic, Ivy instinctively tightened her grip on the steering wheel. She'd always been a cautious driver. It was a requirement for an ambulance driver. But there was something about having a baby in her car that made her wary of everyone around her. When the car behind her began to creep up on her bumper, she slowed down, giving the driver plenty of room to go around her. But the car refused to move into the open space. Ivy glanced into the rearview mirror, but the car had a tinting on the windshield that made it nearly impossible to see in. The hairs on the back of her neck rose like little soldiers, preparing for battle as a sick feeling erupted in her stomach. "It's probably nothing," she said aloud. "Just some lazy driver who's not paying attention." But the words did not give her comfort. Keeping her eyes on the road, Ivy pulled out her phone and punched in Luca's number. She was glad she had programmed it in when they'd left the cabin.
There was no way she would have remembered it right now.
Ivy, is everything okay?
Concern laced his voice. Ivy tried to keep her voice calm, though her heart was racing. I'm not sure, Luca, but I think someone is following me.
What do you mean?
I didn't notice the car as I left the courthouse, but there is a blue SUV behind me, riding my bumper. I've slowed down to let them pass, but they refuse to go around. I don't know what to do.
Okay, just remain calm. Where are you? And I'll get the cops out to you.
I'm near the bridge, heading west. I was planning to stop at the hardware store for paint before going home.
All right, just keep driving. Whatever you do, don't stop.
Ivy glanced down at her fuel gauge. 3/4 of a tank. Good. That would give her some room to play with, and thankfully she knew the city well enough to avoid any dead ends or construction areas. I won't. Luca, can you stay on the line? It helps to have someone to talk to.
Of course. I'm texting Al and Jordan your location now, so I'm not going anywhere.
Thank you. A feeling of relief flowed through her. Even though he was just a voice on the phone, Luca was already making her feel better. At least, he was, until she glanced up and realized she was in real trouble. Another SUV blocked the end of the bridge ahead of her. Oh my gosh! Ivy glanced around, but there was nowhere else to go. She was on the bridge, which left no option of darting left or right. She couldn't back up because the blue SUV was on her tail, and stopping wasn't an option. She had no idea who these people were, but she knew now this was no lazy driver.
Ivy, what's going on?
Luca's voice was strained and pinched, constricted with fear. The same fear beating a consistent drum in Ivy's head. There's another car blocking the end of the bridge. I can't stop, Luca. There's a small opening, so I'm going to try and make it through. She was sure Luca said something in response, but as she jerked the car toward the small space to the far right of the bridge, the world seemed to slow down, and all the sounds around her muted. For a minute, she thought they might make it through, but then the car did the one thing she hadn't planned on. It rammed her, and then the silence was sucked away, replaced with the screeching and groaning of metal as her car pressed against the side of the bridge. They were going to push her over. It was the last conscious thought she had before there was a tremendous cracking sound and a feeling of weightlessness took over her body. Chapter 29. Ivy. Cold. There was a feeling of something cold and wet on her feet. Had she stepped in a puddle? She didn't think it had been raining this morning. And then her eyes snapped open and Ivy remembered where she was. Oh no, oh no. Though her head throbbed, Ivy knew she had little time to get Rose and herself out of the car. Quickly, she ran through the training she'd received. Windows, belt, kids. Her windows were electronic, and they wouldn't last much longer. She pressed the button for both her window and Rose's to make it easier to get her out. Thankfully, the windows still worked. When they were both down, she pulled her seatbelt off and turned around to check on Rose. Because she was rear-facing and the car had gone in nose first, the water wasn't close to her yet, but it would be. Ivy had to get them out. The water was now up to her waist and cold. So cold. Her feet were already going numb. She dove out her window and then reached in through Rose's window to unlatch the car seat, but it was stuck. Though Rose was fine, the car seat appeared to have been pushed against the driver's seat, and it was not going to come out. The car was still sinking, and the water was touching the bottom of the car seat. Rose was too young to know to hold her breath. She wouldn't make it if the water reached her. Ivy's window was shrinking quickly, and the numbness was quickly claiming her fingers. Ivy fumbled with the straps, keeping Rose in the car seat,
but she couldn't get the button to press. Either it was broken or her fingers were too numb.
"Please, God," she whispered.
Rose, who had been relatively quiet, opened her mouth and wailed as well. The water was nearing the side of the car seat where it would spill over onto Rose. Taking a deep breath, Ivy tried once more to unbuckle the strap. This time, there was a click. Though she wasn't sure if it had come undone or broken, she didn't care. She got the other part of the strap undone and pulled Rose from the seat. Careful to keep Rose's head above water, Ivy began to side-stroke toward the shore. Her body shook from the cold, but she knew she needed to keep her wits about her. She had no idea if the people who had run her off the road were still around, who they were, or what they wanted, though she was pretty sure the tiny life in her arms played a large part. As the shore came into view, Ivy slowed and tried to look around. She didn't see anyone, but that meant nothing. They could be lying in wait for her. Hopefully, Luca had managed to alert the police. Luca! She'd lost her phone in the crash, and she had no doubt that he would be going crazy trying to contact her. "Shh, baby, you have to be quiet now," she said, stroking Rose's head. No doubt the baby was cold and scared, wet and possibly hungry, but right now it was important that she stay quiet. Unfortunately, Rose did not seem to care about the impending danger. She continued to wail, and the pacifier was down at the bottom of the lake. Ivy pulled Rose closer to her chest as she crawled up the shore, hoping to muffle the cries a little, but it did little. Rose was having none of it. Ivy glanced around, and seeing no one close by, began climbing up the embankment toward the road. She glanced toward the bridge, but the SUVs who had run her off the road were nowhere to be seen. Shivering and frozen, she finally reached the top and leaned against the side of an auto shop to catch her breath. She needed to get somewhere warm before she went into shock. Closing her eyes, she tried to think. She knew this city like the back of her hand, but she couldn't seem to make her brain work. The auto shop likely wasn't warm enough, but maybe they would be able to call the police for her.
"You have something of mine, and I want her back."
Ivy opened her eyes to find a woman leveling a gun at her. She blinked, wondering if she was hallucinating. Except for the firearm and the deranged gleam in her wild eyes, the woman looked more like an Upper East Side debutante than a cold-blooded killer. Her outfit appeared to be designer, down to the stiletto heels she wore. Probably Jimmy Choo's, though Ivy had never owned a pair. "You must have me mistaken for someone else," she returned, trying to sound braver than she felt. "This is my daughter. Custody was finalized this morning." The woman sneered.
"Oh, I'm not mistaken. I bought that baby fair and square from Kevin Peterson. Unfortunately, he was such a bumbling idiot. He lost track of her before I could come claim her. But I assure you, that baby is mine."
This woman knew Kevin? She'd been a client? Had Al not known about her? How was that possible? She'd told Ivy it was safe to come back. "He's dead, you know." She didn't know why she said that. Perhaps she was just hoping to buy time. Surely the cops would be close by now.
"Of course I know that. That's why I had to take matters into my own hands. I knew eventually whoever took the baby would have to bring her back. So I had my brother follow the CPS worker."
Brother? There was another one to worry about? Ivy's eyes darted around in search of the man. No doubt he was close by, as he'd probably been in one of the vehicles that pushed her off the bridge. Her heart sank as she realized there was no way she could escape both of them. She was too numb to run, and there was no way she was setting Rose down. "Lord, I need a miracle," she thought. "I'm sorry you wasted your time doing that, but the law says she's mine." A sound that must have been a laugh
but resembled the howl of a hyena escaped from the woman's mouth.
You think I care about the law? With my money, honey, I can buy the law.
Some of us can't be bought, honey. Ivy sagged in relief at Al's voice, and a moment later she emerged from the side of the building, gun pointed at the blonde.
Don't come any closer or I'll shoot them, the woman screamed.
The gun shook as she whipped it from pointing at Ivy to pointing at Al and back again. Though Ivy wasn't sure the woman had the guts to shoot her, she seemed much more like the kind to hire someone to do her dirty work. She was afraid the woman might pull the trigger accidentally. When the woman turned her gaze to Al, Ivy began to slide toward the edge of the building. I don't think you'll be doing that, Al said, stepping closer to the woman. She had her bulletproof vest on and her gun held high and steady, but her voice was calm and assertive. You see, we have you surrounded. The woman whipped around, and as she did, Jordan stepped from a clump of trees behind her. Ivy hadn't even seen him approach, but like Al, he had his protective gear on and his gun pointed at the woman. We also have your brother in custody, Al continued. There's no one coming to save you, so make the right move and put the gun down. The woman spun back to Al, pointed the gun at Ivy, and then, realizing she had no more play, turned the gun toward her head. Ivy squeezed her eyes shut, knowing there was nothing she could do, but not wanting to see the damage. She'd seen enough gunshot wounds to last a lifetime. But there was no gunshot. Instead, she heard a thud, a groan, and then the blessed sound of Luca's voice. Ivy, are you okay? She opened her eyes to see Luca's rugged face. Worry filled his eyes as he studied her, taking in every detail and assessing her injuries. His strong hands gripped her arms, and she leaned into his strength, thankful that he had come for her, that he had made it in time. Cold. I'm so cold. Vaguely, she registered the woman being handcuffed and led away, but it seemed like a dream. The world began to tilt and fade, and she tried to keep a tight grip around Rose as darkness crept into her vision. The last thing she heard was Luca's voice. Bus. We need a bus now. Chapter 30. Luca. Luca checked his watch and began his pacing again. How much longer were they going to keep her in there? You're going to wear a hole in the floor if you don't stop, Deacon said from his position in the chair. He'd shown up along with the other guys from the firehouse who were off shift when Luca had called to tell them Ivy was being rushed to the hospital. They might not be blood family, but firehouse family was close. At least his was. However, at the moment, he felt more like decking Deacon than hugging him. How could the man be so calm? What's taking them so long? If she had hypothermia, they're probably still warming her up. It's a process that has to be done slowly. You know that. I know. It's just... He paused and ran a hand through his short hair. It's just that you love her, Deacon offered. Did he? He certainly cared about her, but love? Could he love her after so short a time? He stopped pacing and sat down in the chair next to Deacon. I think I do love her. Am I crazy, though? It's only been a week. Deacon chuckled, a deep, melodious sound that reminded Luca of James Earl Jones's laugh. Maybe you've only been dating a week, but Luca, you've known Ivy for years. Besides, I've seen people fall in love faster than that. Yeah, but they usually fall out of love just as quickly. It wasn't that Luca was scared of being in love. No, it was the thought that maybe it wasn't really love, just infatuation, adrenaline, and the close proximity for the last week, making it seem like love.
It was the fear that he would give his heart in this relationship only to have it broken again, like it had been with Lydia.
No, people fall out of lust quickly. Remember, love is a choice. God says we must choose love. Will it always be easy? Of course not, but if it was, it wouldn't be worth fighting for. However, it will always be worth it. How are you still single if you know so much about love?
Luca asked. A shadow passed over Deacon's normally cheerful face, like a cloud blocking out the sun, and Luca wondered what the story there was. But before he could ask, Dr. Kavanaugh stepped into the waiting room.
Luca, you can see her now. She's still a little weak, so I'm afraid we're limiting it to one visitor at a time, but she should be able to go home tomorrow.
A collective cheer went up from the crew as Luca followed Brody to Ivy's room. She looked pale in the bed, with a heated blanket pulled up to her chin, but she was alive, and that was all that mattered to Luca. He pulled the chair over to her bed and touched her shoulder as he sat down. Her eyes fluttered open, and she flashed a small smile. Hey.
Hey yourself. How are you doing?
A little tired and a little cold, but I'm okay. Did they really get the woman and her brother? Is it finally over?
Yeah, they did. Ivy, you scared me tonight. When I heard you scream.
He paused and shook his head, unsure if he would ever get the memory out of his head.
No more close calls, huh?
He finished lamely. There was so much more he wanted to say, but he didn't want to lay anything too heavy on her tonight. She chuffed softly. I'll do my best, but since I'll be taking some time off, you'll be the one dealing with close calls.
I'll do my best to stay safe so I can come home to you.
He pressed his lips together as soon as the words escaped. He meant them, but he hadn't meant to say them out loud. At least not until he knew how she felt. To me and Rose? Suddenly her eyes widened, and she struggled to sit up. Where is Rose? Is she okay? Luca pressed against her shoulder to keep her still.
Rose is fine. They checked her out and discharged her already. Cassidy has her now.
He wouldn't have taken Cassidy for the mothering type, but as soon as Rose had been released, she had taken control of the baby like a pro. It had been a blessing to him because his focus had been on Ivy. With a sigh, Ivy relaxed again. Thank goodness. I'm going to need to get a new carrier, though, and a diaper bag, and a car.
I'll take care of the first two before you get released tomorrow, and I'm sure your insurance company will help with the last one.
He hadn't thought about how much Ivy had lost in the accident, but he was certainly glad both she and Rose were okay. Things could be replaced, but people couldn't. I'm going to need a new phone, too, she said with a soft smile.
Don't worry, we can take care of that as well.
Luca, thank you for everything.
No, thank you. You showed me what it's like to love again, Ivy.
You love me? Her voice was laced with hope as she met his eyes. He brushed a stray lock of hair from her face.
I do. I love you and Rose, and I can't imagine my life without the two of you in it.
And I can't imagine mine without you.
And it's a good thing you don't have to.
The corners of her lips lifted in a soft smile. Her eyelids fluttered closed, then struggled to open and closed again. She was still tired, but that was okay. He had time. They had time. Chapter 31. Ivy. Ivy stared at the house in front of her. 4310. That's what the paper said, and somehow she knew it was the right house. It reminded her of Megan's somehow. Whether that was in the soft colors of the house or the professional landscaping, Ivy wasn't sure, but she was in the right place.
Are you ready?
Luca asked as he turned off the engine. She was glad he'd been able to go with her. It had taken her a week to recover completely after the attack, and a little longer to find Megan. Thankfully, Al had been able to help there. But she'd finally done it, and after gathering her courage, she'd placed a call to her old friend. Not only did she want to see Megan again, to make sure she was okay, but Ivy knew that she needed to apologize and ask forgiveness from her friend. She'd left her when Megan had needed her most, and Ivy knew that she needed closure to be able to completely move on. Ironically, Megan had ended up in Illinois as well, just a few hours from Fire Beach, and so they'd decided to drive up on Luca's first day off. "Yeah, I'm ready." She grabbed Rose's car seat from the back and approached the house, but she never got the chance to even knock. The door swung open as she reached the porch stairs, and Megan raced toward her. Ivy barely had time to lower Rose's car seat before Megan enveloped her in a hug. "Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're actually here. You look great." "So do you." Ivy smiled at her friend. She looked a little older, a little wiser, but she was still the same Megan. Her dark hair was now chin length instead of halfway down her back, and she was a little plumper than Ivy remembered, but her eyes were still the same kind eyes Ivy remembered, and her smile could still fill Ivy's heart with joy. "Come inside, I can't wait to catch up." As Megan led the way inside, Ivy smiled at Luca. She felt bad not introducing him right away, but his smile assured her that he knew this visit was more about mending a relationship than showing him off. Ivy stepped inside, and her jaw dropped. Megan had been going to school to become an attorney. She had always been driven and orderly. And while the house wasn't messy, it was nothing like Ivy would have imagined. It had a country theme, and there were scribbles on the walls in places, and toys peeking out from furniture like they had been hidden in a hurry. "Sit. I want to hear all about what you've been up to," Megan said, pointing to a couch that sported at least a few stains. Ivy almost asked her to go first as curiosity was bubbling up inside her. "Well, first I want to thank you for letting us come over," Ivy began, glancing at Luca as they sat down. Megan shook her head, the smile never leaving her face. "Are you kidding? I was delighted. I've wondered for years what happened to you." "I became a paramedic," Ivy said, "but recently Rose found her way into my life." She looked down at the sleeping baby and then up at Luca. "Into our lives. This is Luca, by the way. He's a fireman at the house I work at." Megan turned her smile on Luca. "I'm pleased to meet you and so happy that Ivy found someone." "Okay, I have to know," Ivy began, choosing her words carefully. "What has happened with you? You were so different when I left." "I was, but motherhood changes you." "Motherhood? You had another?" Megan nodded. "After I lost the baby, I was lost for a while. But then I met Cam, and he showed me that I'd had my sights set on all the wrong things. I'd been so focused on my career that I'd been willing to give up my child." She shook her head. "He brought me back to life, introduced me to God, and gave me a reason to live again. A year later, we were married, and a year after that, we had Theo and then Iris." Emotion flooded Ivy, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Megan, I am so happy for you. I felt terrible when I left, knowing you were in a dark place, but I was in one myself and didn't know how to help you when I couldn't even help myself. And later, when I thought I was stable, I didn't know how to contact you, and a part of me worried that seeing you again would send me spiraling. I don't blame you, my friend. I know you were just as lost and hurting as I was. I'm just so glad God sent you an amazing man and took care of the other emptiness in your life." Her eyes dropped to Rose. "I know she's sleeping, but can I hold her? Iris is 3 now, and I miss this age."
Of course.
Doing her best not to wake Rose, Ivy pulled her out of the carrier and handed her to Megan.
She's beautiful, and she looks a lot like you, Ivy. Thank you.
Ivy's heart felt full as she looked at her old friend, smiling down at the baby.
But where are your kids? I'd love to meet them.
They're out with their dad, but they'll be back soon. I wanted to make sure we had time to talk without them interrupting us every 5 minutes. Why don't you stay and have lunch with us? Ivy turned to Luca to make sure it was okay, and he answered for her.
We'd love to.
Good. Megan's gaze returned to the sleeping baby. You know, this is the easiest stage. It gets much harder, though also more rewarding the older they get.
I've heard that, Ivy said, but I'd love to get all the tips you can share.
The women settled into a comfortable conversation about babies and toddlers and everything that had filled their years apart. Luca joined in occasionally, but spent most of the time listening and smiling at Ivy, and she realized how lucky she was to have found him. About an hour into their time, the front door opened and noise filled the house as Theo and Iris bounded into the room. Megan made introductions around, and then they all sat down for lunch. By the time they loaded into the car again a few hours later, Ivy was exhausted.
Thank you for coming with me today,
Ivy said as she buckled her seatbelt and leaned her head against the headrest. She couldn't wait to get home and curl up in bed. She had no idea how Megan kept up with her kids. They were like little wind-up toys that never seemed to wind down. But Megan had made it look easy. Ivy could only hope she would be as good of a mother as Megan was.
I was happy to. I'm so glad you were able to finally find peace.
She grabbed his hand and squeezed it.
Me too, Luca. Me too.
And for the first time in a long time, she did feel peaceful. Peaceful and content that everything had turned out exactly the way it was meant to. Chapter 32. Epilogue. 3 months later. Tonight was the night that Luca's dreams would come true. Hopefully. 3 months ago, he'd told Ivy he loved her. 1 month ago, he'd decided he was going to ask her to marry him. And 2 weeks ago, he'd purchased the ring. Since then, it had been like a hidden bat signal, calling out to him to find a date and pop the question, so it could come out of its box and take its rightful place on her finger. And tonight was her birthday, so it was the perfect day. He'd arranged for a surprise party at Fire Dreams, the local restaurant that Jordan's brother Graham managed, and he would ask her there, in front of their friends. Inhaling deeply to gather his courage, he knocked on her door. It flew open a moment later, and Ivy smiled at him.
Hi, come on in. I'm running a little behind because Rose decided she didn't like the baby cereal we tried and thought it would look better on my shirt than in her mouth, so I had to change.
Ivy looked flustered as she motioned at her soft pink shirt, but Luca thought she had never looked more beautiful. Motherhood really agreed with her. Or maybe it was the extra time off. Since being released from the hospital, Ivy had dropped to part-time shifts as a paramedic and had started taking classes for her nutrition certification. It would be a long road, as the average time to get a degree was 4 to 5 years, but she was learning new techniques every day. Techniques that she was applying in the meals she made for Luca, which might explain why he'd managed to lose 15 pounds in the last 3 months. Or it might just be because he finally had someone in his life he wanted to look his best for. Either way, he wasn't complaining. His clothes fit better, and he had more energy on the job. 2 definite pluses in his book.
Well, you look fine. Maybe Rose just knew this was the perfect shirt.
He circled his arms around her waist and pulled her in for a kiss. Her lips were soft and supple, and though he'd kissed them often over the last 3 months, he could not get enough of them.
"Careful, hot stuff," she said when the kiss ended. "You do too much of that, and we might end up eating dinner here."
"Oh no, Graham is making us a special dinner for your birthday tonight. There is no way I'm letting you cook, and I'm certainly not ruining your birthday dinner by trying to cook it."
Ivy laughed and shook her head.
"There's no way I'd let you loose in my kitchen. Let me just make sure I have everything for Rose, and I'll be ready."
As she rifled through her diaper bag, Luca leaned down to check on the baby in the carrier. Now a little more than 4 months, she hardly looked like the baby they had found on the side of the road. She had plumped out and had rolls on her legs and arms. Her blonde hair was filling in a little more, and her eyes, once a bright blue, had shifted to a bluish-green hazel color, a perfect combination of Ivy's blue eyes and Luca's green ones. God really had known what he was doing when he sent Rose into their lives.
"Okay, I'm ready, I think."
Luca marveled at how quickly Ivy had adapted to being a full-time mother. There'd been some down days, but for the most part, Ivy had taken to motherhood like a duck to water. She always had extra outfits, extra diapers, and anything else Rose might need. In fact, he'd often wondered if her diaper bag held some Mary Poppins magic. Picking up the carrier, he led the way to his extended cab truck, opened the door for Ivy, and then buckled Rose into the back seat. A few minutes later, they were pulling into the parking lot of Fire Dreams.
"It looks busy,"
Ivy said, her eyes widening at all the cars in the parking lot.
"Are you sure he's going to have room for us? We could always go elsewhere."
"Nonsense. He promised he would have a table, so I'm sure he does."
Ivy didn't surprise easily, and Luca knew if he'd asked their friends to park elsewhere, that she would have suspected something. So he'd told them to fill the lot, since Graham had closed the restaurant to the public tonight.
"Okay, if you're sure. I hope the wait isn't too long, though. Rose may have eaten, but I haven't yet."
Luca bit the inside of his cheek to keep from smiling and giving the secret away.
"Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be fine."
With Rose's carrier slung over one arm, Luca led the way to the front door of the establishment. But as he opened the door, he stepped back to let her enter first. The shout of "Surprise!" caused her to stumble back into his arms before she broke into a giant grin.
"You guys!"
She turned to Luca, tears glistening in her eyes.
"You didn't have to do this."
"Yes, I did. You're amazing, Ivy, and you deserve everything."
He leaned in to kiss her, but before the kiss could deepen, a voice hollered,
"Hey, get a room. We have to eat in here."
Grinning, Luca pulled back and scanned the room for the teasing voice. It could have been Brody or Nick. He didn't know either of their voices as well as the guys from the firehouse. Or it could have been Cole or Grant, both of whom he knew very little because they were the most recent additions to the group. But it didn't matter. Tonight was about Ivy.
"Happy birthday, Ivy,"
Cassidy said, giving Ivy a hug.
"Now let me see that baby."
Luca handed the carrier to Ivy and watched as the women oohed and made silly noises at the still sleeping baby.
"So, are kids in the future for you and Jordan?"
Ivy asked. Jordan had recently proposed to Cassidy, adding his engagement to Al and Grant's. Once Luca proposed tonight, that would be 3 weddings in the planning in Fire Beach. As he scanned the room, he wondered which of their friends might be next.
"We haven't decided yet. With our jobs, kids would be a challenge. But we will be happy to babysit any time for you. It would be good practice for us anyway,"
Cassidy said. As the conversation died down, Luca took the moment to call for attention.
"Thank you so much for joining us today. Not only is it Ivy's birthday, but I asked you all to join us for another very important reason."
He stepped closer to Ivy and took her hand. As soon as he dropped to one knee, Her eyes widened, and his grin took over his face. "Ivy Harper, I always thought we were too different to work well together, but over the last few months, I have realized that God knows more than I do, and we complement each other perfectly. I've been waiting for the perfect moment to ask you, and I can't imagine a better day than your birthday, with all our friends here. So will you do me the honor of being my partner for the rest of our lives?"
He pulled the box from his pocket and opened the lid. Ivy sniffed and wiped a tear from her eyes, but nodded emphatically. "Yes, of course I will marry you." Cheers and whistles erupted around them as Luca slipped the ring on Ivy's finger. Though this was just the beginning, he finally felt as if his life was complete. He was gaining not only a wife, but a daughter and the hope of more in the future. As the women circled Ivy, Luca turned to find Deacon. Of all his friends, Deacon's opinion mattered the most to him. But he was nowhere in the room. Where had he gone? Luca looked toward the entrance and spied him standing outside the front windows. After making sure Ivy and Rose were okay, he made his way to the entrance and pushed open the door.
"Hey, Deacon, what happened? You missed the whole proposal."
Deacon paused for a minute, his gaze fixed on his phone.
"Sorry, Luca, I just had to take a call."
Something about Deacon's demeanor gave Luca pause.
"Hey, it's okay. No big deal. Is everything all right with you?"
Deacon finally lifted his eyes, and the look in them was one Luca had never seen on Deacon before.
"I don't know."
The end. Want to know what Deacon's dealing with? Be sure to pre-order In the Light of Day today. And if you enjoyed Luca and Ivy's story, please leave a review. It really does help.